Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. 376 Guide 1. Brother, when you come back, you will definitely be shocked. I'm almost done training my muscles and bones, and I'm about to be promoted to level 4. On the screen, Liu King he was in high spirits, like a little rooster strutting around and showing off. Knowing that you are good, give the phone to your parents and let me chat with them. In the solemn and technological conference hall, Liu Sheng is video chatting with his family. Liu King he's silver bell-like laughter sounded from time to time in the conference hall, as well as the chattering voices of Liu Dehai and Zheng Yufen. These pyrotechnic voices completely destroyed the atmosphere of the entire conference hall, but Harold, who was standing on the side of the long conference table, did not feel dissatisfied at all. He has a respectful posture and a calm expression, but there are huge waves surging in his heart. The conversation between Liu Sheng and his family did not hide anything from him. Harold caught some shocking words from the conversation, and these words made him feel dizzy for a while. He has parents who are only 50 years old. He has a younger sister, who is a minor. How old is he this year? Harold couldn't believe it at all. It was such a young man who was not as old as his great-great-great-grandson. Just a few hours ago, in the waters outside the Golden Ring Island, 1 punch and 1 punch. With a total of 6 punches, 2 9-level martial arts saints were killed. A Dark Star martial saint, and Zhu Lei, the #1 demon god of the underworld. 02 The 2 major international mysterious organizations that are well known in the world and have caused headaches for countless countries are almost here today. Delisted together. If this news is spread, God knows how much influence and sensation it will cause internationally, and even the world pattern will be changed because of it. Harold couldn't help but think of the news from the Dragon Kingdom that the Ring Seal had inquired about before. One of the 3 great martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom, Yu Ningai, the Ji-Dao martial saint, was defeated by the young Tianjiao of the Dragon Kingdom's military department, and fled to death. Harold had scoffed at the news before, believing it to be nonsense. But now, he believed it. Because the person in front of him is from the Dragon Kingdom's military department, maybe it was him who did it. In this calculation, there are already 3 9th-level martial saints who were killed or injured in the hands of this one. 3. How many level 9 characters are there in the whole world? In a trance, Harold seemed to vaguely see the precursor of a new world coming. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, there are still people here waiting for me to discuss things. Liu Sheng turned his phone slightly, and the camera captured Harold's appearance. Harold's body stiffened invisibly for a moment, and then he squeezed out an unnatural smile on his face, and said hello to Liu Haihei's family on the phone screen. Hello. After half a minute, the video hangs up. Liu Sheng threw the phone aside casually, smiled and gave Harold a look of undisguised approval. Thank you for your cooperation, Harold. Harold bowed slightly and said respectfully, It's my honor, my lord. Then it's time to talk about our affairs. Liu Sheng sat up slightly. He was sitting in Harold's place, the high-backed chair that was flush with the ceiling. For a normal body shape, this chair may not be too rich. Even if Harold himself usually sits on it, it is appropriate to use holographic imaging technology to construct a stalwart titan image. But Liu Sheng sat on this chair, but he didn't look small or uncoordinated at all. On the contrary, it is integrated with it, inherits its stalwart, catches people's attention, and is the only one here. What do you want to talk about, sir? Just talk about it. Liu Sheng casually threw something on the table. The white crystals as small as rice grains fell on the dark and clean long table without a trace of dust, quite conspicuous. Energy crystal. Harold's pupils narrowed slightly, he was silent for a while, and said, How much do you want? Liu Sheng blinked, followed Harold's words and asked, How much can you give? Harold showed hesitation and entanglement on his face, gritted his teeth, and said, 1 kilogram. Sheng was surprised. Originally, he just wanted to ask Harold about energy crystal, but he didn't expect Harold to think that he was extorting. The key is knock out a lot. A few grams of energy crystals can boost the number of Sheng's immortal cells by leaps and bounds. 1 kilogram? It is more than enough to reach the real capacity limit of the 8th level indestructible star. I look so vicious, don't I look like a good person? Sheng touched his jade-smooth cheeks, and thought to himself, do you have many? Harold shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Not much, only a few 100 grams have been saved in more than 100 years. However, my lord killed Dark Star Wushan and Lei Wushan, and the two major organizations of Dark Star and Black Demon Society were almost killed. My ring seal devoured their remaining forces, and I should be able to gather a kilogram of energy crystals for my lord. Sheng's eyes flickered, and he asked, is energy crystal production so rare on this planet? Harold nodded, then shook his head again. It is very rare, but not so rare. It's just that there is very little flow among our Azure Star warriors. Every time the energy crystal is produced, more than 90% must be handed over to the leader. The remaining less than 10% will be shared among all the martial saints in the world. Guide. Sheng caught the word in Harold's words, and couldn't help jumping out of his mind. The phantom of the will of the 10th level powerhouse that came out of the metal plate that the Jideo martial saint crushed when he was dying. My lord doesn't know. Harold was a little surprised, but thinking of Sheng's age, he quickly came to his senses. That's right, the guide probably hasn't had time to get in touch with the adults yet. The guide counts the number of 9th level martial saints every 10 years, and collects energy crystals by the way. It was also the 7th year after I became a martial saint that I came into contact with this level of mystery. Today. Sheng tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and said lightly, say the key points. Yes. Harold hurriedly pulled back the topic and quickly said, the guide is a martial arts expert on an advanced civilization planet. His strength is far beyond level 9, but whether it is level 10 or above, no one knows. The trail of the leader appeared from the beginning of the first year of martial arts, leading the rise of martial arts. When a large number of 9th level warriors began to appear on Azure Planet, the guides came to establish a new order for the world, coordinated the energies of all countries, worked together to collect energy crystals, and some other resources. The leader does not intervene in the battles between countries, as well as the grievances between warriors. But if too many 9th level martial saints fall, the guide will also end, and heavy pressure and punishment will be imposed. Sheng's eyes flickered, and he said, is it too much for 3 martial saints to fall in a row? Harold swallowed, shook his head and said, I don't know, no one knows the criteria for judging a leader. But I personally feel. Probably not. The last time the leader got off the stage, it was still a dragon and lion fight. Sheng let out a hum and said, continue. Harold continued, in fact, the leader's jurisdiction over us is relatively loose. The facilitator only cares about a few points. The first is the problem of the production of energy crystals. If the production of energy crystals decreases, the leader will be angry and even force us to spend our resources to make up the share he needs. The second is the situation of alien beast invasion. The alien beast invasion on Azure Planet must be suppressed below a safety line. Once there is a change, the warriors must step down to participate in the suppression. The third is. Harold took a deep look at Sheng, and then said, without the permission of the guide, martial arts experts above level 9 are not allowed to appear on Azure Planet. We guess that this point should be set for the convenience of guides to better collect resources. Our Azure Star has always been represented by the title of AS-256 First Class Resource Star in the mouth of the guide. The indigenous forces on Resource Star must be kept within a controllable range. Liu Sheng listened to Harold's narration and compared it with the thoughts in his heart. I found that many of my previous guesses were correct. Gradually guide the local civilization of the planet to fight against the invasion of alien beasts, and harvest the high-level precious resources on the planet along the way. It is reasonable to pay and get rewards. Controlling the force value of indigenous civilizations within a certain range, in addition to facilitating the collection of resources, is also to avoid excessive force, and the birth of meaningless strong people will cause meaningless waste of planetary resources. Liu Sheng almost cleared his mind. Then what if a strong person above level 9 is really born? Have no idea. Harold smiled wryly. It's also unlikely. The way to advance from level 9 is in the hands of the guide. There is no direction. How can we break through? When Harold said this, he looked straight at Liu Sheng, trying to find some clues of what he was looking forward to from Liu Sheng's face. But Liu Sheng's expression was as usual, his eyes were calm, and no waves arose. Last question. Liu Sheng said, when will the next guide come? 377. So, at the Xizang conference, there will be many warriors appearing, too. Probably in a few months. I don't know the exact time, but every time the guides are received by several representatives of martial arts from the World Wushu Association. But it must be after the World Grandmaster Conference and energy crystals are collected. So the World Grandmaster Conference is specially established for the collection of energy crystals and the distribution of shares. Yes. As long as it is a force with the presence of martial saint-level powerhouses, it can participate. Having said that, Harold's expression was a little confused. The Dark Star and the Black Demon Society probably think of joining forces to deal with our ring seal for the sake of getting more shares. If one less person divides the cake, they can also share a little more. Liu Sheng didn't care about this, but thought of another point. In this way, there will be many martial sages appearing at the World Grandmaster Conference. Most of the martial saints will be there. Good. There was a strange light in Liu Sheng's eyes, and he said slowly, then I will go with you, don't you mind? Certainly. Harold was delighted when he heard Liu Sheng's words. It's an honor for Ring Seal. He clenched his right hand and put it on his left chest, using some kind of ancient Western etiquette to appease his agitated heart by the way. There is no doubt about Liu Sheng's strength. With someone like Liu Sheng helping Huanyan on the platform, the share distribution and harvest may bring him unprecedented surprises. That's good. Liu Sheng stood up from the high-backed chair, and the midpoint of the stalwart also moved with his body shape. I don't want your savings, just give me the share from the Dark Star and the Black Demon Society. Besides, Liu Sheng seemed to have thought of something interesting, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he said, take care of Napsun for me, don't break his wonderful fantasy, I still owe him. What about 2 wishes? With that said, Liu Sheng walked out of the conference hall. Remembering what Liu Sheng said, Harold suddenly thought of something, and blurted out, my lord, dare I ask, what is your current strength? Strength, level 8. Liu Sheng replied casually, and walked out of the meeting room without looking back. Really? A look of surprise appeared on Harold's face, but he reacted suddenly in the next second. Level 8 or 8. Liu Sheng sat in a spacious, huge, and luxurious room. The windows on all sides are open, and the sea can be seen. Sunshine and sea breeze come in together, giving people a sense of refreshment and relaxation. Liu Sheng was surrounded by large barrels, some of which were filled with clean water, while others had already been drunk by him and were randomly thrown on the ground. Liu Sheng grabbed a bucket, just like ordinary people drinking water, pointed it at his mouth and raised his hand to dump it. A transparent stream of water in the air drew a wonderful arc and gurgled continuously into Liu Sheng's mouth. The Adam's apple on Liu Sheng's neck moved up and down rhythmically, as if following some kind of wonderful rhythm. The clear water in the bucket comes from a mountain range in the North Lion country. It is known as the clearest water in the world. After it is taken out, it has to go through more than 100 complicated optimization processes. The price of 500 ml is equivalent to a year for an ordinary family. Daily expenses. Except for the top rich, no one can afford it. Liu Sheng drank so much that he had already drank at least several million. Liu Sheng didn't know the value of this clear water, and he didn't care if he knew. What he is doing now is a kind of practice method described in Natural Breathing Method. Take clear water after fasting the grains, adjust the body and mind, and drive away the turbid qi. I don't know if it will work or not, but it should be done right. Liu Sheng soaked in the different marrow fluid for a whole year without any food. Although there is no problem with high-intensity energy intake even without eating anything, it can be regarded as bigu in a certain sense. Liu Sheng drank all the clean water in the room, and he didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he really felt a trace of turbidity go away, giving him a completely new look. It seems that the whole person and the world are naturally closer. I can't understand too many ideas in natural breathing method, so I can only use this stupid way to learn. Liu Sheng laughed at himself, and pressed a button at his hand, and soon a large number of people from the Golden Ring walked in. Clean up the buckets scattered on the floor, and bring in pots of delicious food that have been prepared in advance. Liu Sheng didn't delay, and immediately started eating. If bigu returns to bigu, the desire for tongue and tongue that should be enjoyed should still be enjoyed. He hasn't eaten meat for more than a year, and a bird is almost fading out of his mouth. In the process of eating, a tall, blonde woman with qi and blood strength faintly up to level 8 walked in. Kneeling down beside him respectfully, he handed a small black cloth bag the size of a palm to Liu Sheng. Respected Lord Saint, this is entrusted to you by the seal of God. Liu Sheng recognized this woman as one of the few surviving king seals in Huanyin, nodded slightly, stretched out a hand and shook open the cloth bag casually. Dozens of large and small translucent flocculent crystals were scattered in the cloth bag. All crystals. The total weight is about more than 400 grams. Harold has a heart. Liu Sheng replied casually, didn't say anything, and continued to eat his food. The blonde woman who delivered the things didn't say a word, and Jing quietly knelt beside the tent and accompanied her. 10 minutes later, Liu Sheng stopped eating, indicating that there was no need to bring food in the room. He wiped his mouth and stood up. The blonde woman with the ring seal quickly followed suit. Liu Sheng walked to the window on the west side and looked at the distance casually. He saw a warrior with a ring mark escorting a woman with short silver hair to the top of a coastal reef. Several people stepped forward and executed the woman with cold weapons. After the woman is completely dead, throw it into the sea. It's the traitor, the former second king seal, who was just captured today. The blonde woman following him noticed Liu Sheng's gaze and explained in a low voice. Liu Sheng nodded slightly, then grabbed more than 400 grams of energy crystals that the woman had just sent, and stepped out of the window in one step. Wait for the day when Harold is ready to leave. Notice me. After Liu Sheng finished speaking, the whole person had appeared above the sea area, and his figure fell into the sea like a meteor. Before the pressure he was expecting came, he could only seek some natural external pressure to assist his cultivation. Originally, he planned to return to the Dragon Kingdom immediately, but according to what Harold said, the World Grand Master Conference is about to begin, so he simply decided to wait until the end. The blonde woman witnessed Liu Sheng's figure disappear. Her expression was filled with awe. She said yes, regardless of whether Liu Sheng could hear it or not. She turned and hurriedly left the room. On the other side of the ocean, Dragon Country, Central Military Region. In the highest conference room, the 5 marshals of the Dragon Kingdom's military department, as well as many figures with awe-inspiring and powerful auras, sat around a table. Many of them are military leaders who have withdrawn from the stage and have been hidden behind the scenes for a long time. Many people's qualifications, achievements, and status are even higher than the 5 marshals. The background of the Dragon Kingdom's military is revealed at this moment. The highest meeting of the military department this time has only one theme, Lu Sheng. According to the latest and most reliable news, Lu Sheng is indeed still alive, in good condition, and will return soon. The first news at the beginning of the meeting lifted the spirits of many participants. Can you contact Lu Sheng? Can you confirm his specific situation and exact return time? Some military figures couldn't help asking urgently. The announcer shook his head. Currently we can only wait for Lu Sheng to contact us unilaterally, but we cannot contact Lu Sheng, nor can we confirm his location. But tracing the source of the signal, it can be judged that he should be near the South Eagle Ocean now. As long as it is confirmed that Lu Sheng is fine, he has his own considerations, and we don't have to worry about him. A grey-haired military chief said slowly, and everyone nodded. At this time, someone said, then this World Grandmaster competition, shall we still send people to participate? The World Grandmaster competition is the world's highest Grandmaster proving ground and arena. In the past, in order to produce a martial saint-level powerhouse, Wang Miao's, the military department sent elites to participate in each session. Now that the existence of Lu Sheng, the future martial saint, can be confirmed, this kind of bloody trial seems to be avoidable. Someone said in a deep voice, participate, why not participate? Not only to participate, but to go all out. I'm afraid everyone has forgotten that the World Grandmaster Conference is a place of competitive trials in our eyes. But in the eyes of Wu Sheng, it is a game field for the division of energy crystal resources. Our military department used to fight for the interests of the three martial sages of the Dragon Kingdom, but this time it is our turn, so there is no reason not to fight. An old man with straight military uniform and full head of gorgeous hair had sparkling eyes and said in a sonorous tone, the future god of our military department is about to return and bring us the glory that we have not had for more than 200 years. You should also prepare a big congratulatory gift for him. Saying this sentence, the bodies of many military leaders in the conference hall were all slightly shaken, and the eyes of each of them burst into light, and the ambitions that had been dusted by time were awakened in their bodies little by little. Be prepared as a congratulatory gift. Looks like I'm waiting for these old bones, it's time to come out and move around. Haha, it's a big victory. I wish the god of our military department returns. 378 Great Sun Mu Donghai, God in charge of the sun. 3. The top of the tower. Open on all sides, there are clouds and mists, and heaven moves and wanders wantonly. Those who live here for a long time will also have a strong ethereal and dusty atmosphere in their temperament and aura. Inside the tower, there are two figures, one sitting and the other standing. The ones sitting on the ground were all dressed in white martial robes. They were all of average stature and appearance, their eyes were slightly closed, and they seemed to be around 40 years old. In front of him were clear water, dry biscuits, and a long black forged iron knife. The tall and handsome young man stood in front of this person, with a respectful posture, and said, "The World Grandmaster Conference is half a month away, can we prepare to go?" The middle-aged man in white robes with closed eyes nodded slightly, uttering cold words from his mouth. "Can." The handsome young man nodded, immediately took out a brown craft paper bag from his pocket, and handed it to the middle-aged man in white robe respectfully. "What you want? That person's latest information. Leave it alone." "Yes." The young man responded, and said nothing immediately, walked to the side of the edge of the tower, and jumped down from the doorless entrance. The whole person disappeared like a big bird. After the young man left, the white-robed middle-aged man sitting on the ground slowly opened his eyes. His eyes are as warm as jade, exuding a faint luster. After opening his eyes, the original ordinary appearance became no longer ordinary. The middle-aged man in Baipao ate some dry biscuits and drank some water, then picked up the craft paper bag left by the previous youth and tore it open at random, took out a few thin pieces of paper inside. Check it out. After reading it, the middle-aged man in white robe put down the information in his hand. His eyes fell on one of the pieces of paper. A personal profile was displayed above, and there was a photo on the profile. The photo showed a handsome young man with quiet eyes. Next to the photo is his name, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng is not dead, he will return in a short time. Break it and then stand up, is this about to be ready to attack Wu Sheng 970? The middle-aged man in white robe was talking to himself. The body of the 8th level is seriously injured, and it is indeed not the pride of the world. I was wrong. Do you regret it? The middle-aged man in white robe asked himself. His eyes were calm, and he soon had an answer. Nothing to regret. Zhao Ji is nothing but an old waste. Tan's Honggaihu, was a master of Jin at the age of 42, and became a martial saint at the age of 80. The Faxiang was born at the beginning, but it is as huge as a kilometer. Zhao Ji won't know 100 times better than that. If there is a battle between life and death, within 5 strokes, you will be cut by the sword. The middle-aged man in the white robe took a deep breath, and Liu Yun from all sides of the tower gathered one after another, jumping into his mouth and nose, making him look like a mortal person, like a banished fairy. My will is like a golden knife. When I chop everything. The middle-aged man in white robe picked up the long knife in front of him and pointed it. The originally black long knife suddenly became golden, as if it had transformed from a piece of ordinary iron into a legendary magic weapon in an instant. Mere Lu Sheng, even if the talent is so evil, so what? I have seen that the martial arts talent is 10 times stronger than mine, and there are countless evildoers who are 100 times stronger. In the end, I am not the only one sitting here. The middle-aged man in the white robe calmly looked at the golden knife in his hand, and said word by word, calmly but firmly, Tan's Honggaihu, will definitely be the first person to leave this planet. In an elegant courtyard, a handsome young man with his eyes closed, sat cross-legged on a kingshi board, with medicine tubes, bottles and cans placed in front of him, as if he was practicing breath adjustment. At this time, a middle-aged man with a short beard, a Chinese character face and a short beard came out of the room. Seeing the boy, he asked, Zhao Ji, are you going? The young man opened his eyes and replied with gloomy eyes, do you think I can still go with my current state? The middle-aged man smiled narrowly, I'm just asking you as a routine. It's a pity, for many years to come, you won't have the Nengjing share of the Dragon Kingdom. The young man's face was ugly, he seemed to open his mouth to scold, but he remembered something, held back abruptly, just gritted his teeth and said, don't forget to exchange for me the potion that can heal the spirit of martial arts from the leader. Once you get the potion, I will naturally give it to you at double the price. Don't worry, this kind of good thing, you will never forget me. The middle-aged man laughed and strode out of the courtyard. After the person left, the young man's ugly face eased a little, and he muttered to himself, as long as Lin Zhenjiao can successfully replace me with 2 bottles of nourishing liquid this time, I am sure that within 3 years, I will be able to recover from the injury of the martial arts soul. Recover at least 80%. When the strength recovers a bit, take over the foundation of Jidao martial arts again, and then slowly accumulate the family property again. That's Lu Sheng. At the mention of this name, the boy's eyes immediately showed a trace of horror and fear. He didn't die. With his temperament, sooner or later he will find him. I have to figure out a solution first. If it didn't work, he risked everything and sought the protection of Lin Zhenjiao and Tan's Honggaihu. No matter how strong Lu Sheng is, he can still take my life under 2 5th-level martial saints. He didn't dare. He couldn't do it. As if to comfort himself, the boy muttered for a while, his mood gradually calmed down, and he closed his eyes again. The World Grandmaster Conference held once every 10 years is about to begin, and on the Azure Planet, all parties are in a state of flux. A group of masters and masters belonging to various powerful forces from various countries began to leave for the venue where the conference was held. This is a surge of power on the bright side. And that group of people at the top of the world. Also walk out from deep mountains, big rivers, sea abyss. This is a grand event in the world of martial arts. Likewise, too. A gathering of gods among men. Golden Circle Island. Dozens of powerful ring seals stood neatly on the shore. In front of them, a figure stood with hands behind their backs, volleying above the sea level. This figure doesn't look surprising, even, Asia, a little flat. But when he existed, all the light in this world seemed to be taken by him alone, and dozens of masters and masters seemed dim. The invisible general trend of the world revolves slightly around him, and he is the center of the world, the only one between the sea and the sky. But this center, the only one, was standing quietly with the other grandmasters and grandmasters at this time, as if waiting for something, and there was no sign of impatience on his face. Soon, the sea level in front of you had an abnormality. Silently, a huge gap appeared in the calm sea level, and the sea water separated to both sides. There is a billowing heat wave, accompanied by a strong radiance gushing from the bottom of the sea. A large amount of water vapor rose from the sea surface, covering the entire sea area in an instant, turning the sea surface into a vast expanse of whiteness. There are also large groups of fish and shrimp floating up, which have been completely cooked. A Grand Master standing on the shore. There was a huge expression of emotion on their faces. Then this moving expression turned into deep awe, revealed on the surface. This scene reminded them of the great sun bathing the East China Sea, the sun rising from the sea. In the era of the round sky and the earth, the ancients generally believed that the sun and the moon in the sky were governed by gods. The sun god drives the sun chariot, emerges from the sea in the early morning, circles the sky, and returns to the water at night. If the myth is true, the scene in front of me. It is the best proof. The god of the sun, who is in charge of light and heat, is slowly coming out of his palace under the sea. A body radiating infinite light and heat stepped out of the sea step by step. From the moment this figure appeared, the rules and balance of this world were broken. The light that originally gathered on the person on the sea level was taken away in an instant. The general trend of the world around him was also severely broken up. The person who came out of the bottom of the sea descended slowly with a posture as if he ruled the world. Then, the light and heat converged within a few breaths, and all wonders and visions disappeared. A black-haired young man who was described as majestic and calm-eyed finally appeared in front of everyone. Grown-ups. Harold took a step forward and bowed slightly to show respect. As the highest ruler of the Ring Seal, a 9th-level warrior, Harold didn't feel anything wrong. Even, he felt that it was some kind of honor. Not everyone has the opportunity to get acquainted with a powerhouse like Sheng. He's gotten stronger. Harold could clearly feel that Sheng's gaze fell on him, like two fiery pillars of fire, giving him a slightly burning sensation on his skin. Let him tremble. Sheng once said that he only had an 8th grade, and Harold didn't believe a word of it. This is the 8th level? This is the 8th level, I cut off my head, an Angxing Wushan and Lei can go together. A guide. Definitely an existence at the level of a guide. Even if not, the difference is not far. Ready? Sheng glanced at the many ring seal masters behind Harold, and asked casually. In the previous battle, the ring seal masters were almost killed and wounded. It didn't take long for a bunch of them to appear again. I don't know where Harold found them. Everything is ready and ready to go at any time. Harold replied respectfully. Then let's go. Sheng nodded lightly. So Harold stretched out his hand, and a small pale gold private jet flew out of Golden Circle Island. Sheng and Harold stepped into the private jet as soon as they moved their feet. The cabin is luxuriously decorated, wine cabinet, TV, bed, as long as you can think of it, almost everything is available. There are also 6 top beauties with different skin colors and hair colors in revealing stewardess uniforms in the cabin. Seeing Sheng's unwavering expression, Harold gave him a look, and the 6 stewardesses immediately retreated to the rear cabin. Liu Sheng randomly found a seat and sat down. The first thing he did was to check his current strength. 379. Accompanying the saint is like accompanying the tiger, the 10th level of the 5 realms that. The martial body is as bright as a star map. Immortal cells are dotted in it, which are nodes and sources. In more than 2 months, the number of Liu Sheng's immortal cells soared again. From the original 190, directly upgrade to the level of 278. There are 88 more. The effect of Nengjing is so good, it is worthy of being a starry sky resource that even martial saints have to fight for, and high-level civilization powerhouses have to guard and harvest. A total of 278 immortal cells are distributed in Liu Sheng's martial body. After the number of immortal cells exceeded 200, some strange changes occurred in the stellar veins within the immortal body. It's like a qualitative change when the power system is perfected to a certain level. His heart seems to have become a miniature star, or a star seed. Boom boom. With every heartbeat, along with the rhythm of breathing, the brightness of the stellar vein map in the body also changes from light to dark. Turning his mind slightly, every breath he exhales will bring the temperature of the stars, and the surface of the skin will also emit a trace of unimaginable high temperature. Even if the aura is restrained to the extreme, the people sitting next to him will feel hot and unbearable. It's like sitting on the edge of a burning stove and eating hot pot under the sun on a hot summer day, sweat rolling down. If the time is a little longer, the whole person will be king. I'm punching now. Liu Sheng subconsciously compared the head of Harold who was sitting opposite him. Harold, who was tasting coffee, suddenly felt his scalp tighten, and large goosebumps appeared on his back, as if he had been pierced by countless red-hot steel needles. There was a great horror in my heart, a great terror. Turning his head suddenly, he saw Liu Sheng just looking away as if nothing had happened. My lord, this is the energy crystal collected from the Dark Star and the Black Demon Society. I forgot before, there should be some remaining, I will give it to you later. Harold stood up in a hurry, took out a small black cloth bag from his pocket, and handed it to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng! Would you believe me if I said I didn't mean that? Good. Liu Sheng didn't refuse and accepted it. I waited casually and found that this batch of energy crystals weighed more than 600 grams. Including the batch that Harold gave him before, there was already a kilogram. It has to be said that this resource came quickly. Seeing that Liu Sheng accepted the resources, Harold breathed a sigh of relief, and the imminent killing intent gradually faded away. Even so, Harold still sat a little further away from Liu Sheng without leaving a trace. He remembered an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, companionship with a king is like companionship with a tiger. Harold didn't quite understand it before, but now he understands what it means. Staying with someone who can decide your life or death at any time is indeed like being with a beast. You never know when they will quietly point their fists at your head. XDAJ. The natural breathing method is running crazily in the body, slowly calming down the overflowing energy of the 278 immortal cells. It's because the strength has skyrocketed too fast, and many subtleties have not been fully grasped. In this case, it is best to fight a lot, high-intensity battles, so that I can familiarize myself with this power as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to do things that normal people can do in the future. Kiss your wife and burn the other's mouth. Spending too much time with your family can burn your parents. This is not what Liu Sheng wants to see. Pressure, I need pressure, unprecedented pressure. Liu Sheng's stellar heart was pounding. He now desperately hopes that the World Grandmaster Conference will come soon. 2 martial saints can't bring me pressure, so what about 20, 30, it should be fine. According to Harold, the last time the guides came, there were a total of 24 powerhouses above level 9 counted by Azure Star. 2/3 of it is divided among the major powers today, and the rest is scattered among some small countries and international forces. Liu Sheng suddenly regretted that he had killed the Dark Star Martial Saint and the #1 demon god Pillar Lay of the Black Demon Society so simply. There were only 24 ninth levels in total, and he killed 2 and disabled 1 in one go. 24-3 leaves only 21. Can 21 warriors bring him the pressure he wants? Liu Sheng didn't know. If that doesn't work. The light in Liu Sheng's eyes danced, and he thought silently, maybe we have to pin our hopes on those who guide us. Harold, who was sitting 10 meters away from Liu Sheng, had no idea what a shocking idea was pondering in the head of the man he had always called respectfully. If he knew, he might have jumped up on the spot, opened the plane door and ran away. Staying with Liu Sheng for more than a second felt like my butt was burning. Liu Sheng and Harold didn't have much communication. They closed their eyes and pretended to be asleep, but actually entered the dream space. In the dream space, Liu Sheng sat down at the end of Wuguan Street casually. This kind of sitting cross-legged in front of a dungeon that has been opened by oneself is a very fulfilling thing. He took out his optical brain and searched directly. Call out the 300 years of martial arts, the distribution map of energy crystal production areas. Soon, a global map was presented to Liu Sheng. Each energy crystal origin is marked with a silver light spot. Among them, in a certain area, densely packed silver light spots converge. Liu Sheng identified, it is the Strait of Tarragona in Sheng, the place where the World Grand Master Conference is held. Then there are sporadic points of light all over the world. It is not known whether it has been excavated and explored. There are more or less undiscovered. Now I still have more than 700 grams of energy crystals in my hand. In addition to the origin of these energy crystals, I don't have to worry about resources for the time being. It has to be said that this function in the middle of the dream is still powerful at the level of rebellious husband. The resource distribution points of the entire planet are listed for you, just follow the map to find out. Liu Sheng glanced twice, and wrote down the whole map. Then he put down the optical brain, patted the dust off his buttocks and stood up. It's almost time to get through the dungeon map of No 1359. Liu Sheng had a far-reaching gaze and landed in the center of the base. During the 1 year of sleeping on Golden Ring Island, he thoroughly cleaned up the center and periphery of base 1359. Now only the core area remains unexplored. 0. Ask for flowers. After Wuguan Street was opened, Liu Sheng seemed to have no reason to stop walking. Liu Sheng stretched out his hand, and the black long knife of Gu Xian, the life-killing martial artist, flew into his hand automatically. He walked towards the center of the base. The closer to the center of the base, the rarer the buildings. It's not because of the density of buildings, but most of the buildings were destroyed. The fierceness of the battle far exceeded what Liu Sheng had seen before. When Liu Sheng walked through the last long street where the outline was barely discernible, his footsteps stopped suddenly. At the core of the entire base, there are no buildings. There is only one oversized splash surface. It's like the feeling of a nuclear bomb washing the ground. Except for the huge pit in the middle, it is surrounded by flat ground with small slopes. All buildings, all protrusions, have been swept clean. Liu Sheng once saw this scene when he was overlooking base 1359 from a high altitude, but when he really got close, it was another kind of shocking feeling. Under this level of fighting, are there really remains of the strong? 0. Liu Sheng couldn't help asking himself. Soon, reality told him the answer. Boom! In the huge crater in the center of the base, a breath like a dragon rose suddenly. Then a figure jumped out of the pit and jumped into Liu Sheng's field of vision. This is a tall old man. He has only one arm left, and the left chest is empty, lacking at least a certain amount of stamina. There is a large hole running through his forehead between the brows. The long gun in his hand has no tip, and the tip of the gun is in a state of solidification after melting metal. This should be what Liu Sheng has seen. The strongest zombie with the most severe injuries. But even so, it still couldn't conceal the sharpness of the sky on this person. This old man is like a peerless spear that goes straight into the sky. His sharp edge pierced the sky and split yin and yang. Just staring at Liu Sheng, there was a faint tingling feeling in his eyes. Xi Ling He. His name is Xi Ling He. Liu Sheng recognized the old man's identity and remembered his name. The teacher of Zhao Lengxian, the founder of Hanjik Prison Gundao, and the only 10th level strongman in base 1359 5 Realm Spear Master, Xi Ling He. Liu Sheng once fantasized about defeating Xi Ling He and perfectly inheriting his perfect gun skills. Now, he has finally come to this step. Xi Ling He stood in front of him. There was light in Liu Sheng's eyes, and all the 278 immortal cells in his body were ignited by the fighting spirit. War. The black long knife in his hand made a deep mark on the ground. A quiver that rips the air. Liu Sheng took a step forward, and his whole body turned into a flaming golden meteor, shooting towards the old man with a gun in the sky. There also seemed to be a flash of light in the latter's grey eyes. An ice-blue gun glow bloomed in his hands. One blue and one gold. They collided hard together. Boom! Grown-ups! A voice rang in his ears, and Liu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. Harold's face appeared in the eyes. I heard Harold say to him respectfully, "Have we arrived yet?" 380 Qian Sheng Island, High-Level Resource Exchange Channel. 1. Reached? A moment of trance appeared in Liu Sheng's eyes. It took a while to recover from the absence. He recalled the battle with Xi Ling He in his mind. Liu Sheng finally knew why he was able to suppress Ji Dao Wushan and beat him up in various ways. When he faced an opponent who also possessed 5-level martial arts, he realized how terrifying the 5-level martial arts were. Following the regular spear technique of the veins of heaven, Xi Ling He's gun is not a gun. It's life and death, it's Yulong. Even if his boxing skills have also reached the 5th level, it is extremely difficult to fight against him. It's a bit of a disadvantage to fight with bare hands and weapons. In addition, my boxing skills are far behind Xi Ling He in comprehension of the 5 realms. This weakness is infinitely magnified. Liu Sheng's 278 immortal cells all ignite the fire of divinity, and the state of martial arts is activated, and he fights with Xi Ling He. Still can only maintain a barely tied state. It's much stronger than the 10th level that hurt me back then. Xi Ling He, even among the 10th level powerhouses, should belong to the real top existence. Maybe there is a possibility of reaching the 11th level. Xi Ling He is the one that Liu Sheng has seen so far, and he has the highest attainment in one country in martial arts skills. Really reached the state of perfection. Xi Ling He gave Liu Sheng the pressure he wanted, but unfortunately, it is in the dream space, and cannot be fully fed back into reality. Even so, fighting with such a master of skills will give me a deeper understanding of the 5 realms of martial arts. Liu Sheng took a deep breath and stood up from his seat. At this time, Harold's private plane had already stopped. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The cabin door opened, and in front of Liu Sheng was a lush tropical rainforest. Liu Sheng's mental power dispersed. His current mental power can cover a distance of more than 500 kilometers when fully dispersed. The spiritual power radiated out, and Liu Sheng seed clearly that this is a small tropical island. There are many modern buildings on the island, which are 10 fully developed top-level island resorts. The conference has begun, and all martial saints will gather here to watch the competition. I heard Harold say that the name of this island is Thousand Saints Island, which was named by people from the World Wushu Association. It has to be said that the ambitions of the martial saints of Azure Star are quite lofty. Martial saints like Harold have a large personal territory on the island. There are all kinds of facilities and entertainment in the territory, which can be regarded as the top luxury treatment. Harold led Liu Sheng into a super luxurious single-family villa, and asked respectfully, "There is a dinner before the conference, do you want to attend together?" Liu Sheng asked casually, "What is the dinner party for?" Harold explained, "It's mainly a gathering of martial saints to communicate with each other and exchange what they need, and by the way, submit the list of items they want to exchange to the World Wushu Association." Of course not all martial saints, there are usually many martial saint disciples, subordinates, relatives, etc. to participate. Liu Sheng's expression moved slightly, and he showed me the list. Yes. Harold quickly submitted a detailed list of items to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng flipped through them casually. Life number 3 Nourishing Spirit Liquid, it has a certain nourishing effect on martial arts spirits and can strengthen the Dharma. Price, 2 kilograms of energy crystals per serving. Life number 3 Body Tempering Liquid, it has a certain tempering effect on the martial body, and can strengthen the martial arts. Price, 2 kilograms of energy crystals. There are not many things that can be exchanged on the list, and they are all usable for martial saint level powerhouses. The price is unified by the energy crystal, and the cheapest thing needs to be 1 kilogram of energy crystal. Liu Sheng raised his head and glanced at Harold, and said indifferently, "It seems that you, a 9th level martial saint, are really not very good. For more than 100 years, even 1 kilogram of energy crystals cannot be saved." Harold's face was slightly pale, stained with cold sweat. He forced a smile, and explained, "I have exchanged some things before, so I don't have much wealth left in my hand. But when I think about it, there are quite a few familiar martial saints who owe me a lot of Nengjing, this time I will ask them to come back and give it to my lord." He he. Liu Sheng smiled, but didn't say anything. For an old fox like Harold who has lived for more than 100 years and is a 9th level martial artist, it is normal to have reservations about him. Even if you are really intimidated by his power, it would be really strange if you were frightened by him and offered up your entire family. Continuing to look down, Liu Sheng's eyes moved suddenly and he saw 2 items. 10th level Will Protection Talisman, contains a 10th level strong will, which can be actively stimulated. Exchange price, 30 kilograms energy crystal / piece. Broken Black Star Iron, level 10 weapon material. Exchange price, 1 kilogram of energy crystal / gram. These 2 items are probably the most expensive items in the entire item list, and they are both seen by Liu Sheng. The former can be regarded as explaining the source of Jidao Martial Saint's whole card, why he has the will of a 10th level powerhouse in his hand, and it turned out to be exchanged from here. But the price still surprised Liu Sheng. 30 kilograms of energy crystal, who has been a god in the world for more than 100 years in the Dragon Kingdom, his family background is indeed not comparable to that of the head of an international organization like Harold. The legacy of many martial saint-level powerhouses who fell in the battle between the dragon and the lion, might have been swallowed up by this guy. With a population of hundreds of millions in Dragon Kingdom, based on Zhao Ji's status, the amount of offerings he gets every year at the fingertips is an astronomical figure. Although Huanyan is strong, it is only an organization with less than 10,000 people. How does an organization compare to a country? Not to mention, a lot of research on alien animal genes in the Ring Seal organization had to be maintained by Harold at his own expense. The gap between Zhao Ji and Harold is like the gap between a top ZF official and a private individual. The net worth of the two. There is no comparison at all. The second item was something Liu Sheng had seen in the dream space. When he got the prayer wheel knife, the standard material for the prayer wheel knife was broken black star iron. According to the Tinder Resource Library, star broken iron is a special material from another world. From this list of items, it can be seen that the source of the disasters suffered by the dream space is indeed the same as this world. After Liu Sheng read the entire item exchange list, he casually put the piece of paper aside. He now has a more complete understanding of the entire top layer of the Azure Star, as well as the system architecture above the Azure Star. Open up martial arts civilization, fight against alien beasts, use the outflow control of high-level resources to reasonably control the development process of Civilization 0. The person who came up with this high-level resource exchange channel is very smart. Because the leader only came to Azure Star once every 10 years, even if more than 90% was collected each time according to the rules, less than 10% was left for the local 9th level powerhouses to divide up. However, no matter how cruel the power is, it is impossible to suppress people's greed. Even if there is a high-level martial arts civilization pressing on the head, there will definitely be people secretly hiding energy crystals by various means. Harold is a prime example. Liu Sheng killed 2 martial saints of the same level in front of him, and he dared to hide Nengjing privately, let alone the Azure Star martial saints in a semi-stalking environment. But this high-level resource exchange list forced these warriors to willingly spit out the energy crystals they had hidden. Liu Sheng even guessed that the things on this item exchange list might not be considered precious resources at all in high-level civilizations. Just throw out some leftovers casually, and this group of country martial saints will flock to buy them. Go out of the blue star. Only by stepping out of the blue star and stepping into the starry sky can we know how vast this universe is. Liu Sheng sighed in his heart. At this time, Harold said, "My lord, the person you asked for has come. Do you want to start now?" Liu Sheng glanced at the time, it was already time. If he wanted to go to the so-called martial saint level dinner with Harold in the evening, the preparations he planned should indeed be carried out. "Okay, let them in." Liu Sheng nodded. Harold immediately gave orders. After a while, 2 thin women with slender fingers walked in quickly carrying several boxes. "My lord, we are here to serve you." The 2 knelt down in front of Liu Sheng and Harold respectfully. Liu Sheng didn't say anything, and motioned for them to start directly. The 2 women quickly began to operate on Liu Sheng. 2 hours later, Liu Sheng disinfected the doctor in the room. Instead, there was a mixed-race young man with short curly hair of 0.6 chestnut color, fair skin, profound facial features, and a handsome appearance like an ancient Western sculpture. Liu Sheng stood in front of the full-length mirror, looking at himself in the mirror. His pupils also turned azure blue, with a hint of mixed blood. The whole person has completely transformed from an acme of Oriental aesthetics to an acme of Western aesthetics. I'm afraid that even if I stand in front of my parents now, they won't recognize me, and they even have to stammer to say to me, "Hello, I'm so selfish." Liu Sheng thought about it. My original majestic, sun-like temperament was deeply restrained, and my whole person became as deep as a black hole. Kika. The height and shape have also changed a bit, becoming more in line with the skeleton of Westerners. This is perfect. Liu Sheng touched his cheek and nodded with satisfaction. Harold praised from the side, "Even if you cover up your figure, you are still dazzling, handsome and perfect like a god." Liu Sheng glanced at him, and said calmly, "Even if you flatter me, the energy crystals that should be handed in must not be less than half a gram." Harold, "Yes. 381 the pearl of the world, if you really have to choose, at least like him." 2. Night fell on Holy Island. In the center of Jiansheng Island, Liu Sheng and Harold stood at the gate of a super-large villa manor, overlooking the sea level in the distance. On the deep blue sea, medium-sized and small aircrafts can be seen hovering. On the driveway at the entrance of the manor, luxury cars drove in one after another, and there were men and women dressed in costumes coming down from them, of all races, with faces from east and west. It looked very lively. "My lord, I'm going inside then." Seeing that there were more people, Harold greeted Liu Sheng in a low voice. Liu Sheng nodded. Harold's figure melted into the night and disappeared. In Liu Sheng's spiritual perception, Harold's figure had already appeared dozens of kilometers behind the manor. There is another manor there, which is the place where the real martial arts masters gather. Liu Sheng touched the slightly curly hair hanging from the corners, and walked into the banquet hall behind him calmly. There were already many people in the banquet hall. Liu Sheng walked to a corner rather low-key, picked up the knife and fork on the table, and slowly tasted the delicious food on the table with champagne and red wine. As time went by, the number of people in the banquet hall gradually increased. Almost every one of them is above the strength of a master, and the expensive clothes can't hide their powerful blood. Both men and women have a strong aura, good temperament, and extraordinary appearance. They are all top figures from various countries and forces. Or extraordinary status, or superior strength. This is the real gathering of top celebrities on this planet. Compared with the Chen family birthday party that Liu Sheng participated in 2002, it is completely incomparable. Clatter. Several waves of people walked in from the entrance of the banquet hall, all of them were Oriental faces. Liu Sheng took a glance, unexpectedly seeing several familiar faces. A young man with an ordinary appearance, shining eyes, wearing a wine-red suit, looks majestic, accompanied by a pretty girl in a green skirt. Dong Shenji and Lin Wanwan. Dong Shenji's long shoulder-hanging hair was cut off, and Liu Sheng almost didn't recognize him. Seeing Dong Shenji's piercing eyes, he seems to be in good spirits. Wu Tu has continued, "It's amazing. Does shaving an inch mean starting from scratch?" Dong Shenji's martial arts was interrupted by Liu Sheng himself. He thought he would be decadent for the rest of his life, but he got up again unexpectedly. Reborn from the ashes, maybe there is still hope of level 9 in this life. Dong Shenji and Lin Wanwan can appear here. Liu Sheng is not surprised. The man who led them in was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with strong energy and blood. He should be the chief disciple who surpassed Wu Sheng Lin Zhenjiu or something. Another wave of people, Liu Sheng, also found a familiar face. She is a fair-faced, fair-skinned young woman with quasi-8 strength. When Tong Kuoxing attacked and killed his house in Jidao Martial Art Museum, this woman appeared, and Liu Sheng even asked her to help wash the floor. I don't know the name, but it must be one of Tan's Honggai's subordinates. There was another group of people, making Liu Sheng's eyes froze slightly. The temperament of this group of people seemed out of place in the entire banquet hall. Their demeanor is chilling and iron-blooded, and their gestures exude the aura of superiors who say nothing. The posture is straight, and every step is as if it has been measured with a ruler. And many of them are old men who are over 50 years old, with grey hair, but their vitality and blood have reached the peak, and each of them has a degree comparable to that of the 4 phenomena of extremes. Military veteran. A word popped into Liu Sheng's mind, and he found the average Dong potion in the team behind these veterans. It's indeed the people from the Dragon Kingdom's military department. Longguo's army doesn't have its own martial saint-level powerhouse, and if it wants to fight, it is to help Tan's Honggaiu and Lin Zhenjiu to fight. It's strange that they are willing to send out this kind of treasured immortal sword. Liu Sheng was surprised, and paid a little attention to the few people, thinking whether he should contact them later. Miss Fiona is here. Flower of our union. There was a burst of commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. It seemed that some extraordinary person had arrived, and many people looked up. I saw a girl with long azure blue hair, milky white skin, and an extremely delicate appearance walking in from the door. Girls are all dressed up, whether it is appearance or temperament, they all carry an innate nobility and elegance. People can't help but think of the flower of ice crystals slowly blooming, and the most beautiful gemstone inlaid in the center of the crown. Princesses in fairy tales are nothing more than that. Even Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing when he saw this girl. He could tell that the girl's genes. Very good, very perfect. Far beyond the level of ordinary people. What a beautiful person, like someone who came out of a fairy tale. In the crowd, Lin Wanwan looked at the blue-haired girl who was admired by the crowd, and let out bursts of exclamation. Dong Shenji beside him laughed and joked, "Junior sister, if your aura is stronger, you may not lose to her." Brother Dong made fun of me again. Lin Wanwan shook her head and said eloquently, "She is the president of the World Martial Arts Association and the jewel in the palm of the chairman of the Western Martial Arts Federation. Whether it is status, or appearance, I am far behind her in all aspects. But brother Dong, you. Lin Wanwan took a look at Dong Shenji, and encouraged him, go up and try Bufan, the young talent from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom may be able to win the other party's favor. Dong Shenji smiled wryly and shook his head. Don't be kidding, there are many people who are better than me here, what kind of young talent am I? Senior brother Dong, you are a flood dragon who survived adversity. Even my father praised you for being a 9th level hopeful in this life. How can you belittle yourself? Go up bravely. Forget it, I just came out of the shadows, I don't want to be hit again. Dong Shenji turned his head to look in one direction, and his eyes fell on a tall young man with a stalwart figure and a silent voice. I heard that my elder brother was also beaten by Lu Sheng, and now he lives in the shadows. Shall I go up to comfort him and share my experience of being beaten? My boss has a pair of heroes, and they were all beaten up by the same brother-in-law, what a crime. In the corner of the banquet hall, several vigorous and old military chiefs were holding wine glasses and saying this to each other. The daughter of Cumberland, the president of the World Martial Arts Association, is worthy of the future god of our military department in terms of background, qualifications, and appearance. Do you want to send someone to talk to the world when you go back? Down. A military boss with piercing eyes and calm self-importance held a wine glass and said. You can consider it. You can never have too many congratulatory gifts. Another military chief echoed. No, I don't agree. An old man with a thin body and a sturdy temperament stood up and said with a frown, how can the best and top genes of our Dragon Kingdom military department flow outside? Our Dragon Kingdom has a population of hundreds of millions, is it possible that we can't find a top-notch woman who is worthy of being the god of our army? That's right, Cumberland, the man of the Lion Kingdom, can't be taken lightly. In a few words, several old antiques at the bottom of the box in the military quickly dismissed this idea. Start discussing things about this Grand Master Conference. All of their lifelong military accomplishments were brought out, and they discussed tactics on the table with their fingers dipped in wine. Standing behind the 577 people, a group of young masters of the military department looked at each other, and each of them was silent. I'm exhausted. The blue-haired girl who looks like a fairy tale princess is holding the skirt, which can be regarded as getting rid of the entanglement of the crowd. There was a hint of annoyance on her beautiful face. I really shouldn't come to this kind of banquet. Beside her, a female companion with brilliant blonde hair and good looks, but her brilliance was covered up by her, pursed her lips and said with a light smile, you are the pearl of the world, and the pearl becomes more and more brilliant because of the praise of the world. Fiona shook her head, they only want to possess me because of my preciousness, not simply admiring my beauty. But you will be taken from the crown after all. The female companion asked curiously, did Lord Cumberland talk to you about this matter? What do you think? Fiona looked helpless. My great father told me that it is best to find the partner I like before the end of this conference. Otherwise he might be tempted to help me make the decision himself. My Lord Cumberland is wise. The female companion said sternly, this kind of world event only happens once in 10 years, and the world's top talents gather here. Fiona, I suggest that you'd better do what your father wants you to do. Even in this era, the most beautiful age of a woman's life is not a few decades. Fiona made a thoughtful expression. If you really have to find a mate. She raised her head, and beauty sleep, shining like a diamond, searched around the banquet hall. Suddenly, her gaze paused. Fiona pointed to a figure in the distance, her eyes lighted up slightly, and she said with some interest, at least you have to be like him. The female companion followed her expectations. A slender man in a dark blue suit came into view. 382 Be good, Dad will help you out tomorrow. 3. It was a young man in his early 20s. He has slightly curly chestnut hair, fair skin, and deep and delicate facial features, as if carved out with a carving knife. The young man was holding a silver fork, standing by the dining table, picking and tasting delicacies at will. The simple movements of raising hands and feet give people a strong confidence that they can take it easy no matter what the situation is. Standing there, the young man looked like a starry night, with mysterious and profound, but charming eyes. The female companion stared blankly for a few seconds, then lost her mind, and couldn't help saying, "Fiona, this man's appearance is comparable to yours. If you don't want it, please give it to me. Please, I haven't expressed my opinion yet." The blue-haired girl straightened her skirt, puffed up her chest slightly, and walked quickly towards the young man. "Who said I don't want it? Why did you come here?" Sheng frowned slightly, put down the silver fork in his hand, and was about to walk to the side. His spiritual power enveloped the audience, and no one's every move could escape his eyes. Not to mention the dazzling blue-haired girl Fiona, the daughter of the president of the World Wushu Association. Sheng already knew the identity of the blue-haired girl from other people's conversations. I even heard the conversation between the unsheathed immortal swords in the military department, which was both angry and funny. Sheng didn't know who Cumberland was. But to be able to sit in such positions as the president of the World Wushu Association and the chairman of the Western Wushu League, it is estimated that he is also one of the top few martial saints in the entire Azure Star. Considering that some unpleasant things might happen to him in his future plans, and because of Dong Qingxiu, Sheng didn't want to have anything to do with this so-called flower of the alliance, the pearl of the world. But sometimes, things always backfire. "You should have tried all the food here, do you have any good recommendations?" Fiona stood in front of Sheng lightly and deftly, making a provocative look, and started to strike up a conversation with Sheng. "All very good." Sheng stopped and replied. "Then which ones do you like best?" Fiona opened her big, blinking eyes and asked Sheng seriously. Sheng was silent for a while, pointing his fingers on the dining table. This, all. Let me try." Fiona really tasted all the delicacies as Sheng pointed out. As the core focus of the dinner, Fiona's every move caught the attention of many people. She took the initiative to approach others, and she was still a man. Sheng naturally gets a lot of attention. Some people marveled at his beauty, while others saw the strength under his perfect skin. This person is very powerful, and he looks very young. I don't know which forces young master. On Minjiatang's side, Xin Yuchao, who was dressed in a white suit, looked at Sheng, who was standing with Fiona like a golden boy and a jade girl, with twinkling eyes and said, "There are too many evil geniuses in this world. New faces pop up every once in a while, making people dare not stand still." Pang Huiyu, who also wore a white evening dress, nodded, and said in a complicated tone, "Yes, even a 9th-level martial saint may be at risk of being pulled down from the altar." After a year, Pang Huiyu couldn't help but think of the name that she couldn't believe. A figure that was almost burned into his mind. Is Sheng really alive? Pang Huiyu confirmed again. Xin Yu nodded deceitfully, glanced in a certain direction, and said, "Didn't you see that all the old masters from the military department came out this time? In the past Xizang, the military dispatched all young generals and stars, mainly to sharpen the young masters and help us compete for the share of energy crystals by the way. This time is different, it seems that he is going to fight for himself, because Sheng, the future military saint of the military, has paved the way. The background of the military department cannot be underestimated." Pang Huiyu didn't know whether to be lucky or regretful. It's a pity that Sheng didn't come to the Xizang Congress this time. Yes. Xin Yukong also nodded with a complicated expression, and sighed, "Otherwise, there will be no suspense about Xizang this time. The shares that the adults of my Dragon Kingdom can get will be more." Pang Huiyu seemed to be thinking of something, and couldn't help asking, "When do you think Sheng will be promoted to martial saint?" Xin Yu shook his head, no one knows except himself. He can defeat G-Dao Martial Saint at the 8th level. Once he becomes a Martial Saint, wouldn't he be unstoppable? You underestimate Martial Saint level powerhouses too much. Xin Yukong's eyes flickered, and he said word by word, Liu Sheng is strong, but at least within 100 years. The number 1 in the Dragon Kingdom is still an adult, only an adult. Ji-Dao Wu Sheng can't, Transcendent Wu Sheng can't, Liu Sheng can't either. Xin Yukong's tone was determined, and every word revealed a trace of almost fanatical self-confidence. Liu Sheng left in the middle of the dinner. Mainly because of Fiona. The girl chatted with him for a long time, causing many people to stare at Liu Sheng with jealous eyes. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Liu Sheng left early. Anyway, his purpose of investigating the situation has been achieved, but it's a pity that he couldn't chat with a few veterans of the military department. Liu Sheng felt that if he could establish a good relationship with them first, and then suddenly reveal his true identity, the reaction of several military veterans would be quite amusing. When Liu Sheng returned to the residence, he found that Harold was already waiting. It's just that his face doesn't look very good looking, and he's a little bit annoyed. My lord, I heard that your charm has fascinated the Pearl of the World. Seeing Liu Sheng, Harold asked cautiously. A trace of surprise flashed in Liu Sheng's eyes, you know. Probably the whole Thousand Saints Island has spread. Harold smiled wryly. Then how do you introduce my identity? Nephew. Liu Sheng nodded and didn't say anything. He just saw that Harold was a little bit annoyed, and couldn't help asking, why, did I get you into trouble? Trouble doesn't count. Harold shook his head and said sullenly, it's, you know, my lord, as the president of the World Wushu Association and the chairman of the Western Wushu League. There are quite a few 9th level warriors who want to get in touch with Cumberland. Liu Sheng understood. It was because of Harold that he was intimidated by other martial saints. He couldn't help but find it funny, seeing Harold's constipated appearance. He wanted to reach out and touch the other's head, comforting him, hey, Daddy will help you out tomorrow and I'll come back. Okay, after tomorrow, it will be fine. Liu Sheng said casually. Clear. Harold responded respectfully, and then left, then I won't disturb your lord's rest. After Harold left, Liu Sheng continued to enter the dream space to fight Xi Ling He. Although the pressure Xi Ling He put on him could not be fed back to reality and help him break through. But it can be used to deepen the perception of Wujing boxing, and by the way, to be familiar with the power of immortal cells that control the skyrocketing, there are still many benefits. Nothing to say all night. Dawn broke the next day. The sun rises from the sea level. Liu Sheng changed into a close-fitting combat uniform, and followed Harold towards the center of Thousand Saints Island. There are also many strong ring seals. Liu Sheng was mixed in, both inconspicuous and eye-catching. When we arrived at the destination, almost all the people who attended the dinner yesterday came, including many new and unfamiliar faces. In the center of Sheng Island, there are 30 towers, of which 22 towers have people. There are a large number of general trends of heaven and earth gathered around each tower, giving the tower a towering, ethereal, and unpredictable atmosphere. 22 martial saints. 2 more than the number Harold told. I don't know if it's the martial sage who has never shown up before, or the newly promoted 9th level in the past 10 years. My lord, then I will go up first. Harold said something to Liu Sheng in a low voice, and then told everyone in the ring seal a few words, and appeared in a tall tower in a flash. Liu Sheng felt more than 10 gazes from the tower falling on him. Among them, there is even a slightly hostile coercion that contains the general trend of the world. He looked along one of them, which was the position of the tallest tower in the middle. A handsome silver-haired middle-aged man was staring at him indifferently. Beside the silver-haired middle-aged man, Fiona, who had a relationship last night, was smiling and waving to him. Liu Sheng took advantage of the situation and lowered his head. Dang, Niu Zhao is really a beauty. If I really came here with ordinary power, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of this sea area after Xizhong ends. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, his expression indifferent. Fiona, is this the kid you fancy? On the tower, the middle-aged silver-haired Cumberland pointed to the handsome chestnut-haired man with slightly drooping eyelids, and asked the blue-haired girl beside him. Fiona nodded and said with a smile, "Father, didn't you tell me to choose a partner? I think he's pretty good, and he treats my temper very well in every way." "Fiona, you don't choose a mate just by looks." The silver-haired middle-aged Cumberland shook his head. "Father, I didn't see him purely because of his looks. Besides, isn't it your request to me to find a partner that I am quite satisfied with before this conference?" Fiona put away her smile and retorted seriously. "This person is the nephew of Harold Huanyan. Huanyan is not a famous force. Harold's strength background is also average." Cumberland said lightly, "You can change it, this person is not good." "Father!" Fiona cried. Cumberland was unmoved, but said indifferently, "Be quiet, because the meeting will start soon." The expression on Fiona's pretty face changed, and she finally stomped her feet in dissatisfaction and calmed down. 383 Only greed can motivate me, and motivation can put pressure on me. 4. The competition rules of this World Grandmaster Conference are as follows. After everyone has arrived, the rules are read out. On the way here, Liu Sheng had already heard Harold introduce the rules of the World Grandmaster competition. The conference is divided into 2 phases. The first stage is that all participants enter the energy crystal production area in bulk to collect energy crystals. The rules are similar to those of the martial arts exercise in the whole military region of Longguo. The process can attack and compete with each other. In the end, all the energy crystals obtained will be handed in, and the conference will give corresponding points according to the number of energy crystals handed in. The second stage is the competition. Also points system. The sum of the points of the 2 stages is the final result of the martial saint forces of all parties. And the share of energy crystals collected in this conference will also be distributed according to this result. In contrast, the second stage is more important, and the cumulative number of points is also larger. But Liu Sheng was heading for the first stage. On the way here, Liu Sheng kept thinking. What kind of method is there to make more than 20 martial saints present at the meeting attack him in groups, thereby giving him the desired pressure to achieve the purpose of refining his spirit and martial body? Later, Liu Sheng thought of it. Energy crystals. I just need to destroy this energy crystal collection operation and firmly control all energy crystals in my own hands. The light in Liu Sheng's eyes danced, and bold and crazy ideas spread and grew in his heart. These 9th level sitting on top of the high tower will definitely jump up like burning buttocks, rushing to take my life. At that time, I can one by one blow them all up. Call _____. Liu Sheng exhaled lightly, thinking about that picture makes me feel good. Okay, let's start distributing bracelets. This bracelet is a tool for you to find energy crystals. 237 can detect the existence of energy crystals within a certain range. At the same time, it also has the functions of monitoring, positioning. After the rules were read out, the conference began to distribute a special black bracelet to each participating Grandmaster. Liu Sheng also received one and put it on his left wrist casually. According to Harold, the energy crystals were originally collected by ordinary warriors. But in this way, there is a great possibility of guarding and stealing, and it is impossible for all the martial arts saints in the world to stay near the sea area of the production area and stare at it. It was only later that someone proposed this method, and it was adopted once every 10 years. Let the martial arts masters of their respective subordinates go and compete by the way. Mutual supervision, although it cannot completely ensure that everyone is not tricky, but at least it is more reliable and convincing than the previous form. Liu Sheng put on the bracelet, and casually ordered the person with the ring seal to move freely, and then went to Sheng Island by himself. Quite a few people were like him, and there were a few who belonged to unknown forces, staring at Liu Sheng's back with flickering eyes, and quietly followed. This handsome boy with the ring seal is really brave, with so many forces following him, he dares to act alone. I don't know whether to call him brave or stupid. Pang Huiyu looked at Liu Shenjiayuan's back and said emotionally. Don't worry about anyone else. Xin Yuchao next to him said lightly, let's talk about it ourselves. Remember not to stay too far away from me, otherwise there will be a risk of being robbed. No. Pang Huiyu nodded, and the group of Ming Yutang went to a sea or line under the leadership of Xin Yuyuan. The same goes for beyond martial arts. This time, the one who surpassed the martial arts team, ACI, was the closed-door disciple who surpassed Wu Shenglin Zhenjiu, a middle-aged man with a calm temperament, who was close to 100 years old, and his strength belonged to the top group of people under Wu Sheng. Junior brother Lin, junior brother Dong, each of you leads a team. Let's split up and report the situation immediately. Yes. Dong Shenji and another young man in his 30s nodded in response. This time, the disciples who surpassed the three major disciples of the martial sage, as well as many disciples of the great masters, all came, so it can be said that they are well prepared. Those who surpassed the martial arts hall also left quickly. Then there is the Dragon Kingdom Military Department. I planned this course of action according to the distribution map of energy crystal production areas provided by the conference, and the efficiency is the highest. If you want me to say, let's just find a place and rob others. Killing and setting fire to the golden belt, how can it be quicker to rob others? Then you should at least give others some time to collect, right? Robbing now? Grab a fart. Then collect first, then rob. Okay, grab the fuck. The three military officers held the immortal sword at the bottom of the box, discussed intensely, and quickly finalized the plan for this operation. Behind him, Dong Potion and a group of young generals and stars followed silently, with unknown expressions on their faces. The leader of the team is not a big boss in the military department, it is clearly three old army ruffians. Zie. Just wanted to go home. Liu Sheng traveled to a sea area and stopped. Tap the bracelet on your wrist with your finger, and soon a holographic map will appear. It is the map of this sea area, and there are a lot of light spots distributed on the map. Each dot of light represents a location where a power crystal was once produced. It can be regarded as a map of the distribution of energy products. Liu Sheng compared this distribution map with the distribution map of energy crystals that he had searched from the fire resource library recorded in his mind. Quickly screen out those energy crystal production points that have not been discovered by others. Collect some as soon as possible, and then go grab others. Liu Sheng quickly made a decision. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly, and his head turned to the side behind him. But soon calmed down again. Forget it, I don't have time to play with them, we just clean up together later. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng's body quickly submerged below the surface of the sea. Switching to the breath of water, the whole person swam towards a deeper and farther direction as quickly as a fish. Not long after, two figures came on the white waves. Stop at the spot where Liu Sheng was just now. This kid is clever, he ran away so quickly. A man with a gloomy expression spoke. A cold light flickered in the eyes of the person next to him, and said, you can escape for a while, but you can't escape for a lifetime. No one dares to touch Fei Jiaogui's Misuna. In this Xizhong conference, he is destined not to be able to get out of Thousand Saints Island alive. The two said, turned, and left. At this time, Sheng Island. A group of martial saints sitting on the tower and their relatives were chatting casually. Why didn't Dark Star and Lei come this time? I don't know, maybe there is something wrong. It's cheaper for Harold. Without the obstruction of the Dark Star and the Dark Society, their ring marks can be divided more. I'm afraid I'll burst my stomach by wanting to eat too much. Don't you think so, Harold? A martial saint-level powerhouse looked at Harold on a tall tower with a sneer. All eyes focused on Harold, but Harold himself remained expressionless and remained motionless. No one could see what was going on in his heart. On another high tower, Lin Wanwan curiously asked the Cheyu martial saint beside him, "Father, why are so many people targeting that martial saint?" Lin Zhenjiu, who had a square face and a short beard, glanced at him and said calmly, "Everyone wants to be Cumberland's son-in-law, but not everyone is qualified." Lin Wanwan showed a surprised expression on her face, and couldn't help but said, "Isn't it enough for a martial saint to be the backstage? An ordinary martial artist would be enough, but it's a pity that he is Cumberland." Lin Zhenjiu said leisurely, "The president of the World Martial Arts Association and the president of the Western Martial Arts Federation, his own strength ranks among the top 5 on this planet. How can Harold, the nephew of a mere martial saint, be able to reach such a high lintel? It's a pity, that boy is so pretty, I thought he was a good match for Fiona before." Lin Wanwan sighed softly twice, and suddenly asked, "Father, if it's your face, are you qualified?" Lin Zhenjiu choked on Lin Wanwan's words, "Why do you ask that? I encouraged senior brother Dong to go pick up Fiona. Don't have such thoughts in the future." Found it. The seabed was more than 8,000 meters away. Liu Sheng's expression changed, and he swam quickly in one direction. Not long after, the bracelet on his hand began to emit a glistening white light, and the light became brighter and brighter as he swam. Soon, a cluster of corals exuding a faint white light appeared in front of Liu Sheng's eyes. He leaned over and saw that the coral was covered with large and small energy crystals that looked like broken glass diamonds. With one roll of Liu Sheng's mental power, all the energy crystals on the coral fell off. The white light on the shed corals and energy crystals immediately converges and becomes inconspicuous. Using the explanation of the Fire Resource Library, the energy crystal is a kind of energy crystal that overflows from the core of the planet to the surface. Like blood from a wound, gum from a tree trunk. In a sense, it's a renewable resource. Liu Sheng weighed the energy crystals he collected this time, which weighed 700 or 800 grams. Because this is the first collection, there are especially many. If you pick more, it will gradually become less. No wonder you have to pick once every 10 years. Liu Sheng thought about it, put the energy crystal in his back pocket, and then went to the next energy crystal production point. Collect as much as possible, the more the better. Anyway, I don't intend to hand over these energy crystals. The more wealth you have, the more you can arouse the greed of martial saints. Only with greed can there be motivation. Motivated to give me the pressure I want. Another chapter in the morning. 384 Confidence, to some extent, is still there. Destroyed, how could it be him? 1. Wow! A huge opening opened in the blue sea, and Liu Sheng walked out slowly from the bottom of the sea. Steam billowed from under the sea, like boiling soup. Liu Sheng grabbed a black package and threw it behind his back. The package is bulging, and there is a crisp sound of crystal fragments colliding from time to time. It is full of energy crystals, weighing more than 100 kilograms. Liu Sheng searched along the distribution map, and the more he searched, the more he searched. In some cases, he could collect more than 10 kilograms of energy crystals in one place. It's hard to imagine that there are so many magical substances on this planet. Sometimes you are only one step away from the truth of the world, and taking that step is a completely different world. It's almost time, it's time to go to the second step. Liu Sheng's mental power radiated out. In an instant, hundreds of kilometers of waters covered Fang Yuan, and countless pictures and information came into his mind. After achieving the amethyst human form, Liu Sheng didn't know if amethyst's spiritual power had reached level 9, but it was definitely much higher than level 8. Quantity is second, the key is quality. The position of each of the many people who participated in this World Grandmaster Conference was clearly reflected in Liu Sheng's mind. Coincidentally, let's start with you. Liu Sheng twitched the corner of his mouth, and his figure disappeared in a flash. A small island in the sea, only a few kilometers in size, except for a few coconut trees, there is nothing else. A group of people from Ming Yutang gathered on the small island to take stock of the harvest. How many do you have in total? Xin Yuzong asked everyone around him. I don't have much here, it looks like more than 100 grams. Peng Huiyu took out her small cloth bag, opened it, and inside was a handful of broken diamond-like crystals. I have more than 300 grams. I have more than 200. I look like 150. The others in Ming Yutang gathered the energy crystals they had harvested one after another. Roughly speaking, they weighed about 3 to 4 kilograms. Not bad. Xin Yukong showed a bit of satisfaction on his face, and said, in the last session, we only won more than 3 kilograms of energy crystals, which is already more than the previous session. If we have the opportunity to grab a few more waves of others, it is estimated that we can break 5 kilograms. The others in Ming Yutang were also quite happy. At this moment, a voice came out suddenly. What if someone robs you? Someone sneered and said, how is it possible? I, Ming Yutang, are united as one, and senior brother Xin Yuzong leads the team, who can snatch us? After speaking, the man suddenly came back to his senses. Who is speaking? Everyone looked at each other with blank faces. Not me. I did not say. It's him. Xin Yukong gazed past the crowd, his face darkened, and he spoke slowly. Everyone suddenly turned their heads to look. I saw a tall and handsome young man with chestnut hair standing on the sea level tens of meters away from them, watching them quietly. It's the guy with the ring. The pupils of everyone in Ming Yutang shrank slightly, and they instantly recognized Liu Sheng's identity. Last night, Fiona, the world's pearl, favored Liu Sheng alone, and was noticed by many people. His appearance has long been known by many people. Your Excellency seems to be very confident in your own strength. Xin Yu cheated out of the crowd, walked up to the sea level step by step, and was at eye level with Liu Sheng. He looked calm, but his body was moving slowly. There was a click sound coming from his body, as if mechanical gears were turning and starting. A powerful momentum rose from Xin Yu's body. Strong, thick, solid, round. It is like a beautiful jade in the sky, integrated into one. Everyone in Ming Yutang, including Peng Huiyu, also put down their belongings and walked forward step by step. Each of them has calm eyes, a calm temperament, and an indescribable sense of tenacity and strength. It is reminiscent of pebbles washed countless times by streams. The edges and corners have been worn away, but it has 10 times and 100 times the toughness of ordinary stones. The 14 members of Yue Tang, this time. Everyone is carefully guided and cultivated by Tan's Hongaiu, from the humble beginnings to the present, each of them is a top master of the master and master. They have absolute confidence to face any storm. From the appearance of Liu Sheng to the aura of everyone in Ming Yutang, it took only a few breaths. On the small island, a jade wall as solid as gold soup has already appeared. Confident. Facing all this, Liu Sheng twitched the corners of his mouth, raising a slight upward arc. There is still a little bit. In the next second, he stepped on the wave surface and walked towards the crowd. Well done. Xin Yuki's face remained unchanged, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he rushed directly to meet Liu Sheng as soon as he moved. Xin Yukong raised his arm, and the white ganglion as thick as lead and mercury adhered to his arm, like a sharp spear rising into the sky, stabbing at Liu Sheng viciously. Liu Sheng didn't even look at it, and just slapped it casually. The power of the palm breaks the wind, bringing out some waves in the air. It collided with Xin Yu's arm without any fancy. No hindrance at all. Kika. There was a crisp bone-cracking sound, and the big gun was broken inch by inch. The white and smooth palms moved forward, breaking Xin Yu's arm and imprinting it on his chest. Xin Yu's chest quickly sunken and collapsed. Then the whole person flew away quickly like a kite with a broken string, without even having time to make a sound. A group of Ming Yutang masters who fell behind Xin Yukong were about to make a move, and they were stunned instantly when they saw this scene. They expected countless possibilities, but they never thought about it at all. The dignified Minjiatang number 1, the number 1 person under Tan's Honggaihu's seat, the super top Daizong, Naka was stationed in the hands of that handsome and outrageous young man, and was seriously injured and sent flying so easily. The process was as if the other party reached out and broke a straw growing on the side of the road at will. How can it be described as a crushing one? But before they were shocked, Lu Sheng rushed into their crowd. A few simple gestures of raising hands and feet. It's like an elephant ran into a dandelion bush. Boom! Figures flew around. In just a few blinks of an eye, the originally impregnable line of defense completely collapsed and dissipated. There was only one figure standing alone on the entire island. Pang Huiyu stood where he was, his body was still ready to make a move, and he hadn't reacted yet. Lu Sheng had a little impression of this woman, so he ignored her. Shi Shiran walked up to her, bent down and picked up several kilograms of energy crystals scattered on the ground, and put them into the backpack behind him. During the process, Pang Huiyu seemed to come to his senses and wanted to stop it. Zero ask for flowers 00. Lu Sheng glanced at her casually. The two looked at each other. Boom! Pang Huiyu froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. Lu Sheng's eyes spanned time and space, and suddenly coincided with the eyes that someone stood under a street lamp on a late autumn night and handed to her after punching Ji Dao Tong Kuxing to death. Lu Sheng left quickly. Pang Huiyu was still in a daze, his face full of bewilderment and shock. That look, is it him? How could it be him? Impossible. Lu Sheng was cruising in the sea quickly, and when he met someone, he went up to grab the energy crystal and left. Boom! Countless layers of sonic booms were stacked together, and the sea surface was like a huge invisible meteorite falling down, setting off a huge wave like a tsunami. Lu Sheng retracted his fist slowly. In the direction of his punching, a gigantic crater of huge waves several kilometers long and hundreds of meters deep appeared. An invisible force attached to the seawater, preventing the seawater from flowing backwards, forcefully maintaining the spectacle of this terrifying giant pit for a full minute. 0. Looking away, a big man with brown hair, more than 2 meters tall and burly like a giant bear, was shaking like a sieve, and his black face was as white as a piece of paper, without a trace of blood. Do you want to come again? Lu Sheng asked lightly. The big man trembled and shook his head frantically. Energy crystal. 21. Lu Sheng stretched out his hand. The big man quickly took out the energy crystal cloth bag on his body and handed it to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng weighed about 1 kilogram of energy crystals, with a satisfied look on his face. Not bad, go away. The burly man turned around and ran away without saying a word, the speed was so fast that it formed a white waterline on the sea level. Halfway through, I looked back. The position where Lu Sheng punched. Originally, there was another companion of his standing there. After Lu Sheng punched, his companion instantly evaporated. Hiss! The cold air rushed into the skull, causing a sharp pain in the forehead, and the unstoppable numbness of the scalp. All the strength of breastfeeding was exhausted, and the distance disappeared in an instant. Lu Sheng weighed his current harvest, probably less than 150 kilograms. It's still too slow. Lu Sheng felt that it was too much effort to find people one by one. It's better to let them come to me. He thought for a while, and tore open the black cloth package containing energy crystals. 150 kilograms of energy crystals scattered out, completely wrapped by his spiritual power. In the sun, it emits a more brilliant brilliance than diamonds. The energy crystal pockets issued by the conference have the function of isolating the energy crystal wave band, so that the bracelet cannot detect it. Sheng tore open the pocket, exposing the energy crystal. In an instant, the bracelet on his hand glowed with an unparalleled intense white light. Sheng thought it was dazzling, so he crushed it directly. Then the old god was standing on the sea, waiting quietly. Under his mental power detection, many people in different directions around him paused for a moment. Then he sprinted towards him like crazy. Come on quickly! Sheng grabbed a handful of energy crystals casually, listening to the sound of them crashing and colliding, with a smile on his face. I can't wait for 385 challenge me, beat me, kill me, these energy crystals are all yours, too. There are dozens of towers on Sheng Island. There is a huge display screen in front of each tower, which broadcasts the action tracks of the strong men under the command of all martial saints. There is also a large screen in the middle, on which is a random carousel. The screens monitored by the wristbands worn by every contestant participating in the Grand Master Conference, the special technology used, and the screens are all presented by the third vision for the best viewing effect. But not many people actually watched it. The process of collecting energy crystals is quite boring, and the monitoring screen is only played as a symbolic supervisory role. Of course, there are also quite concerned. Switch for me. Fiona stood on the edge of the central tower, loudly directing the conference staff below who were in charge of controlling the screen. The silver-haired Wu Sheng Cumberland was expressionless, slowly sipping a cup of top-quality black tea, turning a blind eye to his beloved daughter's behavior. Others naturally have no opinion. So the big screen in the center of the tower kept switching under Fiona's command. Suddenly, a slender and well-proportioned figure with chestnut curly hair jumped out of the screen, like a handsome young man walking out of a classical oil painting. Fiona's eyes lit up, and she said loudly, "Okay, stop, let's just play this." The screen freezes. Those who saw this scene next to 677 couldn't help but secretly sighed in their hearts. It seems that this world pearl really cares about the beautiful boy of Huanyan. Looking at Cumberland with a slightly cold expression, he couldn't help gloating. But it seems that it is not easy to pass Lord Cumberland's level. Ah! At this time, Lin Wanwan, who was standing beside Che Yuwushan, suddenly called out, pointed to the screen in the middle and said in surprise, "Isn't that from Ming Yutang?" Lin Wanwan's words attracted the attention of many people. All eyes looked at the large screen in the middle. Sure enough, from the perspective of the bracelet of the handsome young man in Huanyan, Xin Yuchao and other members of Ming Yutang appeared. The eyes converge on a certain tower. On that high tower, sat a middle-aged man dressed in a white martial robe, with eyes like ice water and a calm expression. One of the three great martial saints of Dragon Kingdom, Ming Yu Martial Saint Tan's Hongaiu. Ming Yu Wushan's capable general seems to be in the top 10 of the last conference, and his strength is still good. Wu Sheng commented, his eyes fell on the handsome young man with chestnut hair in the center of the picture, and he said with a chuckle, "It's really exciting to watch now." Many martial saints also had expressions of interest on their faces. For them who are aloof, this interesting plot is a perfect pastime program. It's like ordinary people sitting in front of the TV. Before the game starts, it's very common to discuss with each other and comment on the players from both sides who are about to play. Xin Yu lied to me that I met him 10 years ago. His strength is slightly inferior to Tang Ji's, but his talent and spirituality are even greater. Nowadays, Tang Ji may not be his opponent. Beyond martial Saint Lin Zhenjiao opened his mouth, his eyes focused on Xin Yuchao in the picture, with a bit of undisguised appreciation in his eyes. Lin Wanwan was slightly surprised. Tang Ji is the leader of Che Yuwuguan's participation in the Xizhong conference this time, and also Lin Zhenjiao's closed chief disciple. He is nearly 100 years old and is second to none among the many disciples of Che Yuwuguan. But now, Lin Zhenjiao personally judged that Tang Jie was not as good as Xin Yu, which was beyond her expectation. Father, is Xin Yu really that strong at cheating? After all, Tan's Honggaihu's most valued disciple, he treats him as his own. If one day Xin Yu cheats and suddenly breaks through the 9th level, I won't be too surprised. Lin Zhenjiao said indifferently, I don't know the strength of that kid Huanyan, but no matter how strong he is only at the level of Xin Yu Yuan. He encounters Ming Yutang's army alone, so he is probably going to be in bad luck. The other martial sages judged the situation similarly to Lin Zhenjiao, because no matter from which aspect, the disadvantage of the handsome young man in Huanyan was too obvious. Fiona in the central tower heard these words, her pretty face tensed slightly, and she said nothing. In the comments of everyone, the handsome young man with chestnut hair and everyone in Ming Yutang quickly met each other. Without any accident, war broke out. Xin Yuqi made the first move, and then... puff! Lin Wanwan took a sip of the tea she just drank and sprayed it out of her mouth. Lin Zhenjiao stopped suddenly when she picked up a piece of pastry and was about to put it in her mouth. On many high towers, the movements of all the warrior-level powerhouses who are paying attention to this battle are also frozen to varying degrees. Even Tan's Honggaihu's eyes fluctuated slightly, his expression unchanged like a glacier for thousands of years. The battle shown on the screen ended in a very short time. It was like a sharp sword piercing the tofu. Within seconds, the sharp edge of the sword is still there, and the tofu is scattered into dregs. Ye Fa's handsome young man is that sharp sword. No one in Ming Yutang, including Xin Yukong, could survive even a single move in his hands. He ran right over. The latter all flew and fell down. Father, this is Xin Yalin, the number 1 person in Minjiatang who surpassed senior brother Tang Jie in strength and broke through the 9th level, as you said. Lin Wanwan wiped the water stains around her mouth, opened her eyes wide and asked Lin Zhenjiao. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Lin Zhenjiao's face, but he quickly returned to normal, staring at the chestnut-haired youth in the picture slightly seriously, and said seriously. It's a mistake, the kid with the ring seal is very strong, very strong. Obviously, Lin Zhenjiao was not the only one who was mistaken. On the contrary, Fiona on the central tower relaxed her pretty face, her beautiful eyes glowed a little, she turned her head and said to the silver-haired middle-aged Cumberland behind her, Did you see father, I have never been a person who only a superficial woman attracted by appearance. Cumberland didn't finish speaking, but just drank his tea lightly. This unexpected result surprised many people, and gradually put more focus on the big screen in the center. Then, the chestnut-haired youth on the screen brought more and more surprises to everyone. He wanders in the sea, no matter what force, any strength, anyone he encounters. They all use a few tricks to solve the battle, or kill or injure, grab the energy crystal and leave. Just like a king galloping on the sea, wherever he goes, no matter how unruly the waves. Also kneel and surrender. The astonishment on the faces of all the 9th level martial saints became more and more intense, while the brilliance in the eyes of Fiona who was located in the central tower became more and more intense. With a smile on her face, she looked back at Cumberland almost every time the battle in the picture ended. As if declaring something, there is a touch of pride flying between the brows. Suddenly, the youth in the picture stopped. He took off the package containing the energy crystals on his back, and tore it open violently. Clatter! A large number of broken diamond spars that shone misty in the sun fell down one after another. The bracelet in the young man's hand burst into dazzling white light, and was crushed by the young man in the next second. The screen is black. What is he going to do? Everyone was amazed. But the split screen on the rest of the screen gave them the answer. On the display screens one by one, the bracelets in the hands of those participating grandmasters all burst out with strong white light, their expressions were shocked and then turned into ecstasy. Chi ran wildly in a certain direction. He's trying to attract everyone. A martial saint-level powerhouse spoke slowly in an inexplicable tone. This kid from Huanyan, he, became the only master at this Xizhong meeting. The expressions of everyone in the field were slightly shaken. On the central tower, the eyes of Fiona, who has long blue hair like crystal waves, are shining with dazzling brilliance. She turned to the silent Cumberland and said loudly, "Father, I have made up my mind. This man is the life partner of my dreams." Boom! On the sea level in the distance, a billowing white wave appeared, and then quickly approached. Then in another direction, the same white waves appeared. Third way, fourth way. With Liu Sheng as the center, white waves appear in all directions. There are figures emerging on every white wave. If you look down from a high altitude, you will see that Liu Sheng seems to be surrounded by groups of people. These people quickly approached Liu Sheng, and at a glance they saw a large number of energy crystals that Liu Sheng casually spread in front of him. A full 150 kilograms. It's the ring boy favored by Miss Fiona. Where did he get so many energy products? He lured us here on purpose? Crazy. Pairs of fiery eyes full of shock, jealousy, and greed converged on Liu Sheng, lingering on the energy crystal. Liu Sheng stood up from the sea level with a calm expression. 1.3 is even somewhat casual and lazy. His gaze scanned the faces all around him. He saw people who surpassed the martial arts hall, several immortal swords from the military department, as well as various forces, great master players from various countries. Liu Sheng stepped on the energy crystal in front of him, making a splashing sound. There was a strange and funny light in his eyes, and a big smile on his face. "Challenge me, beat me, kill me. These energy crystals." Liu Sheng raised his right foot, and a large number of energy crystals flew up and collided. "It's all yours." The voice fell. Boom! Boom! On the sea level, a series of imposing manners rose into the sky, and many figures rushed towards Liu Sheng from all directions without distinction. Like arrows that break through the water from different directions, there is only one common goal. Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng, who was locked by countless murderous intentions, didn't even have a wave in his eyes. He took his time to move his muscles and bones slowly, and whispered to himself. The final warm-up begins. Next second. Boom! The sea collapsed and a tsunami occurred. 386 tsunami level coercion, natural disaster level strength. 3. The first to appear in front of Liu Sheng were two men with short brown hair standing on end, and a sturdy body like a sword. It's twins. Any one of them needs to be. Never mind. Liu Sheng didn't even bother to judge their strength. It's also completely unnecessary. He slapped it casually. The air in front of them immediately showed traces of extreme distortion, and then the expressions on the faces of the two twins began to become horrified, and the sea level under their feet and behind them also suddenly collapsed. Liu Sheng's palm was still more than 10 meters away from them, and the invisible mighty force in his palm had already sent them flying. What big force field, what martial arts will, what 100 training martial body! Under the tremendous force of the 278 immortal cells, they were all smashed to pieces in just one encounter. Liu Sheng didn't need any moves at all, nor did he need to use any master skills or martial arts skills. Just raise your hand. The pure energy and blood power formed an invisible but real huge grinding disc around him. In the mobile room, the surroundings are full of odds and ends. Hit an egg with a stone. But that's all. Your Majesty, the martial Saint Rose of the Eagle Kingdom, the Razor twin brothers who were ranked in the top 5 at the last Xizhong conference were sent flying out without even touching this kid. Those who were slower saw the two figures who were shot upside down like cannonballs, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their faces instantly showed horror. For a moment, they sensed that something was wrong. But by then it seemed too late. Sheng Lu02 combined his palms into a knife, and originally wanted to slash horizontally, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind and changed to sweeping. A thick golden knife ring appeared in the air. There is no front, but it is terrifyingly thick. Clang! The knife ring spread out, and several top-notch strong men who rushed to the front subconsciously burst out the energy and experience of the whole body. But in front of the golden saber ring, it's not even a bubble. It was crushed directly. Boom! Kika. There was a horizontal scar on the chest that collapsed severely, and it was ruptured due to dirty. One after another, the figures who couldn't avoid it flew back faster than when they came. Like straws swept away by sticks. The rest of the people finally stopped their figures, and expressions of horror began to appear on their faces. The fastest ones are almost always the strongest. And this group of people couldn't hold a single move in Liu Sheng's hands, they went up. Isn't it even worse? It turned out that Liu Sheng was a stupid and arrogant lunatic who took out 100 kilograms of energy crystals to attract countless powerful enemies. Only now do I understand. This is nothing but a trap. What fat sheep is this? It's a fire. A blazing, unstoppable fire. Waiting for them, a group of brainless guys, to plunge into it and make a crackling and crispy burnt sound. How can this guy be so strong? Beyond the martial arts hall, Dong Shenji, who rushed up with the senior brother who led the team, stared blankly at Liu Sheng in the distance, and made an unbelievable sound in his mouth. Strong enemy, invincible. Tang Ji, the disciple who led the team, grabbed his shoulders and urged him frantically. Junior brother Dong, let's go. Let's go. It was the first time that Dong Shenji heard such panic words from Tang Ji. His scalp tingled for a while, and he turned and left. My boy, this kid is a monster. On the side of the military headquarters, the three menacing old sabers were also frightened at the moment. Their actions are more decisive and their retreats are faster. For example, there are many people on their side. A dramatic scene happened. Beilang Shuijian, who was panicking before, rushed towards the center where Liu Sheng was, and fled in all directions in a panic. The connection between the two pictures before and after is really a bit laughable. But at this moment, no matter whether it was the scene or the many martial saint-level powerhouses in front of the display screen, no one could laugh. In their eyes. At this moment, Liu Sheng seemed to be transformed into a 100-meter-high dark blue ocean wave. Roaring, rolling, moving. Wants to devour everything around it. Tsunami-level coercion. Suffocating horror power. In the face of natural disasters, manpower is unstoppable, so we can only run away, and the only choice is to run away. Pity. Even if they run, they can't run against Liu Sheng. As soon as Liu Sheng's figure flashed, he had already appeared behind several Western powerhouses in combat uniforms. Before any unnecessary expressions appeared on their faces, Liu Sheng caressed them casually. Kika. The backs of the three of them collapsed immediately, their spines were broken, and they fell into the sea. For Dazong-level powerhouses, a broken spine is not a very serious injury, but it is enough for them to lose their fighting power in a short time. The next breath followed another wave of fleeing people. Same understatement shot, same result. How could Liu Sheng let go of the prey he worked so hard to attract so easily? The 100-kilometer sea area of Fang Yuan seems to have become Liu Sheng's domain. It doesn't take a few breaths for him to reach any place. The fleeing white lines on the sea rapidly decreased. Beyond the martial arts hall, Tang Ji was worried, and said to Dong Shenji and another young man beside him solemnly, if he catches up later, I will try my best to hold him back. You too can. Boom. Before Tang Ji finished speaking, he was suddenly hit hard, and his whole body suddenly fell into the bottom of the sea like a stone. Dong Shenji and the two next to each other looked stunned. Then the pupils shrank fiercely, and a handsome and tall figure was reflected in the pupils. Hold me? Who gave you the confidence? Lin Zhenjiu. Liu Sheng stood in front of Dong Shenji and the two with a casual posture. Dong Shenji and Lin Zhenjia's second disciple beside him felt a chill crazily ascending from the tailbone, spreading throughout the whole body in an instant. The body trembled uncontrollably, which was the most primitive instinctive reaction. No matter how powerful the will of martial arts is, it cannot be contained. Boom! Liu Sheng threw the young man next to Dong Shenji into the sea with a palm, his eyes swept across Dong Shenji's body lightly. Without any action, he took the energy crystal cloth bag on his waist and left. Every strong man who was hit by Liu Sheng before, all the energy crystal bags on his body were gathered by him. Liu Sheng raised his eyes and looked around, and saw that there were only a few military veterans still running on the sea level, so he paused. He flickered and returned to the original position again. Hundreds of black cloth pockets were torn apart simultaneously under the action of mental force. Clatter! A large number of energy crystals poured down and gathered together. Liu Sheng roughly estimated that at least 300 kilograms were available. It's almost over, the warm-up is over, it's time to go back. Liu Sheng squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of Sheng Island, stepping on the sea waves, and walked slowly. With every step he took, the fighting spirit on his body was ignited. Unprecedented. Great battle. It's really exciting. I'm fine. Dong Shenji slowly recovered from his trance. He was already prepared to plunge headfirst into the sea like his senior brother and second senior brother. In the end, the handsome young man who was like a natural disaster and tsunami let him go lightly. Dong Shenji couldn't understand it, but being left and right was a good thing. After slowing down, there were still waves of shock and panic pouring out of my heart. Terrible. It's hard to imagine that such monsters still exist in the 8th level Great Sect realm. It's obviously less than level 9, but brutally killing top sects is like killing chickens and dogs, it's incomprehensible. Almost comparable to Liu Sheng. Dong Shenji could only think of Liu Sheng, the shocking evildoer who could kill martial saints in adversity at the 8th level Dazong realm. Thinking about it now, how ridiculous was my 693 idea of trying to prove invincibility. There are too many people in this world who are 10 times or even 100 times better than me. Dong Shenji looked at the horizon in the distance, and muttered in his mouth, it's a pity that Liu Sheng didn't come, otherwise it wouldn't be the turn of this person to be so arrogant. The evildoer is self-satisfied, the evildoer, hey! Junior brother Dong! A weak call came from below. Dong Shenji lowered his head and saw his two senior brothers lying on the sea weakly. Fuck, I forgot. Dong Shenji just remembered this and rushed over in a hurry. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, don't worry, I'm here to save you. Gone. It seems that they really didn't catch up. The 3 immortal swords of the military department carefully inspected their backs several times, and after confirming that the crisis was resolved, they breathed a sigh of relief and stopped their figures. A group of people, young and old, all had expressions of lingering fear and deep shock on their faces. It's unimaginable that such an evil monster has appeared in the West. It would be great if Liu Sheng, the future god of our army, was here, maybe we can't compete with him. What nonsense are you talking about? A senior military officer stared wide-eyed and scolded loudly, the future god of our military department is here. When beating this person is like beating a dog, no matter how powerful this kid is, he will be awesome in front of us. He dares to provoke Wu Saint. 2. The old men discussed for a while, bragging about missing Liu Sheng, expressing a bit of regret, and feeling that the robbery plan made before was too risky. So it was unanimously decided to return to Sheng Island immediately. Anyway, we have a lot of energy crystals in our hands now. Compared with those who were robbed, it's still a lot. Good luck, everyone was beaten, and we escaped unharmed. Our army's luck is soaring. It is an inevitable trend to turn bad luck into good fortune. Haha. At the same time, many strong men on Sheng Island are also in shock and amazement. 387 Why can you call yourself a saint if you are so useless? 4. Harold, is this really your nephew? A martial sage asked in surprise about Harold, the ring seal on a high tower. Many people also have the same doubts. So far, the strength shown by this handsome young man from Huanyan has far exceeded their expectations. He seems to have created a realm. Even if it is less than the 9th level, it can have almost absolute dominance in the 8th level. It can no longer be described as a genius in the ordinary sense. This is a proud child bred by an era, and it is very likely to stand shoulder to shoulder with us in the future. A neutral Wu Sheng commented pertinently. It has also been recognized by some martial saints. It's hard to imagine that this gene came from the Harold family. A Wu Sheng Yin and Yang said a cold joke in a strange way. It caused a lot of people to chuckle. But more than jealousy. With such younger generations representing Huanyan, this time Huanyan will usher in an unprecedented bumper harvest. Not to mention, the young man in the picture is also favored by Cumberland's only daughter, and the attitude of Cumberland, who was not optimistic before, is a little loose at the moment. If this matter can really be achieved, Harold's status in the global martial arts circle will definitely rise, and the benefits will be too great. But the strange thing is that Harold didn't have much expression on his face, whether it was ridicule or envy. His expression is a little weird, seems a little helpless. Did you see Dad? Fiona was the happiest one in the field, she was proud of her outstanding vision. This is a genius who may stand shoulder to shoulder with you in the future. What are you not satisfied with? The silver-haired martial artist Cumberland put down the porcelain cup in his hand, and said indifferently, character and character have yet to be tested. Although Cumberland's attitude is still icy, it has obviously changed a lot. You are right, father. Fiona smiled brightly, like a victorious queen. On the other side, Lin Zhenjiu and Lin Wanwan's father and daughter were also talking quietly. Eldest senior brother didn't even pass by his hand. He actually let senior brother Dong go. Lin Wanwan's expression is very rich, and she is startled from time to time, which is quite cute. With many sighs on Lin Zhenjiu's face, she said, I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's really hard to imagine that there are geniuses of this level in the world. But think of that one. Lin Zhenjiu paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, the times are advancing too fast, and all kinds of evildoers who are beyond cognition and break the rules are emerging one after another. I am really old. Lin Wanwan's eyes brightened. Father, are you talking about Liu Sheng? Who else could it be if it wasn't Liu Sheng? Speaking of which, Liu Sheng is even more exaggerated than him. He almost killed a martial artist in his 20s. It's a pity that I didn't witness that battle with my own eyes, otherwise it would be many times more shocking than the current scene. Lin Zhenjiu had a regretful expression. Lin Wanwan glanced in one direction, and whispered, Father, I heard that Liu Sheng was once favored by Minjiu martial saint, and he was almost closed. Is it true? Lin Zhenjiu couldn't help laughing, glanced at a middle-aged man in a white robe with an expressionless face on the high tower next to him, and said softly, Tan's Hongyu is known as the Minjiu martial saint. Only Liu Sheng, the peerless jade, was missed. I guess, he probably already regretted his intestines. The white-robed middle-aged man on the tall tower in the distance seemed to sense something, and calmly looked this way. Lin Zhenjiu hurriedly turned serious, and pulled Lin Wanwan to focus on looking forward. At this time, Duanyat, the first stage of the Xizang convention, was almost coming to an end. All the powerhouses who participated in the collection of energy crystals returned one after another. Some were in normal condition, while others were pale, wounded and limped when walking. There are many more of the latter. Then the people in the meeting began to count the weight of the energy crystals collected by everyone and calculate the score. This stage is what martial saints are most concerned about. The figures on the 20-odd high towers are all paying attention to the statistical results. Soon, the weight of energy crystals collected by more than 90% of the contestants was calculated, 132 kilograms. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. This weight is only about 1/3 of the previous one. But the martial saints on the more than 20 towers were not surprised. Because they know that the real big head. It's all on that king young man. But when most of the contestants had arrived, the figure that everyone was looking forward to did not appear for a long time. The kid crushed the bracelet, so he probably ran away. Wu Sheng frowned and spoke. Herald, your people, if something like this happens, you must be responsible. The eyes of martial saints gathered on Herald. Herald suddenly became nervous. Damn, this kind of thing is really not sure. Others regard Liu Sheng as his nephew, but only he knows that he is a dragon that even he can't afford to mess with. The key is that it is easy to pass, no one knows his true identity, and there is no burden to run. When the time comes to throw the pot on him, the more than 20 martial saints on the field will have to tear him apart. The more Harold thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and the martial saint level heart panicked. Just about to stand up and say that he would go find it himself, at this time, someone spoke. Coming. Countless people looked into the distance. On the sea level, a figure came riding the waves. In a blink of an eye, he walked onto Sheng Island. Chestnut hair, exquisite and handsome facial features, no matter what the situation is, he can maintain a calm and strong self-confidence. Who would it be if it wasn't the young man they repeatedly mentioned? Seeing this figure appear, Harold immediately let go of his suspended heart and breathed a sigh of relief. As Liu Sheng walked into the arena, wherever he went, the people around him gave way one after another, actively giving way to a passage. Almost everyone looked at him. Shendu was full of tension and fear. For beasts and sheep, the powerful aura of the return of the Overlord. Fiona ran to the edge of the central tower, leaned on the fence window, looked at Liu Sheng happily, and waved to him. Liu Sheng smiled at Fiona, then walked to the center of the venue. Take off the bulging black package on the back, open it, and dump it. Moment. Clatter. A large number of energy crystals poured on the ground, and piled up directly on the ground to form a hill. Everyone's pupils shrank severely, and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Even the martial saints on more than 20 high towers couldn't help leaning forward a little bit, trying to see clearly. They only knew that Liu Sheng had a lot of energy crystals in his hands, but they didn't expect there to be so many. The weight in Liu Sheng's hands alone can probably cover the total amount of energy crystals in previous years. The final weighing result came out, 345 kilograms. Hiss! There was a gasp of air on the field. On more than 20 towers, Wu Sheng couldn't help standing up with a smile on his face. Even the silver-haired Marshal Saint Cumberland was also moved. He stood up and walked to the edge of the tower, beside Fiona, watching Liu Sheng condescendingly. It seems that he wants to take a good look at this outstanding young man who may become his Cumberland's son-in-law in the future. The total amount of energy crystals collected this time has reached an unprecedented nearly 500 kilograms, which is more than 100 kilograms more than before. This also means that the share of energy crystals that the martial saints present will be able to share this time will also far exceed the previous ones. This is a hugely good thing. Young man, your excellence is obvious to all. The silver-haired martial saint looked at Liu Sheng with a touch of admiration in his eyes, and said, the final victory and glory will definitely belong to you. Tell me your name, you are entitled to be remembered by everyone present. Fiona looked excitedly at Liu Sheng below, her joy was beyond words. She now has an urgent desire to tell everyone loudly. Yes, this is the man, he is the man I, Fiona, is looking for, and only he is qualified to take away the dazzling jewel in my crown. Others in the field also looked at Liu Sheng with envious or even jealous eyes. Can get the president of the World Martial Arts Association, the chairman of the Western Martial Arts Federation, and the top martial artist Cumberland's personal approval. This young man from Huanyan, after the Sejong this time, is bound to make great strides and become a sensation all over the world. Fame, flowers, light. At this moment, all eyes in the arena were on Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng was like adding a halo to his body, and his already eye-catching demeanor became even more dazzling. He suddenly became the center of the scene, the protagonist of the meeting. And Liu Sheng does have such qualifications. Facing the admiration of the silver-haired Wu Shengqian, Liao Zhao, Bolan and the attention of everyone, instead of being impetuous and proud, he was polite and humble like a perfect gentleman. He replied politely to Cumberland. "Dear silver-haired martial saint, before I tell you your name, I have a small question that I would like to get an answer from all the adults present. Don't know if it's okay." "Oh." Cumberland showed some curiosity on his face, but he didn't say anything. He nodded with a smile and said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask them." "Thank you, my lord." Liu endured the numbness and nausea, imitating Cumberland's accent, looking up at the figures on the towers. His eyes swept over Cumberland who was full of appreciation, Fiona who was smiling all over his face, Harold who looked weird, Zhenjiao who surpassed Wu Shenglin, and Lian Zhong. Sweep over everyone on the tower. Then, open your mouth calmly. My little question is, my lords are so useless, why? You can also stand on the tower and call yourself a saint. Liu Sheng's words fell. All of a sudden, the crowd, expressions and movements, all fixed. In the past 2 days at night, my stomach hurts badly. I will write tomorrow. I will go to rest first. Sorry. 388 in the 317th year of martial arts, Zuju of the Azure Star, the battle sage on the Xisha Ocean. What did you say? The silver-haired martial artist Cumberland wondered if he had heard wrong. Liu Sheng smiled slightly, and then, step by step into the sky, open your arms. The disguise on his body melted as quickly as wax, revealing the original appearance underneath. The slightly curly chestnut hair became straight, the facial features changed, and the body shape kaka changed slightly. After just a few breaths, a perfect body like a creation from heaven appeared in front of everyone. It is an oriental face. In an instant, the eyes of many people on the tower and below the tower suddenly widened, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. It turned out to be him. A series of incomparably shocked eyes focused on Liu Sheng, but Liu Sheng turned a deaf ear. He inhaled slightly, and an inexplicable force surged out of his body. 5-finger grip. Boom. In an instant, the 30 high towers in the field exploded together, and began to collapse from the bottom. The first step is to smash the tower. Liu Sheng whispered to himself. Boom. 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 Amidst the billowing smoke and dust from the collapse of the tower, a mighty aura that connected the sky and the earth rose suddenly. The light converges, and the silhouette of a titan is generated. The silver-haired Wu Sheng Cumberland stepped out of the dust, his handsome face was full of cruelty and sternness. Who are you? The corners of Liu Sheng's mouth rose slightly, and the fiery fighting intent danced in his eyes. His body tensed like a big bow, and then suddenly relaxed. Rush out like light over an arrow. Under Fiona's astonished gaze, she punched Cumberland hard on the cheek, sending him flying. Beat me, I'll tell you again. Boom. The two figures disappeared into Jiansheng Island, 4 places in the sight of everyone. But soon, clusters of exploding flames soared into the sky, beautiful buildings quickly collapsed, and rows of tropical trees fell down. The two figures came back to everyone's sight, fighting together. The large expanses of heaven and earth on Jiansheng Island were stirred up, but before they could condense, they were continuously broken up. A figure was crushed and beaten violently by another figure. The assailant is tall, young, and handsome like the eyes of gods. Every time he punches, it seems that the rules of heaven and earth are in the sky, and the so-called general trend is stirred wantonly in his hands like a paste. The beaten person had disheveled silver hair, was passive and had almost no strength to parry, and his embarrassing figure had long since lost the elegance and calmness of the past. Everyone was stunned, including those 9th-level martial saints who came down from the tower. At this time, Cumberland's voice of panic and anger billowed from a distance. "You, what are you still looking at? Haven't come up to help?" Boom! An iron fist hit Cumberland's cheek hard, and he couldn't utter the last word abruptly. Only then did the 1,900-level martial saint come to his senses. The first reaction in my mind was to jump out of a thought. The president of the World Wushu Association, the chairman of the Western Wushu League, and the world's top 5 silver-haired Wushan Cumberland. Can't beat an 8th-level Oriental youth who came out of nowhere? At this moment, he is being crushed and beaten by the opponent, and he still has to ask them for help. How ridiculous! But the shock was shocking, and some people also took action. The direction of action is not the battle group, but the nearly 500 kilograms of energy crystals that go straight to the center of the field. Such chaotic moments are the best time to seek benefits for yourself. Almost in unison, several 9th-level martial saints rushed towards the position where the energy crystal was. Suddenly there is light. A stalwart body suddenly appeared in front of their eyes, blocking Nangjing. He stretched out his big hand, and 500 kilograms of energy crystals splashed into his palm and into his sleeve cuff like flowing water. I don't know where it was hidden, and it disappeared without a trace in the breath. Liu Sheng's eyes were burning like 2 bright stars. He grinned, showing a mouth full of snow-white teeth, and said in a serious tone, "The spoils of war are only reserved for the final victors. How can you break the rules without authorization?" In the next moment, he raised his arm as a saber, and ruthlessly swept towards several 9th-level martial saints. Clang! The trembling sound of the sky knife being unsheathed. The huge golden saber ring, more than 10 meters long, engulfed the unparalleled cold front, tore through the air, and brought out large black marks, sweeping towards several 9th-level martial saints. The pupils of several people shrank slightly, mobilizing a large amount of power of heaven and earth in an instant. But the momentum they grabbed was easily cut open under the ring of knives, and they retreated steadily, making a crackling sound. Several people backed away frantically, with expressions of horror and shock on their faces. Only now did I know why even Cumberland had to be beaten. The kid in front of me. It's unreasonable to be so strong. Liu Sheng ignored them, but turned his head to look at other martial saints. His eyes swept across the faces full of shock and vigilance. His eyes are like 2 red-hot demon knives, and his figure is tall and straight, like a spear piercing the sky and the earth. His black hair was flying, and his energy was swaying. Every cell in his martial body is trembling, joyful, jumping for joy. The raging fighting spirit swept across the sky of Sheng Island, with the sea as the platform and the sky as the flag. This is the battle he has been looking forward to for a long time. This battle will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. In the 317th year of martial arts, the 239th level powerhouse of Azure Star. Liu Sheng said every word. Every time he uttered a word, the arc of the corner of his mouth would rise by 1 point, and the fiery and madness in his eyes would also increase by 1 inch. He raised his right fist, and everything around him collapsed toward the center of his punch. Even light. The compressed energy was bred on this fist, like a black hole, and some fine black lightning even jumped out of the fist. The holy battle is on the Sheng Island in the Xisha Ocean. A complete failure. As the last word came out from Liu Sheng's mouth, his, Akfei, black hole fist also shot forward. Boom! It was as if a big drum was beating heavily in everyone's heart. An extremely suppressed voice. Then exploded. Boom! Facing Liu Sheng's level 9, his face changed wildly, and he retreated crazily. Large, Densely packed black cracks spread out from Liu Sheng's fist, followed by huge distorted invisible ripples. Spread suddenly. Boom boom boom. The earth cracked, and the sea water rolled back. Starting from Liu Sheng, in the area west of Sheng Island, more than half of the island rumbled down like an earthquake. On the edge of the island, the waves rolled up hundreds of meters high, and the sea area of tens of kilometers was rolled up like a tsunami. This punch. A disaster was created. Boom. Liu Sheng took a step forward, and his whole body appeared high above the sky. He casually grabbed a 9th-level martial saint who was nearby and punched him. A lot of great forces of heaven and earth surged over, one after another titans with different images, or the Dharma images of giants quickly condensed in the sky. The battle group is on. All 9 grades. All are pulled into the battlefield at this moment. Numb. Completely numb. The masters of various forces who participated in the Xizhong Convention on Sheng Island. Looking at the cracking ground under my feet, the slowly collapsing islands in the distance, and the tsunami. He looked dazed. This cataclysmic catastrophe seemed to be happening in their minds as well. It's him, it's really him. On Ming Yutang's side, Pang Huiyu's expression was dull, his eyes were absent-minded, and he murmured these words repeatedly in his mouth. Beyond the martial arts hall, Lin Wanwan and Dong Shenji were in a trance. Only then did Dong Shenji understand why all the people in Cheyuwuguan were beaten up at sea before, and he was the only one who survived. Daring. Going around, this time beating up. Or his brother-in-law to be. On the side of the Longguo military headquarters, after a brief period of absent-mindedness, several of the military's immortal swords became extremely excited. Fuck, this is my future god. I just said, how can there be so many evildoers who break the common sense in this world? Haha, this kind of arrogance deserves to be regarded as a god by our military department. Our military department should be prosperous. Daxing. Behind him, a group of young generals and stars of the military department were all excited and unable to restrain themselves. Only Dong Potion clenched his fists. There is unwillingness in the eyes, but more is the deep powerlessness and confusion. The most deceived is Fiona. This pearl of the world, which was chased and admired by countless people, was blank and messy at this moment. She does not know. Why did the man I liked suddenly change his appearance, beat up her father, and fought with all the 9th-level martial saints? Why? Boom! On the blue sea of the Xisha Ocean, more than a dozen statues of Tongtian's thorough martial arts appeared. The tallest of them is more than 1,000 meters, and the shortest is also about 400 or 500 meters. These martial arts figures surrounded Liu Sheng, like a group of titans, while bending down to look down at the ants under their feet. Liu Sheng didn't pay attention to them, but set his eyes on those martial saints who still refused to condense the body of Dharma. Do you still want to hide it? Seriously, don't suffer, don't you know how to do your best? Liu Sheng swept over these thorns and finally settled on one person. He grinned, and his whole body tore through the air like a sky knife. Spread your 5 fingers, clanking like iron. The monstrous killing intent poured out from his 5 fingers. Long time no see, Tan Wushan. I have blown up your will projection countless times in the 7th Martial Saint Pagoda, and now, I finally have a chance. Beat yourself. The middle-aged man in the white robe locked by Lu's vitality, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly drew out the long knife hanging from his waist. Guys, please send some flowers and monthly tickets, thank you. 389 Did I ask you to come to the theater? Call you to be beaten. 2. The black long knife, while Tan's Hongaya was pulling it out. From the handle to the tip of the knife, every inch turned into gold. As if made of pure gold. This is the powerful and unparalleled martial arts will poured into the long knife, penetrating the power of Tongtian, making Fan Taizheng leap to the level of a magic weapon. It can also be regarded as a kind of martial arts supernatural power. Tan's Hongaiu held the golden saber in both hands, and slashed towards Liu Sheng from the middle. This knife crossed the space distance, like a ray of light, suddenly appeared in front of Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng greeted him casually, his 5 fingers suddenly spread open. The 5 fingers all exuded a stern and icy breath, and there was the sound of metal and iron clanging. Then hold on tight. Cut the sky. 10th level martial arts, 4 level fingering. Cut off the sky. Liu grasped the light with great precision. The movement is smooth and flowing, as if he has known the appearance and trajectory of Tan's Hongaiu's knife for a long time. The two seemed to have rehearsed a long time ago, and the light hit the land on its own initiative. Crack, click. This ray of light was crushed by Liu Sheng casually, and it was crushed into dots of golden light. There was a trace of fluctuation in Tan's Hongaiu's eyes like a glacier that has not changed for thousands of years. He divided his hands, and the golden knife in his hand was divided into 2 handles, which were held in his hands, one on the left and the other on the right. The 2 knives intersect in a cross shape. Cut with both hands. Baidu Crusade. In an instant, 2 lights appeared between the sky and the earth. Pure to the ultimate knife light. In the shape of a cross, it dragged a crescent-like tail flame in the air, and it came blazing. The appearance of these 2 saber lights caused the bodies of more than a dozen martial saints around them to shake slightly. Many 9th-level martial saints had expressions of emotion on their faces. These 2 sword lights took away too much power of heaven and earth, and even affected them. One can imagine the horror of this knife move. But what is more terrifying is the person this knife is slashing at. Faced with this terrifying ultimate move, instead of showing any surprise or panic on Liu Sheng's face, he became even more excited. He stepped forward with a sudden step, leaving a cracked black mark in the air. Within the 9-foot martial body, 278 immortal cells burst into light. Divinity power poured into the whole body, and the mysterious and complicated stellar vein map was quickly lit up inch by inch. Liu Sheng clenched 5 fingers. It's like pinching a sun with one hand. Facing the ultimate twin swords that affect the world, he punched straight. It is the vein of heaven. Boxing of the 5 realms. The fist and the light of the knife came into contact, and there was a slight pause for 1/1000th of a breath, and then the latter exploded. The figure of Liu Sheng passed through the center of the explosion and suddenly appeared in front of Tan's Hongaiu. Boom down with a punch. Tan's Hongaiu's pupils contracted fiercely, and a fist that covered the sky and the sun was reflected in the pupils. The 2 knives in his hands crossed subconsciously and raised to resist, but he didn't even have the qualifications to block it under this punch. Kika. The golden knife in Tan's Hongaiu's hand shattered inch by inch under his fist. 278 immortal powers, under the rules of the 5 realms of boxing. Magic weapon. Also turned into scrap iron. Liu Sheng's crushing punch hit Tan's Hongaiu's chest fiercely, and he felt the fracture, and collapse. In the next second, the punch was empty. A white robe was smashed to pieces by his punches. But Tan's Hongaiu had already appeared thousands of meters away, and a sunken fist mark on his chest was recovering rapidly. Martial arts again? Liu Sheng twitched the corner of his mouth, but he didn't care. He retracted his fists casually, his eyes fell on Tan's Hongaiu, and he said calmly, Tan Wushan, if you don't show the Dharma, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. The glacier in Tan's Hongaiu's eyes that has never changed for thousands of years finally began to loosen. He stared at Liu Sheng coldly and said, I underestimated you. Hoo. The wind blows for no reason. Large tracts of heaven and earth were involved, and countless light spots appeared all over Tan's Hongaiu's body, surrounding him. Soon, a strange martial arts form was quickly constructed. It is a knife. A golden long knife that is as deep as it is over 1,000 meters long. Around the golden knife, endless sharpness emerged and surrounded it. On the sea level below, there are countless water marks cut by knives, and large groups of sea fish float up from the bottom of the water with their white bellies turned over. Heaven and earth have the intention of killing. The pupils of all the martial sages who were onlookers shrunk slightly, with shock on their faces. The height of this Dharma is more than 1,400 meters. I'm afraid even Lord Cumberland can't match it. Longguo Minjiao martial saint is already qualified to rank among the top 5 in the world. It's hard to imagine how much it takes for him to advance to level 9. I heard that the World Wushu Association intends to recruit him as a vice president. It seems that the news is not groundless. Tan's Hongaiu is too low-key, so low-key that he has never even shown his Dharma body in front of others. Today's display of strength is like a precious sword that has been hidden in its sheath for many years, finally revealing its edge. The martial saint level powerhouse surpassing more than 90% of the world has surprised and shocked countless people. Even Lin Zhenjiu, who surpassed Wu Sheng, was shocked. I have been a martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom for decades, but I didn't know that Tan's Hongaiu's strength had already reached such a high level. Only Cumberland and other martial saint-level powerhouses whose martial arts are over or close to 1,000 meters have complex expressions, but they look calm. Obviously, he had already known about Tan's Hongaiu's strength. My intention is like a knife, to cut everything off. In the 1,000-meter golden knife, Tan's Hongaiu looked at Liu Sheng with a blank expression on his face, and said coldly, Liu Sheng, you want to borrow me to use the 9th level as a sharpening stone. Why am I not? Today, I have to thank you. I have a hunch that after this battle, I will break through to a higher level. Liu Sheng looked at Tan's Hongaiu with interest, and a smile appeared on his face little by little. You know. Liu Sheng said softly word by word, I've seen it before, it's better than yours. A knife light that is 10,000 times brighter. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng took a deep breath. The 9-foot martial body trembled slightly. Boom boom boom. In an instant, in the sky, on the sea, and the small island in the distance, explode a cloud of fireworks. The general trend of the world here was completely disturbed, and endless light spots gathered and turned into 4-color streamers of blue, blue, black, and red. The 4-colored belts in the sky and under the earth are rolling towards Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng clasped his hands in the air, and in a posture of raising his shoulders and raising his hands, he was facing the middle pressure. Tan's Hongaiu's complexion changed slightly, and the golden saber technique began to work rumblingly. And those 4-color belts have already condensed a huge, colorful knife wheel overflowing with light in the sky above Liu Sheng's head. 4 Elephants Spirit Realm and Prayer Wheel Knife. 0 for Flowers, 0. Wu Shuang. Slash. Swish. The 4-color knife wheel slashed down violently, vaguely seeming to control the veins of heaven and earth. The breath of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood flowed out from the 4-color knife wheel, and the sky seemed to be blood-red in a trance. Liu Sheng once used the way of killing life to control the knife movement of praying to heaven and wishing to pray to heaven. He had more than killing intentions, but he followed the evil way after all. He was silent in Golden Ring Island for a year, fighting thousands of times in the dream space. Finally, it can be done, and the way of killing lives is controlled by praying to the heavens and wishing the wheel of swordsmanship. The knife is the bone, the murderous aura is the skin, and the cloak of the 4-elephant spiritual realm, which is in the unparalleled state, is the flesh. Self is the soul. Create this unprecedented shocking knife. Compared with the knife that broke through the ground to save Dong Qingxiu. Even more than 100 times stronger. Boom. The 1,000-meter golden knife collided with the 4-color knife wheel. There is no suspense. The golden knife shattered, and the knife wheel continued to cut down. The invisible but tangible wave of the knife tore apart large black traces in the sky. The Wanzai glacier in Tan's Hongaiu's eyes suddenly burst, and his expression was startled. Before he could react, his whole body was directly cut by the 4-color knife wheel and fell to the bottom of the sea for an unknown number of thousands of meters. 0. Boom. The sea waves surged, quickly filling the pothole where Tan's Hongyao fell into the sea, and the huge gully left by the knife wheel. Between heaven and earth there is only the sound of rushing sea water and the sound of wind blowing. There was a dead silence between the sea and the sky. All the 9th-level martial saints were stunned, with strange expressions, and they didn't know what words to use to describe their inner feelings at this moment. On Sheng Island in the distance, a group of strong men from various forces also opened their mouths wide, staring at this sight in a daze. Although the fighting power shown by Sheng before was strong, he beat Cumberland violently. But it's two completely different feelings from Tan's Hongyao, who is crushing head-on, completely, and at full strength. If I had to explain it, it would be. Cumberland didn't show his face, he was still a human being. Tan's Hongyao was born in the Dharma, and the appearance of being a human being quickly faded away, and he was infinitely close to a god. And Sheng, in front of them, forcibly knocked a god of the world off the cloud. That kind of shock is incomparably huge. Whetstone. Sheng looked down, with a casual and calm look on his face. Are you Tan's Hongyao worthy too? After defeating Tan's Hongyao with his own hands, Sheng could only feel the pain in his chest for a long time. He has no great enmity with Tan's Hongyao, but was once at his mercy. Although I also resisted, I was more or less unhappy. Now he finally pulled down the so-called big man who used to be aloof and wanted to control his own destiny and martial arts from the altar, and trampled under his feet. How can a cool word be able to describe it all? Thoughts are clear. Of course, this is not the end. Sheng swept around, and there were more than 29th-level martial saints standing there dumbfounded. The flames in the eyes jumped and ignited again, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Did I call you here to watch a play? Sheng held his hands empty, and the four-color knife wheel that hadn't dissipated in the sky turned over and swept fiercely in all directions. I called you to come. Beating. Boom. The flames of war in the sky were ignited again, and they became more and more fierce. 390 I am invincible in the world. 3. The knife wheel swept across, and several martial arts figures who were closer to Sheng. He was slashed head-on by this knife. With a boom, he was hit backwards, and large pieces of Faxiong's body collapsed and collapsed. Sheng stretched out, and the surrounding light changed with his posture. He strode forward, like a big sun passing through the clouds and mist. Suddenly appeared in front of a 9th-level martial artist, Day. Boom. The 9th-level martial saint didn't even have the time to react, he was directly punched through the chest by Sheng, and his figure fell from the sky. Too weak. Sheng opened his 10 fingers, and his fingers were like knives, making a clanking sound. 278 immortal cells trembled, rotated, and bloomed in his body. The surging heat wave rolled and spread, burning the void. He casually walked towards a 9th-level martial saint whose body was more than 1,000 meters tall. The latter's face was full of astonishment, and he grabbed Sheng with 2 big hands more than 100 meters long. The general trend of the world quickly converged between the 2 hands, forming an invisible cage, which was attached to Sheng's body layer by layer. Sheng looked calm, in front of him. Accelerate suddenly. The invisible cage was instantly broken by him. How can a spider's silk bind a bullet? Boom. Sheng rushed out from behind the body of this 1,000-meter Dharma figure. One arm was raised high, tightly pinching a Western martial saint with an 863 look of horror. Behind him, the 1,000-meter method is like crystal porcelain pierced by bullets. A little crack spreads from the back center and expands rapidly. Then it crashed to the ground. Hoo-hoo! There was a sound of the wind, and 4 thick and long Faxiong arms grabbed him from all directions. 2 palms are hard and bright like diamonds, and the other 2 have raging flames wrapped around their 5 fingers. This is the supernatural power of Dharma. Sheng looked calm. He casually threw away the Western martial saint pinched in his palm, clenched a fist with his right hand, and stretched his arms backward like a heavenly bow. There was the sound of water splashing above the sky. There are invisible rocks protruding. Punch! Kika. Taking Lu Sheng as the origin, this void emits a series of sounds like glass shattering or rock shattering. Large black cracks appeared. The four Dharmasyang's big hands that were grabbing at Lu Sheng froze in unison, and then exploded violently. Skywalking water rock broke in flow. Compared with the battle with Ji Dao Wu Sheng, Lu Sheng's control of this martial art has become more proficient and exquisite. The two Dharma bodies with missing arms staggered back, and one of them spoke. His voice was like thunder, but it was mixed with a trace of fear. Let's go together and kill him together. Lu Sheng looked indifferent, and said to himself in a low voice, have you finally thought of siege, ridiculously reserved, let me come, smash it. He wandered in the sky like a leisurely stroll, shuttling among the martial arts statues one after another. Or punch, or raise your arms. With every attack, 1,000 martial saints of level 9 were physically and mentally broken, retreating steadily. At this time, no one dared to hide their strength anymore, and everyone summoned their own martial arts. From the direction of Jiansheng Island. This scene is like a group of white light titans hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters high, working together to attack an ant. That's outrageous enough. What's even more outrageous is that the weaker one is the Titan side. All the masters, grand masters, and powerhouses of various forces all looked in a daze, and the same few words jumped out of their minds. Battle of the Century. This will be the battle of the century that will be recorded in the annals of martial arts and will shock generations to come. 23 9th level martial saints fighting with one. A thick page that cannot be erased for 100 years or 1,000 years. Herald, who is this person? High in the sky, a 9th level martial saint whose Dharma image body was beaten to pieces roared and glared at one person. There is more than one martial saint who behaves like him. Herald stood on the edge of the battlefield with a stunned expression. Hearing the questioning from the crowd, a blank look flashed across his face. He didn't know why things had developed into this situation. Didn't your lord come to the Xizang Assembly for Nengjing? How did it become a challenge to the global martial arts? Facing angry and questioning faces, Harold kept shaking his head and muttering to himself. I don't know. I don't know anything. Please don't ask me any more. Kika. Lu Sheng's 5 fingers became knives, and they were deeply pierced on the head of a martial saint. With a little force, the 100-meter tall head was crushed and exploded by him. Lu Sheng fell suddenly, and kicked Wu Sheng, who was in the center of the Faxiang, into the air. Too weak. Lu Sheng shook his head, glanced at a famous martial artist around him, and frowned, are you all trash? A 9th level martial artist headed by Cumberland and others showed aggrieved and angry expressions on their faces. Roar! A 9th level martial saint roared suddenly, his whole body shot out intense and unparalleled white light, and he rushed to Lu Sheng with a slam, his fist of Dharmasyang slammed into him. Lu Sheng reached out to grab it. At this time, more Faxiang figures rushed up. Strength and speed are much stronger than before. Boom! Lu Sheng didn't move at all, and stood in place to copulate with them. The fists and kicks of the martial saint and Dharmasyang seemed to be superficial. In fact, it is a powerful supernatural power condensed by the infusion of martial arts will and the general trend of the world. The degree of firmness is higher than that of the hardest crystal stone in the world. It's just that Lu Sheng's stellar indestructible body is too perverted. His thin body collided with these martial arts figures, and confronted. A group of ripples and air waves visible to the naked eye exploded in the air, making a dull sound of bang bang. More and more martial saints joined the ranks of besieging Lu Sheng. These high-ranking gods in the world have too few opportunities to do anything on weekdays, let alone being forced into such a situation. Machines that do not operate for a long time will rust, let alone martial arts. Now, after a period of warm-up and familiarity, coupled with the stimulation of contempt and disdain in Liu Sheng's words, they finally brought out their supposed strength. Boom! A huge, diamond-like fist slammed hard on Liu Sheng's back. Liu Sheng's body swayed, his face showing a bit of surprise. Turning his head, he saw a gloomy martial sage retreating quickly. This is the first time Liu Sheng has been tricked. That punch was very heavy. Although he was not injured, there were bursts of pain. But Liu Sheng was not angry, the light in his eyes skyrocketed, and he even showed a joyful smile on his face. Right, that is it. Bringing me stress, more stress. Kill me, bastards. Boom. With a 9-foot martial body, a surging heat wave suddenly erupted, forcefully pushing away the attacks of martial arts all over Liu Sheng's body a few meters away. The stellar vein map in his body was extremely bright, and golden lines appeared faintly on the surface of his skin. The power of the 278 immortal cells has been fully activated, and the next step is about to ignite the fire of divinity. Boom boom boom! Liu Sheng swayed his fists and feet recklessly, each and every martial arts blooming freely in his hands. There was a fire burning in his chest, and it was getting hotter and hotter. In my mind, the purple crystal figure also buzzed and vibrated, emitting a mysterious light. Every trace of spiritual power seems to be integrated into Liu Sheng's flesh and bone marrow. Liu Sheng seemed to see the outline of a road slowly appearing in front of his eyes. Clang! The sound of the vibration of a weapon rang in Liu Sheng's ears. Liu Sheng looked up, and saw a Dharma figure more than a kilometer tall standing in front of him, condescending, looking down at him coldly. It's the silver-haired Wu Saint Cumberland. Cumberland's Fosyang held a long sword hundreds of meters long in his hand and was stabbing towards him quickly. The style of the sword is different from what Liu Sheng has seen before, it is a Western-style rapier. The sharpness of the sword tip converged into one point, condensed to the extreme, as if a star was dotted on it. At this moment, even Liu Sheng felt a faint tingling between his brows, and the skin on his forehead was slightly sunken. Well done! Liu Sheng did not retreat but advanced, his eyes were frighteningly bright. He rushed forward, clasped his hands together, and hugged the cold light that was almost several meters in size. Endless rays of light bloomed from this point of cold light, and the blazing rays of light shone on Liu Sheng's body, bringing him endless tingling sensations. He felt as if he was about to be impaled. This is Cumberland's martial art. While Liu Sheng and Cumberland were in a stalemate with this move, other martial saints also attacked him one after another. They broke free from the Dharma form and concentrated all their strength on their hands and fists. In an instant, he arrived in front of Liu Sheng, and a series of attacks imprinted on his body fiercely, bombarding his martial body. The faces of the martial saints flashed with crazy, cold, angry, or carefree expressions. Dozens of martial saint-level heavy blows, Liu Sheng's star weapon area made a creaking sound of being overwhelmed. The stellar veins in the body flickered frantically, and the immortal cells flickered. But Liu Sheng's eyes were extremely bright. He felt that the fire in his chest was also surging wildly, almost about to explode. The amethyst figure in his mind is shining brightly, and more spiritual power is integrated into his martial body. There seems to be a wonderful metamorphosis taking place. That's it, that's it. That's what I've always wanted. The pressure subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Liu Sheng took a deep breath and exerted his arms violently. Boom! The huge cold light balls in both arms and the 2.1 flames in the chest exploded at the same time. Unprecedented terror power, super huge invisible ripples. With Liu Sheng as the center, it suddenly spreads and explodes to the surroundings. The hundreds of meters long Western-style rapier began to shatter inch by inch from the tip of the sword, along with Cumberland's Dharma body. Those martial saints pressing on Liu Sheng's martial body also showed a huge look of shock on their faces, and they were blown away by Piran's huge force one by one. Haboom! The terrifying ripples swept across, everything was wiped out, and then calmed down. The chaotic world around him was washed away like garbage. There is an invisible wind blowing thousands of miles, blowing up layers of waves and ripples on the sea surface. When everything subsides, between the sea and the sky, only Liu Sheng clearly stood in the sky. He opened his arms, his head was slightly raised, and his eyes were closed tightly, as if he was immersed in a strange state. In an inexplicable silence, Liu Sheng opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes are clear and deep, as if bringing more light to this world. He scanned everything below him. Everyone, everything. With an expression as if stating a certain fact, he spoke softly. I am in the world. All invincible. Buzz. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. 391 The ultimate in the world, go home. 4. Only the sound of the wind and the waves remained between the heaven and the earth. Liu Yun brushed across the sky. Liu Sheng stood quietly between the sea and the sky. He is the light source, the center, and the only one. He was condescending, and his clear eyes calmly looked down at the martial saints from all over the world. The posture is like a god. A true god among men. Those who looked up at him, at this moment, a word popped out of their minds. It is used to describe the man in front of him who looks like a god. The most appropriate word. The world, medicine. The ultimate in the world. Extreme light, extreme heat, extreme power. If there is a highest peak in the world, then it should and will be the name of the man in front of him. Words are too thin. Those people standing on Sheng Island suddenly felt a feeling of witnessing history and watching the epic being written stroke by stroke in front of your eyes. In a trance, it seemed to hear the sound of rumbling carriage ruts rolling through the void. That is the historical trajectory and the world pattern are quietly changing. From now on, it starts with the man stepping up to the top. Many things have changed on this planet. A new era is slowly opening. The ruler of this era is named Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng strolled down from the sky. His face was calm, but his mood was not very happy. His path to level 9 has been opened and opened. The smelting and changing between mental power and martial body has already started in 02. But it's just the beginning. These 9th level martial saints with 300 years of martial arts are still too weak. Even if the number reaches more than 20, it is difficult to produce a qualitative change. There are too many fakes in it, and it can't give me real pressure. Harold, are you talking about me? Are you? Are you? In this battle, Liu Sheng even deliberately suppressed part of his strength. The 278 immortal cells in his body did not ignite the fire of divinity, did not enter the state of martial arts, and did not use the 11th level martial arts at the bottom of the box 5 seasons boxing. It is still far from his ultimate state. He is always in a semi-game state, without much sense of crisis. Because he knew that even if he stood and let these martial saints beat him casually, these wastes might not be able to kill him. When he has 22 immortals, he can withstand a 10th level blow. There are nearly 300 immortals now, if they can still be killed by level 9. That would be too bad. If there is an opponent who can bring me pressure between life and death, that would be the best. However, the fusion of martial body and spiritual power will be much faster, and it is not impossible to accomplish it overnight. Liu Sheng thought for a while, and now he seemed to be able to pin his hopes only on the coming guide. Level 10 guide, don't let me down again. Liu Sheng gently set foot on the land of Sheng Island. The crowd in the center of Sheng Island suddenly dispersed and kept retreating. Liu Sheng walked to the position where he had stood before, and lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot. Boom! A hole was opened in the ground, and energy crystals spewed out like diamond fountains. You said that Liu Sheng hid the energy crystal on his body before? Are you kidding? He is not a fat blue man. How can he hide nearly 500 kilograms of energy crystals in such a big pocket on his body? It's just a little bit of mental power to cover up the eyes and steal the sky to change the day. Liu Sheng rapped Nangjing casually with his mental power, then walked up to several soldiers who were not old swords, and said with a smile, "Can I go back to Dragon Kingdom with you later?" Well. The old faces of several of the military's immortal swords were flushed, and they were so excited that they could hardly speak a word. Their military department originally only wanted a 9th-level martial saint powerhouse to stand on the platform. I begged that the year should not be given to them. The ultimate in the world. This fucking really won the first prize. I will immediately contact the military plane to pick it up. An immortal treasure knife from the military quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and started to make contact. It didn't take long before the fighter planes of the Dragon Kingdom army appeared from the distant horizon. Liu Sheng squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the fighter jet. A middle-aged man with silver hair, handsome face, but somewhat ugly complexion rose slowly from the sea level, and shouted at him, "I recognize your strength. But if you take away the energy crystal, you will bring disaster on yourself. You have to think clearly." Liu Sheng glanced at Cumberland lightly, and casually said, "You let the leader come to me by himself." Cumberland looked suffocated, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally closed his mouth. The powerful people on Sheng Island looked at Liu Sheng as if they were looking at a living god. To surpass the previous Wu Sheng. Because the position where Liu Sheng is standing now is a height that has never been reached by anyone in history. Later. I don't know if there are any. Those who knew Liu Sheng didn't know what expression to make at this time. It feels like I am having a dream, and I don't know when I will wake up suddenly. The fighter jets buzzed and soon landed on the sandy beach of Sheng Island. Liu Sheng walked towards the fighter plane, and the people from the Dragon Kingdom's military department, including those immortal swordsmen, all followed behind him. Such as accompanying guards. Just when Liu Sheng was about to step on the fighter jet, a hurried voice suddenly sounded behind him. Etc. Liu Sheng paused, thought for a while, and finally turned around. Behind him, a beautiful blue-haired girl ran towards him with her skirt quickly. But it stopped a dozen meters away from him. The sea breeze blew her long hair like blue seaweed. Fiona took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and said loudly to Liu Sheng, "You haven't told me, what's your name?" Liu Sheng was silent for a while, with a faint smile on his face. "Forget me, Fiona. I already have a fiancé." After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng turned around and stepped onto the fighter jet. His figure completely disappeared from Fiona's sight. All the people from the Dragon Kingdom's military department boarded the fighter jets. The hatches of the fighter jets were closed. They slowly lifted into the air, and quickly left. Fiona stood barefoot on the beach, staring blankly at the black shadow of the fighter jet that was about to disappear between the sea and the sky, with a lost expression on her expression. Like he said, "Forget about him, Fiona." Cumberland walked up to Fiona at some point, and comforted him with a complicated expression, "You and him are destined to have no results." Fiona stood there in a daze for a long time. His expression suddenly became calm. She reached out and brushed the hair beside her ears, and said seriously, "I know what I should do." After speaking, Fiona turned and left. Cumberland sighed softly, but when he recovered, his face became gloomy. A Western martial saint-level powerhouse came to Cumberland and said in a low voice, "Cumberland, he has taken away all the energy crystals, what should we do?" Cumberland said coldly, "Wait until the leader arrives. This so-called ultimate in the world will know the price of breaking the rules." The person next to him nodded, as if thinking of a certain existence. His eyes couldn't help showing deep awe. Liu Sheng sat by the window of the fighter plane, calmly looking at the cumulus clouds passing by quickly below. The thoughts of certain people in my mind began to grow rapidly like grass. More than a year. Liu Sheng has never left home or been away from those close to him for so long. After a long time, he felt guilty in his heart. This kind of guilt and longing are mixed together, making it more and more irresistible. Liu Sheng couldn't help it, and turned to ask the people in the military department around him. Have a cell phone? I want to send a message to my family. Yes, yes. The people in the military department nodded frantically. Soon, a brand new black mobile phone specially provided by the military was delivered to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng held the phone, his eyes flickering. Thinking about it, he began to tap the screen slowly. Eastern Military District. General Star District, Chief Manor. In the huge villa, a group of people are staying 450 miles away in the living room. Zheng Yufen and Liu Dahai, as well as Liu Qinghe and Dong Qingxiu. All of them were wearing aprons, rolled up their sleeves, and were busy around the table. There are chopping boards, rolling pins, flour, mixed meat stuffing, etc. on the table, and the family is making dumplings. Mom, if you want to eat dumplings, let the kitchen make them. Why do you have to do it yourself? The ones made by yourself are not as good as the ones made by the kitchen. Liu Qinghe was fiddling with a ball of dough in his hands, muttering. What do you know? Liu Dahai kneaded the dough, and said with a smile, no matter how good a chef is, the food and dumplings made don't taste like your mother's. No one can compare to your mother's craftsmanship. Zheng Yufen blushed, and while skillfully wrapping the dumplings, she said, it's not as exaggerated as you said. I just thought, I haven't cooked for so long, and practice my skills. Don't wait for Xiao Sheng to come back and want to eat the food I cooked, it's not good if you cook it with unfamiliar skills. Speaking of which, Liu Qinghe turned to look at Dong Qingxiu who was silent beside her, and asked, Sister Qingxiu, when will I be able to come back? It's been more than a year. Yeah, it's been more than a year. Liu Dahai and Zheng Yufen also sighed in agreement. What kind of mission is it that lasts so long? Dong Qingxiu, who was pinching the edge of the dumpling skirt, stopped, thought for a while, and was about to speak a few more words to appease a few people. At this moment, the phone in her pocket buzzed. Dong Qingxiu had a thought. The mobile phone in her pocket flew out by itself, floating in front of her. The screen of the phone was on, and it was a text message. Very simple, just a few words. I am back. Asterisk. Contact Liu Sheng. When Dong Qingxiu saw these two words, her body trembled violently. Then he suddenly put down more than half of the dumplings in his hand, turned around and rushed out the door. 392 The Sheath of the Heavenly Sword, the Promotion of Body Training. 1. What happened to Qingxiu? Dong Qingxiu's strange behavior surprised Liu Haihei's family. Did the military department suddenly come to the mission? Zheng Yufen stopped, wiped the apron, and hurriedly walked out the door. I gonna go see. She cared too much about Dong Qingxiu. Dong Qingxiu is beautiful, with a good family background, a good job, and a bright future. The personality is cold outside and hot inside, and he works vigorously and resolutely. Having been together for more than a year, Zheng Yufen has long regarded Dong Qingxiu as her prospective daughter-in-law. Seeing Dong Qingxiu's sudden abnormal behavior right now, she subconsciously wanted to chase after her to have a look. When Liu Dahai and Liu Qinghe saw Zheng Yufen chasing after them, they immediately dropped what they were holding and ran out. The family of three ran to the door and found that there was a large group of people coming out of the door at some point. They are all members of the military department, wearing military uniforms, with scary medals and stars on their chests and shoulders. But all of them were tall and straight, with joy and excitement on their faces, and looked at the person at the front of the crowd with eyes full of awe. The eyes of Liu Haihei's family fell on that person, their eyes froze instantly, and the whole person stayed in place all of a sudden. It was a handsome man with a height of 1.95 meters. Extremely young, only in his early 20s, with a stalwart figure and handsome features, vividly interpreting the ultimate masculine charm. Although it was just a simple and casual dress, standing there casually. Every gesture exudes a kind of world center, the only powerful aura in the world. No one and nothing can take away the feeling of its light. The young man was talking softly with Dong Qingxiu. Noticing that several people came out, the young man raised his eyes to look at the three of them, blinked his eyes, smiled on his face, and opened his mouth. Dad, Mom, Xia He, I'm back. Well. Zheng Yufen covered her mouth, her eyes turned red. Lu Haihei was also emotional, and repeated with trembling lips, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. As for Lu Qinghe, he rushed forward happily. Brother! The crisp sound is like the cheerful chirping of a lark. 10 minutes later, the family sat down in the living room. A group of people from the military department stood outside the door very tactfully, leaving time and space to themselves. Lu Sheng was sitting on the sofa next to Dong Qingxiu and Lu Qinghe, looking at the red eye circles in front of him. His parents, who had just recovered from the excitement, couldn't help but feel emotional. Although he has often sent messages, made phone calls, and made video calls back home for more than a year. But the person has not returned for a long time, and the backlog of worries, longings, and uneasiness in the hearts of the family members, there are too many. Compared with the average family, it may be tens or hundreds of times more. It was mainly because of the Lu family, because of the improvement of Lu Sheng's personal strength and identity, the number of leap-type upgrades that occurred was too many and too fast. In the beginning, what Lu Sheng brought home was only the 1 million bonus from the Beihe Martial Arts Association, the good friends from the Hongchuan Martial Arts Center, and the envy of the neighbors. For Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen, who are just ordinary working-class couples, these things are still acceptable. But later, Lu Sheng ascended the dragon in the whole country, and the governor of the province came to the gate. Later, he won the first prize in the National Martial Arts College Student Martial Arts Conference and entered the military headquarters. His pace of advancing and rising was too fast, so fast that his family could no longer keep up. The most intuitive point is the living environment of the Lu family. From the old community in the past, to single-family villas, to the compound of the military region, to the chief manor villa. How long did it take in between? Less than 2 years. In this way, Lu Sheng's family was forcibly coerced by Lu Sheng, breaking through layers of social classes, and constantly coming to a bigger, wider, and stranger world. The younger sister Lu Qinghe may be fine, but for Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen, two ordinary people who have spent most of their lives at the bottom of the market. It is tantamount to suddenly coming from the ground to the clouds, and the uneasiness and apprehension in my heart can be imagined. Lu Sheng felt a lot of guilt in his heart. He suddenly discovered that he always wanted to bring better things to his parents and family, but in the end he ignored what they really wanted. After such a long time, maybe. The family members have always been trying to accommodate him. I'm going to finish wrapping the remaining dumplings. Zheng Yufen looked at the familiar but unfamiliar Lu Sheng. Her heart was full of joy and pride, but she didn't know what to say. Suddenly remembering the half-made dumplings on the table, I hurriedly stood up with 3 yet. Don't hold back. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, he stood up and walked towards the table. Mom, let me help you. What kind of dumplings do you know? Go sit and rest. Zheng Yufen pushed him away, and suddenly approached him and whispered, talk to Qingxiu more, doctor. Looking at Zheng Yufen's urging eyes, Lu Sheng couldn't help laughing. After thinking about it, he said softly, Mom, let's go back to Beihe City in 2 days. Will it be too boring to live here? Before I brought my family to the Eastern Military Region, the main reason was that I was afraid that people from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall would retaliate and implicate my family. Now that he is invincible in the world, he is going to deal with Jidao Wusheng by the way when he comes back this time. You don't have to worry about anything anymore, but it doesn't matter if you don't live in the military area. Zheng Yufen's eyes lit up, but she said, actually, it doesn't matter where you live, as long as the family is together. But the house at home has not been cleaned for a long time, and there is probably a thick layer of dust. Your dad also often talks about the vegetables he planted in the yard. Listening to Zheng Yufen's rambling words, Lu Sheng felt an inexplicable sense of relief, and his brows and eyes softened unknowingly. Even, with the amethyst figure in his mind emitting bursts of light, the speed at which his spiritual power merged into his martial body seemed to be several points faster. Lu Sheng had a firm understanding. His sword is unparalleled in the world. Home, is his sheath. Into the night. Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu, who ate dumplings at home and a dinner cooked by their mother Zheng Yufen, took a walk around the green road in Zhongxing district. It's already May, and the weather is slowly starting to warm up. Lu Sheng looked at the lush trees and vegetation around him, and naturally held Dong Qingxiu's hand. I remember, when we first met, it was around this time. Dong Qingxiu gave a soft hum. She wore a light blue long dress at night, with light makeup on, revealing a white swan neck and delicate collarbone, making her look elegant and beautiful. Lu Sheng, whose strength is constantly breaking through, has a body shape that tends to the perfect proportion of the human body. He is a full head taller than Dong Qingxiu. Instructor Dong Qingxiu, who was tall, dashing, and powerful in the past, now also looks obedient in front of him. Take my parents back to Beihe in 2 days. I'll take care of some things. After staying in Beihe city for a while, we'll go to your house. Lu Sheng turned his head and glanced at Dong Qingxiu, and said in a relaxed but firm tone, our business is finally settled. Dong Qingxiu nodded, with a rare shy expression on her face. Lu Sheng had never seen Dong Qingxiu act like a girl before, and she couldn't help being in a daze for a moment. She couldn't help but gently pulled Dong Qingxiu's body, bowed her head and kissed her. Dong Qingxiu trembled slightly, but she didn't resist, and closed her eyes reflexively. Only those who have kissed know how soft the petals are. Maybe a second, or maybe a century. Lu Sheng released Dong Qingxiu. At this time, Dong Qingxiu's cheeks and neck were covered with a layer of light pink. The light of the street lamp and the moonlight sprinkled on it together, like a shimmering warm jade. Lu Sheng smiled brightly, tightly grasped Dong Qingxiu's hand, and said softly, let's go. Dong Qingxiu lowered her head slightly and hummed lightly. The two snuggled forward along the road, their shadows being drawn very long by the street lamps. Military headquarters, a large conference hall. Almost the entire military headquarters, people above the general level came and sat in their seats. At this time, the light in the conference hall was dim, and a video was playing on the big screen. The video is not long, it looks like 10 minutes, and it will be played quickly. The lights are turned on, illuminating the shocking, excited, ecstatic, unspeakably complex faces underneath. This video shot and sent back from this World Grandmaster Conference. It's like a 5,000-ton nuclear bomb smashing into the conference hall. Boom! The bosses in every military department were stunned, feeling like they were dreaming. The person in charge of hosting this meeting is Numa Zhao, a retired military marshal, and one of Xizhong's personal participants. At this time, he was dressed in military uniform, full of energy, radiant, and exuded a different kind of spirit from top to bottom. It was as if the whole person was decades younger. Everyone! The old man opened his mouth, his voice was loud, with a constant upward force. Today is destined to be a day that will be remembered by all the comrades in the Dragon Kingdom's military department. The long-cherished wish of 200 years has been fulfilled. We finally welcome a true military god. The old man's words were passionate, and many people's already excited emotions became even more excited. All of them straightened their backs, raised their chests, and their expressions were full of unspeakable high spirits. As the old man said, this day will be remembered by all. The real martial arts expert who can be called the #1 in the world comes from their military department. What an honor is this! Qing Tian couldn't hold back either. After a speech, The old man took out something similar to a chip, and said seriously, "One more thing is that the god of our military department entrusted me to implement this body training technique in the whole army. I would also like to invite everyone to take a look at the..." Everyone below was stunned, and each of them immediately became serious and leaned forward. The body refining technique advocated by the god of the army? What is it supposed to look like? 393. A person with a starry sky in his heart and a galaxy in his eyes, how can he care about these The content in the chip will soon be played on the big screen. What is presented in the screen is a three-dimensional virtual human figure, doing simple but complex body movements at a neither fast nor slow speed. The military bosses sitting on the ground looked serious and looked at it very seriously. As the progress of the video progressed and the actions were displayed one by one, the faces of many military experts gradually showed shock and emotion. This movement became more and more intense, and in the end, an inexplicable emotion was formed, oscillating back and forth in the huge conference hall like waves. After the video was played, there was a buzz of heated discussion below. Everyone's face was filled with a strange light. This set of body refining techniques just demonstrated. Although they didn't test it personally, all those present were military experts above the top level. Just watching with the naked eye and virtualizing in the brain, I feel that there are many wonderful inspirations bursting out. Even their own martial arts were enlightened, as if a door to a new world was slowly opening in front of them. This kind of joy and joy from the heart even surpassed the news that the military department was born as the strongest in the world, and the bone marrow and soul trembled accordingly. And the following words from the host on the stage pushed the emotion in their hearts to the peak. According to our preliminary tests, the effect of a single exercise of this body training technique is at least 100 times stronger than the 24 body training exercises currently promoted by the Wuxi Association. The degree of development of the potential of the human body is also 100-fold. The huge conference hall suddenly exploded. Data. Nothing is more convincing than real data. It is more than 100 times more effective than the current popular body training technique for all people, which can no longer be described in simple words. This is the sharp blade that ushers in a new era of martial arts, and it is an invaluable treasure of martial arts. Someone stood up 113 emotionally and couldn't restrain himself and said loudly, "Only those who truly stand at the pinnacle of martial arts and the ultimate existence in the world can create such a great martial arts skill from a strategic height." In fact, only a small part of the powerful military personnel present had seen Liu Sheng himself with their own eyes. Their understanding of Liu Sheng is limited to information, rumors, and the video just now. If it is said that when they watched the video before, they were only terrified, horrified, and shocked by the strength displayed by Liu Sheng. So now, after seeing this set of body exercises that surpassed the times, they did not know how many steps. Already, I feel admiration, and admiration for Liu Sheng, and I truly regard him as a martial arts god from the bottom of my heart. Such a precious body training technique. Is it really necessary for the entire army to implement it? At this time, some people hesitated to speak. Once the whole army is implemented, it may not be long before it will be leaked. Once. This is the mind that a true martial artist possesses. A veteran of the military department said with a complicated expression, "How can people who really have a starry sky and a galaxy in their eyes care about these?" 2. The former doubters couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and smiled wryly, "It's useless for me to live more than 100 years old. Whether it's martial arts strength and realm. I'm far behind us, the god of the military department." In the conference hall, many veterans all showed complex emotions, and a deep respect was born in their hearts. The veteran who presided over the meeting smiled and scanned the audience, his eyes were shining with incomparable brilliance. "Everyone, we should all feel lucky. Because we are about to witness the arrival of a new era created by the gods of our tribe." In the conference hall, many veterans of the military department stood up together, thinking silently. A military camp in the Eastern Military Region. In a public training room in the barracks, a thin, dark-skinned young man with firm brows is working hard to practice. He is doing some simple strength training, but both the time and the intensity have reached a rather exaggerated level. The military uniform on his body was completely wet with sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. But he didn't realize it suddenly, his eyes were still as firm and sharp as nails. 3548, 3549. The young man repeats the mechanical exercise over and over again, just like a person carrying a boulder on his back and trekking, constantly taking one step forward. At this time, someone quickly broke into the practice room. Kaiming, good news every day. The person who came was a white and clean young man wearing glasses, with a look of excitement and joy. Lu Kaiming was unmoved, and repeated the movements of his hands for 4,000 times before stopping. What's up? Lu Kaiming picked up a bottle of mineral water, sipped it in small sips, wiped his sweat, and asked who came. The Beijing youth said with a smile, 2 pieces of good news, which one do you want to hear first? Lu Kaiming made a pensive gesture, and then answered. First. Good. The white and clean youth said with a smile, I guess you will also choose to listen to the first one. Lu Kaiming looked calm, but was speechless in his heart. This Nima, you must be a fool, right? Doesn't it all depend on which one you say first? Is there a difference? The Beijing youth has already said quickly, the first good news, there is a military god born in our military department. Military god? Lu Kaiming frowned, what do you mean? That is to say, our military department finally has a real 9th level martial arts saint. The Beijing youth excitedly said, 9th level martial saint? 9th level. The 4th 9th level martial saint has appeared in our dragon country. Lu Kaiming was quite shocked when he heard the news, and quickly asked, do you know who that martial saint level powerhouse is? The white and clean youth shook his head, it has not been announced, but some people speculate that it is likely to be Liang Lu Sheng, the land general of our eastern military region. But the land general is only a few years old this year, no matter how powerful he is, at the 9th level. I don't think it's possible. Lu Kaiming's eyes flickered fiercely, as if he was a little excited, but he suppressed him abruptly. What about the second piece of good news? Lu Kaiming asked. The second good news is better. The white and clean youth excitedly said, the military has promoted a new body training technique, which is said to be created by the god of war, and the effect is hundreds of times that of our previous practice. There is news from other theaters that many people who practice the new body training technique have broken through the bottleneck of martial arts on the same day, and their strength has greatly increased. What? Lu Kaiming's expression was shocked, and he couldn't wait to ask, where can I learn this body training technique? You have to apply to the above, and teach the movements of different stages according to the age and strength of the soldiers. In our current situation, because we can learn 8 movements. Okay, take me there. That's why I came here for you. The two immediately ran out of the public practice room and ran towards a direction. In the distance where Lu Kaiming and the young Beijing ran away, Lu Sheng watched quietly. Beside him, a military general was reporting the situation respectfully. He worked very hard, and his current strength has almost reached the 2nd level martial artist, and his performance is quite outstanding among the recruits in the same period. Because of your instructions, we have never sent him on a dangerous mission. Lu Sheng listened to the report, thought for a while, and said, in terms of resources in the future, take care of him more. But don't let him see it. Yes. The general nodded respectfully. Lu Sheng watched Lu Kaiming's back completely disappear before slowly looking away. He felt that there were many great trends around him that were constantly rushing towards him all the time. This general trend makes the immortal cells in his body extremely active, his mind is clear, and even the integration of spiritual power and martial body is a little faster. And this force is still increasing, like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. If the military god's body training technique is promoted to the whole country, or even the world, and billions of people sing my real name, what kind of trouble will it be? Sheng once said that if he becomes a saint, he should smash the tower so that everyone can sing his real name. Now, he did it. The first step in smashing the tower. Carry out the 10,000-year-old body training technique of martial arts in the dream space. Sheng also made this decision and made this attempt after careful consideration. He wants to use his own power to promote the development of martial arts civilization in the whole world. But this decision has to be taken step by step. Martial arts of too high a level cannot be passed on now, otherwise it will cause a blowout of martial arts experts. The pressure given by the real estate cracks is not enough, and the excess force will inevitably cause more careerists to breed. At that time, the world will instead fall into war and enter a worse situation. It is not unreasonable for the high-level martial arts civilization to control the development process of the low-level martial arts civilization by using the method of leader restriction. Therefore, Sheng just took out the basic body training technique of martial arts for 10,000 years in the future, and started to promote it comprehensively from the military. Top-level force needs to be limited, but increased force at the middle and lower levels is a good thing. Ordinary soldiers, ordinary people, when faced with the invasion of alien beasts in the cracks in the crypt, the more strength they have to save their lives, the more hope of surviving. In some corner of the world, there may be one more ordinary family so that it can be complete. As Sheng thought about it, the grey martial arts roulette in his mind suddenly shone brightly. This ray has a sacred meaning, and even the entire Shiquan martial arts will become stronger and stronger. Sheng was surprised, but the next second he laughed at himself. I'm not a saint, I also have selfishness and desires, as if. Unknowingly, he embarked on the path of a saint. Will later generations be honored as martial ancestors? Actually, it's pretty good too. Let's go. Sheng turned around, ordered casually, and left the barracks calmly. The master-level General Star behind him looked at his back like a deep sea, and couldn't help lowering his head, feeling a deep sense of reverence and worship in his heart. Sheng will definitely follow the martial ancestor route, and the excessive plot is a bit difficult to write, everyone forgive me. 394 Wu is me, and I am Wu. Jideo, Mr. Lu wants to see you. 3. As Sheng walked, he secretly speculated on the level of divinity in Shiquan's martial arts will. This layer of divinity is constantly growing. If he can concentrate, it seems that he can still hear the faint and hazy sound coming from the grey roulette. Haha, I've broken through to level 3. This army god body training technique is really amazing. Army god is invincible. Military god, bless me to successfully break through level 4 this time. There is a military god in our military department, and from now on, our military generals will meet the disciples of the martial saints again, and there is no need to bow down. Like the situation where Dong Shenji came to sweep the field, it will never happen again. Sheng seems to be able to respond to anyone who praises and mentions his name. This kind of feeling is quite strange, it makes him a mortal body, but possesses supernatural powers like gods in myths and legends. Enjoy the incense of thousands of people, and have the eternal existence of thousands of generations. Sheng can't say whether this is good or bad. The strength of a warrior comes from himself, but the power of this method comes from others. It reminded him of some novels he had read in his previous life, and the power of the gods in those novels came from his followers. In order to protect the believers, they even created the so-called Kingdom of God, kicking believers in their pockets and carrying them with them, and they had to drag them to eat and go to the toilet. Sheng despised this kind of behavior quite a bit, and generally those who follow this kind of belief to become gods will end up being beaten to death by being used as a stepping stone. But it has to be said that this kind of way still has merits. For example, the Jideo martial saint at the beginning was contaminated with this kind of divinity, so that he had a magical effect similar to rebirth of flesh and blood. Actually, there is no suitable balance between these two ways. My strength comes from myself, but it does not affect my enjoyment of the benefits brought by the incense belief. Liu Sheng thought of his martial god state. The feeling of being the beginning of everything, the end of everything, the end of the martial arts that can never be touched fits quite well with this kind of Li Huang who is praised by people in Huafeng. I should not be a god, but a symbol. Martial arts are me, and I am martial arts. Then in the world, oh no, all those who practice martial arts in the universe are naturally my believers. Every punch and every kick they make is chanting my real name and conveying their faith to me. All of a sudden, Liu Sheng felt his eyes suddenly open up. The grey roulette of Shiquan martial arts in his mind suddenly swelled a circle, more than twice as big as before. Unexpected surprise. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he felt that his control of the direction ahead was clearer. His Shiquan martial art is an unprecedented way. It is the strongest way he knows, and it is also the most difficult way. It can even be said to be a delusion. But Liu Sheng never gave up the past to realize this delusion. Every step he takes is to walk forward in the dark with a fire, and he doesn't know what is waiting for him on the road ahead. Is it an abyss, or an unprecedented glorious future? When I was young, I pointed to the sun and said that I would live in the center of the sun. People who heard it laughed and thought it was crazy. But right now, I've got a star growing inside me. Liu Sheng showed a smile on his face, and said to himself casually, I am martial arts, and martial arts is me, whether it is crazy words or delusion, who knows? Maybe someday it will come true. The general who had been following Liu Sheng all this time lost sight of Liu Sheng completely. Lingxiu Mountain, there is a towering tower on the lonely peak shrouded in clouds and mist. There are no doors on the top of the pagoda, and the mountain wind blows in all directions, bringing misty ancient temple bells. Tan's Hongaihu, who was dressed in a white military robe, sat cross-legged in the pagoda, with drooping eyelids, wondering what he was thinking. In Sejong's first battle, Tan's Hongaihu was seriously injured. But this injury is not in the body, but in the heart. There was nothing serious about his martial body, but there was a long crack in his martial will. This crack. It was given by Liu Sheng. I disagree with him, otherwise I wouldn't have parted ways because of this. It's just that I didn't expect that the little 7th level who was only a little eye-catching at the beginning can easily defeat me by the knife now. Tan's Hongaihu was talking to himself. The defeat of this battle had a great impact on him. It's not just that he lost to Liu Sheng, it also means the way he upheld was defeated by Liu Sheng's way. His way is wrong, his way is a wrong way. This kind of attack on the concept of martial arts is the most terrifying, which is equivalent to denying everything that Tan's Hongaihu has insisted on for more than 100 years. If you don't stick to your heart in time, erase your self-doubt, and make up for the cracks in your will, it may cause more serious consequences, and it is not impossible to retreat in strength. Tan's Hongaihu is now trying to make up for this crack in his martial arts will. Just because he's better than me doesn't mean his way is right. Liu Sheng is only 20 years old, and he can reach the realm of invincibility in the world. I don't believe that there is no adventure. What did he say to me? If he becomes a saint in the future, he will smash the tower, break the monopoly of martial arts inheritance, and spread martial arts to the world. Ridiculous. Tan's Hongaihu spoke faster and faster, as if he had found a certain entry point and regained his confidence. The cracks in the will of martial arts are also healing little by little. Can he really contribute what he has learned and generously and selflessly share? It's just empty talk. Now he's better than me, so he's right. If I am stronger than him in the future, then my way. It is the most correct way. Tan's Hongaihu's eyes burst out with an unparalleled strong sword light. The knife light even split the void, leaving traces of black traces in the air. In Tan's Hongaihu's mind, all the cracks in Tan's Hongaihu's martial arts will disappeared, and even emitted a shining light, showing a tendency to break through to a higher level. Actually, it's only been a few months, and Liu Sheng's way is about to collapse. He has the audacity to snatch all the energy crystals. Once the guide arrives, he will be stuck to death. As Tan's Hongaihu spoke, he casually picked up a tablet computer at hand. He just heard a message from the tablet, probably someone from Ming Yutang has something important to report. Tan's Hongaiho casually opened an unread message, which was sent by Xing Yu. The message is short, just one sentence. My lord, Liu Sheng is promoting a new body training technique in the military, and the effect is astonishing. New body training technique? A trace of doubt flashed across Tan's Hongaihu's face, and he casually clicked on the attached video below. What jumped out of the video was a three-dimensional virtual human figure, who was meticulously practicing a certain set of body exercises. 0. Ask for flowers. Just at the first glance, Tan's Hongaihu's eyes froze. As the avatar moves forward one by one in the video, Tan's Hongaihu's eyes become more and more astonished, shaking. In his mind, the long knife-shaped martial arts will that was still glowing just now quickly dimmed. There seems to be another crack on the blade. When the entire video was played, Tan Zuyu had already fallen into an inexplicable state. In a trance, bewildered. This can't be described as amazing. Tan's Hongaihu raised his head slowly, repeating the movements of the virtual figure in his mind, and there were voices echoing. I will smash the tower. How can he be willing to share and contribute what he has learned? My way is right. These voices fluctuate, sometimes like thunder, and sometimes like mosquitoes. It keeps repeating, like a magic sound. The speed of speech is getting faster and faster, faster and faster. At last, it stopped abruptly, turning into a clear click. It sounded like something was breaking and cracking. Tan's Hongaihu's head drooped deeply, as if depressed, helpless, unwilling, wryly smiling, and let out a long sigh. I am far inferior to him. Boom! The high tower on the isolated peak shattered and collapsed in an instant. The falling rocks rolled down, startling countless flying birds. The golden knife is broken. In the elegant courtyard, on the Qingshi under the tree, sits a handsome boy of 16 or 17 years old. The boy sat cross-legged, with his eyes closed and his expression solemn. Crunch! The small door of the courtyard opened, and a figure walked in slowly. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, the pupils were still clear, but they carried a strong sense of vicissitudes of different youths. Why did you come back so soon? When the young man saw the person coming, his face showed surprise. The leader came so early this time. Lin Zhenjiu, who was wearing a short shirt, a Chinese character face, and a short beard, shook her head. The leader hasn't come yet. Then you come back and do. The young man frowned, and was about to scold him, when he suddenly remembered something. His attitude quickly eased, and he asked gently, then why are you coming back? Is the nourishing liquid I want already available? There is no news about the nourishing liquid. Lin Zhenjiu said calmly, I came back this time mainly because someone wants to meet you. Who? The young man frowned. Tan's Hongaihu? What did he see me for? Come see my joke? Lin Zhenjiu, we agreed. You have collected my things, so try your best to protect me. Tell me the truth, what exactly is Tan's Hongaihu looking for me for? Lin Zhenjiu shook her head, it's not that Tan's Hongaihu wants to see you, it's another person. You should be familiar with it. I'm familiar? Who the hell? The boy frowned even tighter, with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Zhenjiu stepped back half a step to the side, bent her body slightly, made an inviting gesture, and said softly to the young man, it's the ultimate in the world, Lord Liu Sheng wants to see you. In the next breath, the courtyard was filled with light, and a figure walked in calmly. When the young man saw this person, his pupils contracted violently, and he couldn't help but tremble. Liu. Liu Sheng entered. 395 Waste Utilization, System Awakening, Reborn Zhaoji, 4. Zhaoji has lived for more than 100 and nearly 200 years, and there are more than 10 million people who have met and experienced it. But no one has ever left such a deep impression on him like Liu Sheng. Because Liu Sheng almost beat him to death. Zhaoji stared at Liu Sheng in front of him, suddenly remembered something, and suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Zhenjiao. What did you just call him? The ultimate in the world, Master Liu Sheng. Lin Zhenjiao looked calm, and said, I will return all the resources you gave to you. In front of Mr. Liu, I can't even protect myself, let alone you. Buzz. Hearing these words, Zhaoji felt as if 100 thunderbolts flashed through his mind at the same time. My mind was dizzy, and even my body shook slightly. The ultimate in the world. Master Liu. Lin Zhenjiao, a majestic 9th-level martial artist, actually called Liu Sheng your lord. How many people in the entire Azure Star are qualified to have a 9th-level warrior call master in such a respectful manner? No. Not a single one. Only the guide, the 10th-level guide. Only then can these martial saints who stand on the top of the world lower their proud heads and respect the adults. During the period when he retreated to heal his wounds and Lin Zhenjiao was away from August 97. What exactly did Liu Sheng do? What the hell is going on outside? For a moment, Zhaoji's mind was in a mess, and a great horror and fear emerged from the bottom of his heart, and he climbed up like a snake. Liu Sheng was calm. He inspected Zhaoji's current state. The martial body is weak, probably only at the level of a 6th-level warrior, and the martial spirit is still seriously injured. From the inside to the outside, the whole person smelled of weakness. So much so that just by showing up, he was almost frightened to the point of collapse. If you put it on other 9th-level martial saints, no matter how scared you are, it won't be like this. Liu Sheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhaoji. He took a step forward. The light in the courtyard immediately dimmed. The red sun is clearly in the sky, and the sun is shining high, but this small courtyard seems to have passed the dusk. 2 roads. Liu Sheng said calmly, life, or death. Zhaoji's complexion changed rapidly, as if he was thinking quickly to find his possible existence. Liu Sheng didn't give him much time to think. If you don't answer, then I will choose for you. As Liu Sheng spoke casually, he suddenly appeared in front of Zhaoji. Before Zhaoji could fully react, he punched lightly on his forehead lightly. Zhaoji opened his eyes wide in an instant, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Then close your eyes and lean your body back. Lin Zhenjiao came up, blinked at Zhaoji who was lying on the ground, and said to Liu Sheng with a complicated expression, Thank you, Lord Liu, for sparing his life. Nothing to thank. Liu Sheng shook his head and said casually, he's almost dead. Liu Sheng's punch just now directly erased Zhaoji's memory of nearly 100 years, and then made up some new memories in it. It is equivalent to forcibly gouging out a piece of his martial arts spirit. Zhaoji is lacking in soul, and it is impossible to return to the peak in this life. Even breaking through to the 7th-level Grandmaster and 8th-level Master is quite difficult. Killing him is better than transforming him, let him do something more meaningful to the world and to human beings. Thinking of the changes he made to Zhaoji's spirit, Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing, I am really becoming more and more like a martial ancestor and a saint, with this heart, this pattern. Impressive. Thinking about it, Liu Sheng told Lin Zhenjiao to leave. Let's go, he should wake up in a while, don't disturb him. Okay. Lin Zhenjiao was a little confused, but quickly followed Liu Sheng out of the small courtyard. About 5 minutes passed. Zhaoji, who was lying upright on the Qingshi board, opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. I'm alive. I'm not dead. Zhaoji lowered his head to check his hands and body in disbelief, and ran to the pond to look at the reflection in the water. After a few minutes, he laughed. God will not stop me. Let me, Zhao Ji, be reborn and live another life. After laughing maniacally, there was a deep sadness and pain on his face. Dad, Mom. Su. You guys died so miserable. Zhao Ji cried and laughed for a while, his eyes refocused little by little. No, I have to go back to my world. I want revenge. Those who killed my family and loved ones must pay the price in blood. Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with blazing fire of revenge, and then he began to think calmly. Then how do I go back? After a while, Zhao Ji's expression began to change drastically. From bewilderment, to shock, to excitement and ecstasy. System, I actually have a system. The system task, kill 10 million strange beasts, achieve the mission goal, you can summon the martial ancestor to descend, and get the martial ancestor's inheritance. Martial ancestor? Is it the great power who sent me to this world? It must be, otherwise who would make me reincarnated and reborn? The martial ancestor came, and the martial ancestor passed on. Zhao Ji became excited, that is to say, as long as I complete the tasks issued by the system, it is entirely possible to go back. Not to mention revenge, even resurrecting parents and Susu is possible. 10 million alien beasts. Zhao Ji's eyes became firm in an instant, and he gritted his teeth and said, if you want to have a great inheritance, you must go through great tribulations. There are only 10 million alien beasts, and I will be able to do it sooner or later. I'm going to the front line of the battlefield now, I want to kill strange beasts. I want to become stronger and stronger in the battle. Roar! Encouraged by himself, Zhao Ji rushed out of the courtyard like a lunatic, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Lin Zhenjiao, who was hiding in the dark, was stunned, and the majestic 9 level surpassed the martial saint. Also Clam Live. 4. Numbly turning his head to look at Liu Sheng next to him, he couldn't describe his inner feelings in words for a while. How did Lord Liu do it? Lin Zhenjiao murmured. Liu Sheng waved his hand casually, it's not worth mentioning, it's just recycling. It's just a little clever use of will simulation. Liu Sheng absorbed so many messy memories in the dream space, randomly took some out and weaved them. Play wantonly in Zhao Ji's memory. Then a shiny, reborn Zhao Ji appeared. As for the system, mission, martial ancestor inheritance. Totally a product of Liu Sheng's flash of inspiration 0. Liu Sheng himself is also very satisfied. It's like an extremely subtle punch that you accidentally hit while practicing boxing. From now on, the Supreme Martial Saint Zhao Ji will dedicate his whole life to the great cause of human civilization's fight against alien beasts. Move. After finishing this last bit of finishing work, Liu Sheng and Lin Zhenjiao walked inward together. Lin Zhenjiao deliberately lagged behind him by half a step, with a respectful attitude. This is the place where Lin Zhenjiao usually practiced and lived. The outside is the general hall of Cheiyuguan, and the inside is deep with other courtyards, and there are many buildings. Almost all wooden, full of ancient style. Lin Zhenjiao has dozens of disciples, almost all of whom live here. The two walked through several corridors, and finally sat down in another living room facing the rockery. A girl in an ancient Chinese costume ran up to pour tea for the two of them. Liu Sheng took a closer look and found that it was Lin Wanwan who made the tea. Lin Wanwan was a little nervous at first, but when Liu Sheng smiled and winked at her, she immediately relaxed. A pot of boiling water splashed all over Lin Zhenjiao's crotch. Nonsense! Lin Zhenjiao shook her robe, steamed the boiling water dry, blew on her beard and stared at her eyes and said, "Let others shit." Oh! Lin Wanwan stuck out her tongue and had no choice but to retreat with the teapot in hand. Lin Wanwan is very natural, her thoughts are as clear as crystal, just like a child. Liu Sheng still had a good impression of her, so he stared at Lin Wanwan's back twice more. Lin Zhenjiao noticed Liu Sheng's eyes, her heart moved, and she couldn't help but say, "Master Lu, is he interested in my little girl? If you don't mind, I can agree to it for Wan." Sheng was taken aback, and quickly waved his hands. Sage Cheyu was joking, "I already have a fiancé. It's not a big deal." Lin Zhenjiahu smiled indifferently. Before the first year of martial arts, it was already common for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Let alone now. Mr. Lu has a beautiful 2.8 appearance in heaven and earth, the ultimate gene in the world, and one more heir is a great contribution to the entire Azure Star. Sheng shook his head, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, but didn't answer. Seeing that he didn't mean it, Lin Zhenjiahu felt a little regretful, but she still changed the topic with knowledge. "I will pack up the things left by Zhao Ji and hand them over to Master Lu." Okay, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Sheng didn't refuse, "Just give me what he left, and you don't have to take out what he gave you." Lin Zhenjiahu nodded, and then said seriously, "Master Lu really doesn't intend to return Nanjing?" Sheng put down the teacup casually, and said casually, "Why? Can't I return it?" "No, there could be big trouble." Lin Zhenjiahu said worriedly, "The guide comes from the starry sky, from a higher level of martial arts civilization. At the same level, our natives of Azure Planet are no match for them at all. Not to mention that the guide is still level 10. Master Lu is tough, but this matter really needs to be carefully considered. How does Sheng treat Zhao Ji? I personally think it's wonderful. Haha, ask for a monthly ticket for flowers." 396 Azure Star is destroyed, and died again? 1. Sheng gently stroked the smooth and delicate wall of the teacup on the table with his finger, and said, "The martial sage Cheyu knows a lot about the guide and the advanced martial arts civilization behind the guide? Can you tell me about it?" "It's not much, it's just that the longer you live, the more you can hear and see." Lin Zhenjiahu hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, "Our Azure Star is a first-level resource star in the Serpentis Galaxy, and the guide is from the powerful Battlefield Star. Level 1 resource star? Battlefield Star." Sheng heard these two terms for the first time, and asked curiously, "Is this the division of planets by advanced martial arts civilization?" "Yes." At this time, a new girl in long gown and hanfu came up to make tea for the two of them. It was no longer Lin Wanwan, but she was good-looking and had a rather graceful temperament. Lin Zhenjiahu waited for the tea to be brewed, waved the girl back, offered a cup of tea to Sheng herself, and then said, "It should be divided according to the attributes of the planets. For example, our Azure Star, because the planet contains star-level resources such as energy crystals, but there are not many, it is designated as a first-class resource star. As for the Battlefield Star, I guess it should be in a relatively fierce position in the alien beast battlefield, just like those war zones on our planet that guard the cracks in the crypt. In addition to battlefield stars and resource stars, there are also garden stars with pleasant scenery and gorgeous wonders, but do not contain many resources and have a relatively low level of civilization. A livable cultural star, a garbage star specially used to throw away garbage. No matter what type of planet, there are different 0-2 levels, the higher the level, the higher the corresponding value and importance." Sheng was surprised, "Beyond martial saints know so much? You are not a noble of the starry sky with a high-level martial arts civilization, are you?" "Hehe, Mr. Lu is joking. All I know is what the guide himself revealed on his own initiative, but Mr. Lu actually knows about the nobles of the starry sky. I've read too many novels. I can more or less guess some." Sheng and Lin Zhenjiahu chatted while drinking tea. As Lin Zhenjiahu spoke, she suddenly added with a dignified expression, "According to the guide, any planet has the possibility of transforming into a battlefield star. Once there is an invasion of alien beasts, and the degree of the invasion is severe enough, it will become a battlefield. Our Azure Star has the potential to become a battlefield star. The guide comes once every 10 years, besides collecting resources, another important thing is to monitor the alien beast invasion on the planet. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he said, in other words, there is a crisis of alien beast invasion in the entire universe. I don't know if it is the entire universe, but at least our Serpentis galaxy is like this. All civilizations are doing their best to eliminate and resolve this crisis. Various civilizations? There is more than one civilization in the Serpentis galaxy. Of course. The martial arts civilization is just one of the more powerful ones. In addition to the martial arts civilization, there are A&D. Lin Zhenjiao is the same as an old record card, still has for a long time but still can't come out with a word. Obviously this has involved his blind spot in knowledge. Anyway, there is more than one civilization. Lin Zhenjiao picked up the teacup in front of her and drank it all in one gulp. Liu Sheng was thoughtful, and Lin Xiangmu's words verified some of his thoughts. The battlefield where the alien beasts invaded was indeed as he had imagined before, and it was much bigger than he had originally expected. And it's not just limited to a tiny cerulean star. At this point, the pressure on Liu Sheng's body suddenly became much lighter. When the sky fell and there was a tall man supporting him, he finally didn't have to be the so-called savior anymore. How great is the ability and how big is the responsibility, Liu Sheng feels that regardless of what happens in the future, with his current strength, it is enough to manage the 1-acre 3-point land in front of Azure Star. As long as I slowly spread the martial arts step by step, and continuously strengthen the power of the middle and bottom layers of Azure Star, it will be regarded as infinite merit. At this time, Lin Zhenjiao continued, according to the words of the guide, our Azure Star will develop into a real battlefield star sooner or later. But it will be many years later, and the 10th level powerhouse may not be able to live to see that day. Anyway. Lin Zhenjiao drank a cup of tea with a smile, and said with a relaxed face, we will definitely die in a peaceful age. After Lin Zhenjiao finished speaking, the immortal cells in the center of Liu Sheng's eyebrows beat slightly, which made his heart tighten inexplicably. Beyond the martial saint, setting up flags indiscriminately is a taboo. Liu Sheng looked a little serious. Lin Zhenjiao's hand holding the teapot stopped in mid-air, with a look of astonishment. Liu Sheng didn't continue to say anything. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, beyond martial sage, I never thought about it. Is it Tian Wulan? Master Liu wants to get out of Azure Planet? That's right, with Master Lu's strength and talent, he has every chance to get out of the planet. I don't want to, I just want to have a family full of children and grandchildren in my lifetime. Martial arts are too long and too difficult, although yearning for the top scenery, but it is only yearning. I spent most of my life fighting for martial arts, so I should leave some time to do what I want to do. Lin Zhenjiao was emotional for a while, and then said seriously to Liu Sheng, if Mr. Liu wants to get out of the Blue Star, then he should not offend the guide. Whether it is the way to advance to the 10th level or the way out of the Blue Star, they are all in the hands of the guide. With the current level of technology of our Azure Star, it is impossible to create an aircraft that can support starry sky travel. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered. What Lin Zhenjiao said was correct. If you want to get out of Azure Star, you really don't just need to simply improve your martial arts strength. You can't take that step without sufficient technological support. The 10th level powerhouse is not clear, but the 9th level martial saint? It is definitely impossible to cross the starry sky physically. Understood, I have my own measure. Liu Sheng nodded and spoke calmly. Lin Zhenjiao didn't try to persuade her anymore, and then started talking about other things. For example, the appearance of the guide, what the aircraft looks like every time he comes here, many high-end technologies of Azure Star, such as the extraction of different marrow fluid, advanced cold weapons and spiritual master weapons are all given by the guide. How does it feel to see the guide for the first time? Barbara, it's just rambling anyway. During this period, Lin Zhenjiao proposed intentionally or unintentionally that he wanted to marry Lin Wanwan as his concubine, but Liu Sheng could only ignore it again and again. First of all, he and Lin Wanwan had no relationship basis, only met twice in total. Secondly, he didn't even handle the eldest wife. If, just in case, maybe Dong Qingxiu agrees in the future. It's not like he can't do what he can, bite the bullet and be forced to marry dozens of wives. Hey, the main thing is to be soft-hearted and hurt my wife. After chatting for several hours, Lin Zheng and Liu Sheng ate. Liu Sheng didn't refuse, and agreed with the opportunity. During the meal, Lin Wanwan, Dong Shenji, and Lin Zhenjiahu's disciples who had been beaten up by Liu Sheng in Chaizong were also there. The form was somewhat similar to an ancient banquet, with Liu Sheng sitting at the top, Lin Zhenjiahu sitting beside him, and the others silently serving as foils at the bottom. Liu Sheng didn't pay attention to whether the food in Chaiyuguan was good, he was observing Dong Shenji's expression the whole time. I can't tell if the expression of my brother-in-law to be is complicated or helpless, but it's wonderful anyway. After lunch, Lin Zhenjiahu personally took Liu Sheng to the gate of the martial arts hall, and sent a private plane to take him back to Beihe City. Dong Qingxiu, her parents, Liu Qinghe, and the others had already returned to Beihe one step earlier. When Liu Sheng returned to Beihe City, it was almost time for dinner. 960. At night, Liu Sheng sat cross-legged on the floor of the room. The windows were open, the night wind blew the curtains, and the bright moonlight shone on Liu Sheng, casting a quiet shadow on the clean floor. Liu Sheng's eyes were slightly closed, as if he had fallen asleep. Dream space. Liu Sheng sat casually at the entrance of the dilapidated long street, holding an optical computer in his hand, searching for the information he wanted to inquire. Isn't the data outside the starry sky open yet? Liu Sheng wanted to check the introduction about the starry universe in the dream space, and compare the information that Lin Zhenjiahu sent to him. It turned out that the information found was all fake news. Liu Sheng looked at his personal information again, and found that the authority was still at level 10. It seems that I have to reach the 9th level, or officially defeat a 10th level, before I can raise the authority to the 11th level. Here's how the updated biography describes Liu Sheng's future. Hardly connect the 10th level leader with 3 moves, and break through the 9th level in 3 years. That is to say, there is still a big gap between my current strength and the leader, and I can only guarantee that I will not die. Seeing this, Liu Sheng was not only not worried, but had a smile on his face. That's right, what I need is this kind of strength that is about to kill me but can't kill me. Only in this way can I be pressured and have the motivation to break through. Unfortunately, Liu Sheng's smile hasn't bloomed for long. The eyes moved down, and the expression immediately froze. 5 years later, he died in the battle of the destruction of the Blue Star. 28 years old. Liu Sheng froze in place, staring at the text displayed on the optical brain. He was stunned for a moment. Died in the Battle of Azure Star Destruction. He died again. This time, even planets are destroyed. What's the situation? 397 Martial Ancestor Body Refining Technique. Liu Sheng repeatedly clicked on his personal information, which was similar to frantically pressing F5 on the computer to refresh. It's a pity that this behavior didn't have any influence or change on the text on the life experience. Liu Sheng finally accepted this fact and began to think calmly. Dream space deduces the most likely future based on the collected information. Now that it can come up with this result, it must have collected some key information that I don't know, or that I have overlooked. What is the message? Liu Sheng's brain was running fast. It can cause the entire planet of Azure Star to be destroyed, and even I can't resist it after breaking through to the 9th level Martial Saint, and the 10th level powerhouse must not be able to do it. Only those above level 11 exist. Existence above the 11th level either comes from the starry sky, or it comes from the cracks in the real estate. Liu Sheng subconsciously thought of the indescribable shadow he encountered when he was in the gap space. Liu Sheng couldn't determine whether the strength of the latter was above the 11th level. But so far, that shadow is indeed the most powerful existence he has ever seen. In front of that shadow, he was as insignificant as an ant. If that thing came out of the gap space, it would be a breeze to destroy a small blue star. Although the high-level powerhouses in different worlds cannot easily penetrate the barrier between the two worlds, at most they can only wander in the gap space, the second battlefield. But in this world, nothing is absolute. Then, even the crisis beyond the starry sky is not impossible. Liu Sheng was worried. The crisis of annihilation is full of too many uncertain factors and possibilities, and he can't grasp too many clues at all. But since the dream space captures this point, it must exist and has a great probability of happening. Boom! Liu Sheng punched casually and hit the ground heavily. With his fist as the center, countless cracks appeared, and quickly spread to the surroundings. Boom! The 10-kilometer-long street collapsed abruptly and severely, and a large part of it sank. Call! Liu Sheng let out a long breath, and his face gradually returned to calm. At this moment, he felt an indescribable complex feeling in his heart. He is the only one who knows about this crisis of annihilation that does not know when it happened or where it came from. It also means he had just unloaded the burden of being a savior for a short time, and had no choice but to fight again. I have to carry it. If I don't carry it, everyone will die together, and the planet will be destroyed together. And time is running out. According to the prediction of the dream space, 8 years later, this crisis of annihilation will come. Fucking! Liu Sheng still couldn't help but want to complain. If you want to blame, you can blame Lin Zhenjiao. If he hadn't set up some flags, this crisis might not have happened. Lin Zhenjiao said before that the blue star has maintained such a peaceful state for a long time, and the result. What I just said in the morning, the crisis of Nima's destruction came in the evening. Lin Zhenjiao carries the big pot. There may not be a way to break the situation. It took about 2 years for me to rise from humble beginnings to where I am today. There are still 8 years until the crisis hits. In 8 years, there is too much room for improvement. At this stage, it is a catastrophe for me. 8 years later. Liu Sheng's eyes were shining brightly, and he said to himself, perhaps waving your hand can dissolve it into nothingness. Take another 10,000 steps, if I really have no way to resolve this crisis of annihilation. Then take the people close to me away from the blue star in advance, so I can't afford to hide. Of course, this is the worst plan. Although Liu Sheng is not a saint, he is not a villain who can abandon hundreds of millions of compatriots and run for his own life. So, I have to. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, his eyes became sharper and firmer bit by bit. Speed up and become stronger, become more obedient. Liu Sheng will try his best to calm down the turbulent mood and close his personal data. Then start searching for body refining techniques at the Tinder Resource Curry. He has already promoted the 10,000-year-old method of martial arts in the future, and he is looking forward to it, after 10,000 years of evolution and improvement. What did the original ordinary body training technique evolve into? Search, Qiushan Body Refining Technique. Calling. Soon, a technique appeared in front of Liu Sheng. Seeing the name of this exercise, Liu Sheng's eyes lit up slightly. The name of this method is Martial Ancestor Body Refining Technique. Martial Ancestor Body Refining Technique, created by Martial Ancestor Liu Sheng, it is the most suitable basic body training technique for beginners of martial arts. Whoa, what a great name! Of course Liu Sheng also smiled. He, the so-called martial ancestor, has been belching along with Azure Star for more than 300 years in martial arts, and there is still a hairy inheritance left behind. Now that I think about it, if I had a fever at the beginning, I would have promoted this body training technique early. It is estimated that the cover-up of full of mistakes and omissions in the dream space has long been seen. Liu Sheng didn't care about these details, and focused on the body refining technique itself. After finishing the whole set of body training exercises, Liu Sheng's face showed a hint of emotion. The original 228 movements have been increased to 356 after the perfect deduction of the mysterious power of the dream space. He tried to briefly simulate this newborn body training technique in his mind. Surprisingly, he found that it was actually helpful to him now. This body training technique can excavate the potential parts that can be excavated, some of which are not even covered by the immortal body. That is to say, this set of body training techniques is in some aspects. It is stronger than the 11th level spell of indestructible stars. Liu Sheng was shocked. Then came the surprise. What does that mean? This means that there is still room for perfection and improvement in the 3 11th level exercises he is currently practicing, the Dew of Immortality of the Stars, Natural Breathing Method and Crystal Conception Thoughts. If you use the dream space to deduce, maybe you can create 12th level, or even 13 level and 14 level magic in one fell swoop. Great news! The dream space is much more powerful than I imagined. With this advantage, I will be more confident in the crisis of annihilation 8 years later. Liu Sheng was a little excited, and was already thinking about how to deduce these 3 exercises. Although it is not yet possible to promote these 3 11th level exercises, there are many ways to deal with them. For example, pass it on to a small number of people first? Adults are too ambitious, can they be passed on to children first? Contrary to normal rules is dead, but people are alive. As long as you think about it carefully, there must be a perfect solution. The dream space is a super data processor, and the real world is the input port. Grasp this point well, it will be an incomparable and huge boost to my martial arts journey. Liu Sheng's eyes were shining brightly, and he began to practice the so-called martial ancestor body refining technique in the dream space. After dozens of practice sessions, Liu Sheng clearly felt that his indestructible stellar body had improved. The most intuitive manifestation was that the stellar veins in his martial body quietly grew a little bit towards a more perfect, higher level, constantly approaching. After practicing almost, Liu Sheng stood up from the ground. Whoo! His figure jumped out suddenly, turned into a shining golden meteor, and slammed into a huge deep pit in the distance. In the deep pit, there was a violent explosion soon, and there was the sound of cold weapons clashing, and the golden and blue lights flickered and floated on the pit. Xi Ling He, the 10th level 5 level spear master. Just like Zhao Lengxian back then, they are his best training partners. 7 days later, at the gate of Lu's villa, Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu were standing at the door with big bags and small bags. Liu Dahai, Zheng Yufen, and Liu Qinghe were seeing them off. I've only stayed for a few days, and I have to leave again. Zheng Yufen muttered, her face was full of reluctance, and she patted Liu Sheng's clothes with both hands, smoothing the wrinkles on the clothes for him. Liu Sheng comforted Zheng Yufen softly, Mom, this time I'm going to Qingxiu's house to meet her parents. By the way, let's settle down our affairs. It should be, Qingxiu is a good girl. Liu Dahai looked at Liu Sheng with an indescribable sense of relief in his eyes. It was a kind of joy from the bottom of his heart when he saw that his son was about to grow up and have a family. When you meet someone's elders, remember to be polite. Although our family is small, we must not lose our etiquette. No. Liu Sheng nodded. Seeing Liu Qinghe pouted with a glance, he calmly said, I have arranged for you a master instructor from the military department, and someone will come to pick you up every day from now on. Also, I will teach you body exercises and breathing techniques, remember to practice. I will check your training report every day, if I find that the progress is not satisfactory. You know. Liu Qinghe pouted even higher, and snorted. No. After exhorting each other a few words, the family sent Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu out, and naturally a special car from the military department would pick them up to the airport. From Beihe City to Dongjia, it took less than half a day in total. Sitting on the special plane of the military department, Lu Sheng leaned on the seat and looked down at the clouds below through the window of the cabin. A cold little hand stretched out, gently stroking Lu Sheng's brow. Lu Sheng turned his head, and was facing Shang Dong Qingxiu's beautiful eyes full of inquiries. "Are you nervous?" Dong Qingxiu looked at him curiously. Lu Sheng held Dong Qingxiu's hand tightly, and said with a smile, "You should ask your father this question. I think he is more nervous now." Meanwhile, the owner, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a round face and figure, sneezed violently. "Achoo!" A beautiful woman came up to her quickly, and said concernedly, "What's the matter? Have you caught a cold?" The round-faced middle-aged man smiled wryly and shook his head, "I am a Grand 7th level Grandmaster, how can I still catch a cold? It is estimated that the Supreme Figure is about to arrive, and the body is tense. Brothers, it is estimated that there will only be 3 shifts today, because I have to go out soon. Anyway, I will definitely make up for what I owe, sorry." 398. Did you also get that news? 1/6. The beautiful woman nodded, and said with a complicated expression, "What you said made me a little nervous. You said such a great big shot, why did he fall in love with our boss's daughter? I've been dizzy for the past 2 days, I drifted from time to time when I walked, and I always felt like I was living in a dream." The middle-aged Dong Cheng with a round face calms his mind. His feelings are both funny and helpless. His wife felt that she was living in a dream, so why didn't he feel the same way? Consider the profile of that one. The military god of the army, the ultimate in the world, pushing all the saints. Any one of these titles and records is a great halo, which can make people's hearts beat wildly. Not to mention it all converges on the same person. Such a character has never existed in more than 300 years of martial arts, counting from now on. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find another one to compare with it. The point is, the age is only in his early 20s. The prosperity of the prosperous age, but that's all. And it is such a person who is shocking the whole world, who has taken a fancy to his daughter among the hundreds of millions of people in the world, and wants to be a partner, and even takes the initiative to visit her. Ever since he heard the news, Dong Chengding had to pump his blood and flush his brain dozens of times every day. To make sure that he is still living in the real world, don't wait for a sneeze to come out, and wake up in bed with a swish. Before I was 70 years old, I always felt that the 2 sons I gave birth to were the greatest pride in my life. Never thought. Dong Chengding said with emotion, "The greatest achievement in my life is the birth of my 3rd daughter." The beautiful woman beside her clasped her hands together and muttered, "Bless the master's ancestors, the luck of 10 lifetimes has brought us Qingxiu." The couple were emotional for a while, and Dong Chengding suddenly asked, "Is that one coming soon? Have you contacted Qingxiu?" The beautiful woman nodded, "I called me before boarding the plane. Calculating the time, it will only take about an hour or 2. So fast?" Dong Chengding looked startled, and hurried out. "Then I have to go to the other courtyard of Dalan Mountain to see if everything is arranged well." In the middle of speaking, he shrank his feet back and asked with a serious face, "Please tell the people below, don't really treat that uncle as my boss. Give it to me as an ancestor." "I know." The beautiful woman suddenly remembered, frowned, and said, "It seems that people from the Qin family and Wang family have also been informed and have rushed to Dalan Mountain. Do you think this is appropriate? Do you want them to go back?" Dong Chengding shook his head, "Both of them have greeted me before. They are all family friends, so there is no need. Besides, when that one comes, they should come to greet him according to the situation and reason, just let them go." "Good." The beautiful woman nodded, and suddenly said quickly, "Wait for me to change clothes, I will go there with you. You change yourself and come here, I don't have time to wait for you." Dong Cheng fixed his head and didn't look back, his body was full of Guru's blood, and he went out in a hurry. Arrive. When the plane stopped, Liu Sheng got off the plane holding Dong Qingxiu's hand. Standing tall and straight in front of him were all military generals in military uniforms. These people all looked at Liu Sheng with an almost fanatical reverence. They knew very well who they were welcoming and who was standing in front of them. Is God. It is the god of their army, the god of the army. My lord, the convoy has been arranged, please come here. The general standing in front of Liu Sheng looked agitated, and his speech was a little awkward. Liu Sheng's mental power radiated out, and he could clearly see the battle outside the airport. Good guy, a convoy of nearly 100 military vehicles, cars, and even armored vehicles and tanks. A guard of honor formed by thousands of heavily armed soldiers. Is this planning to clear the way all the way to the past? Liu Sheng couldn't help frowning. When he was just practicing martial arts, he was especially envious of those high-ranking martial arts experts and big shots. No matter where you go, you will be greeted by the front and the back, the stars will hold the moon, and thousands of people will follow. I think that's very majestic, very airy. But with the improvement of martial arts strength and higher status, on the contrary, he is more and more resistant to the scenery of fresh clothes and angry horses. Sometimes the more you stand in the center of the crowd, the more you lose the fun of being an ordinary person. Do you want to go by yourself? Liu Sheng asked Dong Qingxiu. With a natural expression, Dong Qingxiu directly grabbed the luggage that the accompanying officer was helping to carry, and said, "You know, I don't always like excitement." Liu laughed. 20 minutes later, somewhere tens of kilometers away from the military airport, Liu Sheng put the last luggage bag in the trunk of the car, then got into the car, closed the door, and greeted, "Master, drive. Go." Liu Sheng turned his head to look at Dong Qingxiu beside him. "Where is it from?" "Dalan Mountain Qinghe Biwen." Dong Qingxiu reminded. "Yes, Dalan Shan Qinghe Biwen." Liu Sheng repeated. "Come on, sit down." The taxi driver kicked the accelerator and drove the car out in a hurry. Liu Sheng whispered to Dong Qingxiu, "The accent of your Lingang people is similar to that of people in Kyoto. It's not far from Kyoto, and it's still close to Ning'ai." Dong Qingxiu also replied in a low voice. The two shoulders were shoulder to shoulder, and the way they talked head to head was no different from ordinary young couples who went home to visit relatives. The taxi driver looked at the two through the rear-view mirror, and boasted, "Could you two be a celebrity couple in the entertainment circle? This looks, this temperament, I have been driving taxis for so many years, you can definitely rank third in appearance. How about an old saying? Golden boy and jade girl. Perfect match." Taxi driver giving thumbs up with one hand. Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing, and said to Dong Qingxiu, "I'll pay this master an extra 100 yuan for the fare later." Dong Qingxiu pinched his palm secretly, but she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows a little. Since Liu Sheng joined the military and his status has risen, he rarely took a taxi again. Re-experiencing this experience at this moment, I feel fresh, and I don't think the taxi driver talks too much, and even took the initiative to chat with the other party. During the process, Liu Sheng only felt a sense of natural interest lingering in his heart, and his thinking was lively, as if he had some inexplicable insights into the natural breathing method. Dong Qingxiu didn't speak, but just quietly listened to Liu Sheng talking to the taxi driver, smiling from time to time. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the destination. "Good guy, is there any big person coming here today? Such a big scene." The taxi driver stopped the car far away, looked at the luxury cars and the crowd gathering in front of him, and couldn't help turning his head to ask Liu Sheng, "Young man, are you sure you can go in? Even the cordon is pulled up in front, it seems to be private place." Liu Sheng paid the fare, got out of the car with Dong Qingxiu, and said with a smile, "We'll sneak in later. Then don't get caught. Good luck." The taxi driver said half-jokingly. He also just said casually that the image and temperament of Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu didn't look like ordinary people. If they could go straight here, they would naturally have the ability to get in. Baobuki is the daughter of a wealthy family. However, he didn't think deeply about it. The extra 100 yuan charged for this trip was enough to make him happy for a long time. Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu got out of the car and looked into the distance. King Hubiwen is at the foot of Dalan Mountain, and it is the private production area of Dong Qingxiu's family. At this moment, a lot of cars and people gathered around the entrance of the other courtyard, and there were also a large number of warrior bodyguards with sharp eyes walking around. Think with your heels, and know that you are preparing for yourself. Liu Sheng was considering whether to really take Dong Qingxiu to sneak in, when suddenly, he noticed a person who just got off a luxury car. The man looked to be in his early 30s, wearing a dark blue suit without a tie. Handsome, with a bit of playboy temperament. Dong Qingxiu obviously also saw this person, and said beside him, "It's Qin Shaojun." Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, he suddenly smiled and said, "I'll say hello to him." Qin Shaojun is one of Liu Sheng's few friends. Speaking of which, Qin Shaojun also contributed a lot to him and Dong Qingxiu being able to be together. Liu Sheng took out his mobile phone and quickly dialed a number. Seeing that Qin Shaojun, who was about to walk to another courtyard, stopped, he took out the mobile phone from his pocket. The whole person froze for a few seconds, with a stunned expression on his face, followed by excitement, ecstasy. Look around. Not long after, Qin Shaojun found Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu and ran towards them immediately. He rushed to Liu Sheng and the two in one breath, excitedly wanting to say hello to them, suddenly remembered something, and saluted Liu Sheng solemnly. "Colonel Qin Shaojun of the Eastern Military Region has met General Liu Sheng." Obviously, Qin Shaojun's understanding of Liu Sheng is still at the stage of the Eastern Military Region General Star competition. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he said calmly, "Stand in a military posture for 10 hours. Qin Shaojun's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Liu Sheng, you're going too far, don't forget who helped you catch Dong Qingxiu. I made a joke with you and you took it seriously." Liu Sheng took the initiative to step forward, stretched out his arms to Qin Shaojun, and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Instructor Qin." Qin Shaojun was stunned, there seemed to be a strange light flashing in his eyes, and then he solemnly opened his arms and hugged him. "Long time no see, Luze." When the two separated, the previous estrangement and strangeness all disappeared. Qin Shaojun is still the same Qin Shaojun, and Liu Sheng is still the same Liu Sheng. "You come back this time?" After briefly recounting the past, Qin Shaojun curiously asked the two of them, "Did you also hear that news?" The following plot is a bit intense, and the climax is a bit too much, so let's have some daily relaxation first. 6 shifts today, and we'll see if we can go back to 5 shifts a day later. 399 Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors, the 30,000-meter lone peak is imposing. Who? You don't even know. Qin Shaojun showed surprise on his face, looked around, approached and said mysteriously and solemnly, "The 4th martial sage of my dragon kingdom, the military god of the military department. It is the one who promoted the new body training technique in the military department some time ago. Bits. You should know the body training technique, it really is." Qin Shaojun thought for a while, and described it in one word, "Open up the world." Liu Sheng was silent, looked at Dong Qingxiu, and found that Dong Qingxiu was also looking at him with a bit of shock on her face. Yes. Not only Qin Shaojun didn't know, but even Dong Qingxiu didn't know. Liu Sheng. How hanging is it now? With the implementation of the new body training technique, there are many people who know that the Dragon Kingdom military department has produced the ultimate in the world, the god of the house. But those who know the true identity of this so-called military god? Not many. Even Dong Qingxiu only thinks that his current status is prominent because his talent and strength are valued by the military department. He doesn't know that he is the legendary fourth sage of the Dragon Kingdom and the god of the military department. Liu Sheng still wanted to have a showdown with Dong Qingxiu after returning home with Dong Qingxiu this time. This is also the reason why I didn't want to make too much ostentation at the airport before. Right now, I heard that even Qin Shaojun has heard the news, combined with the scene at the gate of the Dong's house. Liu Sheng knew that it was 137 and he couldn't hide it. He probably knew his identity already, and he didn't know if Dong Qingxiu would be angry if he found out that he was the last to know. By the way, what happened to the military exercise last time? Why didn't any information be released? It's even classified as top secret. Tell me quickly. Qin Shaojun suddenly remembered this and asked Liu Sheng. Before Liu Sheng could speak, Dong Qingxiu said calmly, "You know it's a top secret and still ask? He didn't even tell me." Liu Sheng whispered, "You didn't ask." Dong Qingxiu turned her head and glared at him, with an expression of "I'll help you talk, you still tear down my desk, right?" Liu Sheng was a little guilty, he didn't dare to look into Dong Qingxiu's eyes, he pretended to be nonchalant and said, Let's go in and talk about it later." Qin Shaojun naturally helped the two with their luggage and chatted with them while walking. "I thought you guys came here because you knew someone important was coming. I didn't expect to know as much as I do." Qin Shaojun shook his head and sighed. Dong Qingxiu asked, "What does such a big shot come to our boss's house?" "It is said that he came to choose the concubine. You know, the bigger the person is, the more powerful and precious the gene is, and the stronger the martial arts talent of the offspring will be. It's not just the owner's house, after we're done, we have to go to our Qin's house, to the Wang's house next door. It is even possible that the aristocratic families in the dozens of cities in Kyoto province have to choose one by one to go there." Puff! Liu Sheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Where did you hear the news?" Liu Sheng looked at Qin Shaojun in disbelief. Qin Shaojun looked natural, "It's a big fuss. Isn't it a common thing for a martial sage to choose a concubine?" Back then, the extreme martial sage had chosen more than once. "It is so easy for our military department to come up with a godlike character this time. If we don't find 17 or 8 spouses and give birth to dozens of dolls, the old people in the military department probably don't have any fun. And I heard that our military god is quite young. Young people, you know, extinguishing qi and flourishing. It is estimated that there are 17 or 8 wives. From my experience, he should marry at least this number of wives." Qin Shaojun stretched out a hand and said confidently, 100. Liu Sheng's face was as dark as a pot lid, and he gritted his teeth. "Do not believe rumors, do not pass rumors. How can it be a rumor? Hey, I told you that you don't understand." Qin Shaojun waved his hand, suddenly remembered something, and reminded seriously, "By the way, when the god of war descends later, you must hide Dong Qingxiu well. Just in case," I said just in case. Dong Qingxiu was favored by the god of war, and the consequences were no joke. Liu Sheng was expressionless and said nothing. However, Dong Qingxiu's expression changed, her eyes became obviously tense, and she subconsciously moved closer. The three chatted casually, and when they were about to enter the cordon outside the courtyard, suddenly a group of people came out in a hurry. The first person saw Qin Shaojun and greeted him loudly. "Shaojun, you've come." The three of them looked around and saw a man in a black striped suit striding towards them. The man was about 40 years old, with a thick back and a burly physique, and his appearance was 3 or 4 points similar to Qin Shaojun, and he was also a standard handsome man. Behind the man, there are also some young people with equally good appearance and temperament. "It's my big brother," Qin Shaojun whispered to Liu Sheng, and then responded honestly, "Brother." The burly man walked up to the three of them. His eyes swept across Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu, only staying on Dong Qingxiu. Qingxiu, the last time I saw you was just after graduating from Wuhan University, and now I almost can't recognize you." The burly man smiled at Dong Qingxiu. Dong Qingxiu was obviously quite familiar with the burly man, so she nodded and greeted him, "Brother Xiaoyang." Qin Shaojun hurriedly introduced from the side. "This is my elder brother, Qin Xiaoyang. This is my good friend, Sheng Guan, who is also Qingxiu's boyfriend." Qin Shaojun deliberately emphasized his tone, "General of the Eastern Military Region, Liu Sheng." Hearing the word admiral, Qin Shaoyang's eyes moved. So young. He took the initiative to reach out his hand to Liu Sheng. "Hi, I'm Qin Shaoyang." "Hello." Liu Sheng shook hands with him. At this time, a young man in a dark brown suit quickly squeezed up behind Qin Shaoyang, and asked with a gloomy face, "Qingxiu's boyfriend?" The man's appearance was not bad. He took a deep look at Liu Sheng, and then turned his head to look at Dong Qingxiu. "When did you have a boyfriend, Qingxiu?" Dong Qingxiu's expression was indifferent, and she said lightly, "What's none of your business?" "What's none of my business?" "Hee hee." The young man let out a miserable laugh and said, "I've liked you for 25 years, and you say it's none of my business. Wang Yao, you are crazy." Qin Shaojun couldn't help cursing, "You like Dong Qingxiu, does Dong Qingxiu like you? I'm most annoyed by your self-impressed dog licking. When others don't like you, it's as if they still owe you. What logic is there? After staying abroad for 20 years, is your head still stupid?" Qin Shaojun. The young man's eyes spewed fire, and his eyes stared at Qin Shaojun. "Want to fight?" Qin Shaojun sneered, and started rolling up his sleeves. "Come on, let's see what skills you have learned abroad." "Enough!" Qin Shaoyang, who was caught in the middle, let out a cold shout, and the aura belonging to the master was suddenly released, instantly suppressing the scene. "Don't say a few words." Qin Shaoyang looked cold, and then greeted Liu Sheng, "Admiral Liu, please forgive me, Qingxiu, take the General Liu in quickly." Dong Qingxiu nodded, took Liu Sheng's hand and was about to walk inside. The young man's face was twisted. He looked around, and suddenly saw a few blonde, blue-eyed, and extraordinary people coming out of it in the distance. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. "Admiral? The Admiral is a fart. I am a disciple of the Martial Saint, I am a disciple of the Rose Sword Saint of the Eagle Kingdom, and my senior brothers, all of them are the world's top 8th level masters." With that said, he turned around and ran quickly in that direction. The faces of Qin Shaojun and others changed slightly, and even Qin Shaoyang's complexion became ugly. "Wang Yao, this madman!" he quickly said to Liu Sheng and the two, "You go in quickly, I will deal with it. There must be absolutely no conflicts in this scene today, if you run into a big shot, I and other families can't bear it." Qin Shaojun and Dong Qingxiu looked serious and wanted to take Liu Sheng away. Liu Sheng didn't move at all, looked at Dong Qingxiu helplessly and apologetically, and sighed softly, "Blame me, if I had come here in a serious way earlier. There would be no such vulgar drama happening. Now I know what ostentation is for, it's used to keep away evil." Dong Qingxiu and the others all stared at him blankly, with puzzled expressions on their faces. At this time, the young man had already walked back this way. From a distance, pointing at Liu Sheng, he gritted his teeth to several blonde people and said, "That's him." Liu Sheng didn't care. In the next breath, an inexplicable aura emerged from his body. This momentum was initially like a mountain. Then quickly go up and keep going up. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1000 meters, 2000 meters. At first, the people standing next to Liu Sheng had normal expressions, but gradually, their expressions began to change. Many people were attracted by the sudden momentum and turned their heads to look. The few blonde-haired and blue-eyed warriors from the Eagle Kingdom that the young man brought didn't take it seriously when they felt the aura rising, and they even wanted to laugh. When Liu Sheng's aura rose to 100 meters, they put away their smiles and began to look serious. When the aura reached 1000 meters, their eyes flickered, and there was an urge to try on their faces. When the momentum reaches 2000 meters, their expressions become serious and dignified. 2.6. When Liu Sheng's aura breaks through 3000 meters, 5000 meters. The expressions of these people were finally moved, with shock and disbelief showing on their faces. When Liu Sheng's momentum broke through 10,000 meters. The expressions of these guys finally became terrified, with an unbelievable expression on their faces. And this momentum is still rising and rising. 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters. It seems to be endless. The circle around Liu Sheng had already become an absolute vacuum, and Dong Qingxiu, Qin Shaojun, and others were all pushed out. All the people at the gate of the Dalan Mountain Biwen looked at this sight in horror. They looked up and saw the invisible solitary peak breaking through layers of high sky. The sky directly above Dalan Mountain was as clear as a wash, and all the clouds were washed away. At this time, Liu Sheng was still simply standing there casually, but his whole body was like a spear that pierced through the sky and the earth. Endless rays of light gathered towards him, the only one here. Qing Tian couldn't hold back. The ultimate in the world. Everyone was stunned. At the same time, somewhere in the other courtyard, the faces of several middle-aged men with extraordinary bearing who were drinking tea and talking suddenly changed. Unanimously, they rushed towards the door. That one, come. 400 The final retreat, the preparation for Kongju. 3/6. It's him, it's him. The crowd dispersed, and Liu Sheng's figure and appearance were completely exposed. Those blonde men from Eagle Country stared at Liu Sheng closely, their faces were pale, and their whole bodies began to tremble as they received electricity from their fingertips. They had participated in the World Grandmaster Conference, and now they finally recognized Liu Sheng's identity. The young man walking in front of them was in a trance, still not understanding what happened. Who? In the Qinghe courtyard, several figures rushed out one after another. All of them are middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s. They are masters or have great strength, exuding a powerful aura belonging to the head of a family. These people saw Liu Sheng at a glance, with expressions of excitement and ecstasy on their faces. Without further ado, walk up quickly. When they reached a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Liu Sheng, they stopped and saluted Liu Sheng respectfully. Dong Cheng Ding, Qin Hao, Wang Hitong, met the military god. Dong Cheng Ding, with a round face and slightly fat face, took the initiative to take a step forward, and continued. The military god has come to my master's house, and the master's house is full of splendor. In an instant, there was an uproar at the gate of Qinghe Biwen. The crowd suddenly became agitated, and many people showed shock and excitement on their faces. The god of the army, the fourth martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom, the strongest in the world. During this period of time, their ears were almost calloused by these words. This time I rushed to the Dong's house excitedly, just to catch a glimpse of this legendary big man. I didn't expect to see it right now. Younger than imagined, but also more extraordinary and powerful. Dong Qingxiu, Qin Shaojun, Qin Shaoyang, and others standing next to Liu Sheng were completely stunned. One by one, looking at his expression, it was like seeing a ghost. Liu Sheng? Military god? Isn't that what you said, Admiral? Several people were stunned, their mouths opened wide, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. The one who was most shocked was Dong Qingxiu. Dong Qingxiu stood there blankly, staring blankly at Liu Sheng, as if meeting him for the first time. His expression was in a trance, with deep confusion. The lonely peak scattered abruptly, and the aura of entrenched in the field disappeared suddenly. Liu Sheng walked up quickly, grabbed Dong Qingxiu's hand, and said apologetically, I wanted to tell you a long time ago, but I never had the right opportunity, and I'm afraid you won't believe it." Dong Qingxiu was in a trance, and didn't know whether to go or not. Liu Sheng could only hold her, greeted the three masters in front of him, and said casually, "Go in." "Yes." The three masters respectfully responded and straightened up. Dong Chengding's waist was straight and his face was full of red light. He caught a glimpse of Liu Sheng holding Dong Qingxiu's hand tightly. "I just feel as if I've been drinking fine nectar, and my whole body is indescribably comfortable. I feel like I'm 30 years younger in an instant, walking like flying, like stepping on clouds." The patriarchs of King Qin's two families were full of indescribable envy, their eyes flickered, and the faces of their younger generation's women quickly flashed in their minds, wondering if they could also have the opportunity to climb the high branches in the sky. Wait for a group of people to enter the other courtyard completely. The crowd at the door burst out with a loud bang. "This is the current god of war? The #1 warrior in the world. My god, so young. The person next to her should be the daughter of the boss. Hiss, the boss is about to prosper now. My boss's daughter hasn't grown into a fairy yet. If she can be favored by the god of war, I may not be able to. Get out of the way, my mother is going in." One sentence awakened the dreamer, and the famous ladies and daughters in the field came to their senses one after another, rushing to the other courtyard. One by one, they looked like tigers and leopards coming out of their cages, and there was no trace of their usual reserved and noble posture. Some ugly ones also squeezed in. Others were puzzled, but she had a good reason. "How do you know if you don't try it? What if the god of war likes me? It's hard to say the taste of a top big shot." After a brief turmoil at the gate of the other courtyard, it quickly returned to calm, and almost all of the people left went into the other courtyard. Only Qin Shaojun, Qin Shaoyang, and others, and the former Wang family Wang Yao were left. Qin Shaojun was stunned for a long time, and finally recovered from the unprecedented shock and shock. "Ha ha ha! I was so excited that I laughed wildly. After laughing, my eyebrows were beaming, and my whole body was about to fly. You boy!" Qin Shaoyang looked envious, thought for a long time, and could only choke out a few words. "It's good luck to beat a mother's womb." "Ha ha!" Qin Shaojun laughed, patted Qin Shaoyang on the shoulder, and said carelessly, "Don't worry, brother, I will cover you from now on." Then he walked up to Wang Yao and said sternly, "Wang Yao, I apologize for the way I have always looked down on you. Dare to snatch a woman from Wu Sheng, but also want to beat Wu Sheng. Really awesome." Qin Shaojun gave Wang Yao a thumbs up, he is simply the most handsome man in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Wang Yao's face was ashen-colored, as if he was having an epileptic seizure, and his whole body began to tremble. He turned around suddenly, trying to find some of his backing senior brothers. "All I saw was an empty area." Qin Shaojun said slowly behind him, "Don't look for it, your brothers have already run away. I advise you, don't go to the Eagle Country in the future, otherwise your Rose Martial Saint Master might carve a rose on your ass with his own hands, and then kick you back." Wang Yao stood in the same place blankly, all of a sudden, he lost even his soul. Question: in the future, my father-in-law is an 8th level martial arts master. My family background and other aspects are very ordinary. I have no money and no power. How can I get my father-in-law to agree to marry my daughter to me with both hands and feet? Thank you for the invitation. Answer: become a martial artist. Dong Qingxiu came up from the stern, handed a bottle of water to Liu Sheng, and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" Liu Sheng quickly put away his phone, took the water glass handed over by Dong Qingxiu, smiled and shook his head, "It's nothing." At this time, it was already the 3rd day since Liu Sheng came out from the club. He and Dong Qingxiu are now in the waters of Ning'ai. The two were on a small yacht, and there was no one on board except them. I haven't felt so relaxed in a long time. Liu Sheng stood up holding his water glass, and stretched his body fiercely facing the blue sea. The sea breeze blew across his face, bringing a refreshing and comfortable feeling. When can you bring your parents over to play? Should I send someone to fetch them now? Dong Qingxiu went to find her cell phone after speaking. Liu Sheng shook his head, looked at the endless sea in the distance, and said, "Next time, I don't have much time right now." As he said that, Liu Sheng had a thought, and the unmanned yacht stopped by itself and floated in the center of the sea. Liu Sheng stretched out his hand, and a big black travel bag placed in the cabin flew into his hand. Just here. Liu Sheng stepped on the fence on the edge of the yacht, and said to Dong Qingxiu, "In the same position, I will come out every 7 days from now on." Dong Qingxiu nodded, her expression flickered, and she took a step forward, gently wrapped her arms around Liu Sheng's neck, and pecked at his lips. Looking at Dong Qingxiu's beautiful eyes and her snort so close, Liu Sheng also kissed her on the lips. Then he turned around and jumped, sinking into the weight of the sky and the sea. It wasn't until the last wave on the sea level disappeared that Dong Qingxiu slowly looked back. The whole person returned to the original cold and indifferent state, wrote down the coordinates, and then drove the yacht away alone. Below the sea level, Liu Sheng's body kept falling downwards, falling. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. Bottom. On Azure Planet, the deepest seabed is about 10,000 to 20,000 meters. The sea abyss over 20,000 meters only exists in the sea abyss real estate. This time Liu Sheng went deep and shallow to the bottom of the sea for the purpose of retreat and practice, so naturally he would not go to the burrow again. The people in the military department have been instructed to strengthen the monitoring and detection of the major crypts, and I don't know if they can find clues to the crisis of annihilation. Ever since he learned of the imminent crisis of annihilation from the dream space, Liu Sheng has been worried. Under the seemingly calm expression, there is always a big stone on his heart. But there are still 8 years before the real crisis, and there is not much he can do at this stage. In other words, even if he really found the source of the crisis, he might be powerless. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. As long as I am strong enough, no matter what kind of crisis, I can calmly resolve it. Liu Sheng fixed his gaze, and then sat cross-legged at the bottom of the 20,000 meter deep sea. The black travel bag he carried with him had already been torn apart by the terrifying sea pressure, revealing diamond-like energy crystals inside. Liu Sheng casually picked up a thumb-sized energy crystal and threw it into his mouth. The powerful stomach wall muscles easily crushed the energy crystal, and unimaginable turbulent energy emerged from it. Inside the martial body, the mysterious vein map is slightly bright. The 279th immortal cell is rapidly forming. Before the arrival of the so-called guide, you must temper your martial body, mental strength, and martial arts will to the extreme. Then, with the help of the 10th level leader, you can break into the 9th level martial saint realm in one fell swoop. Liu Sheng's eyes were shining brightly, with gold flowing in his pupils, which stood out like 2 bright searchlights at the bottom of the pitch-black abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a huge and ugly strange fish was attracted. But before he got close, Liu Sheng closed his eyes, and the golden light disappeared immediately. Liu Sheng swallowed and absorbed the energy crystals one by one. The number of immortal cells in the body is also increasing day by day. Although Sejong's first battle did not achieve his most desired goal, it also allowed him to completely control the power of the 278 immortal cells. Now to improve, it will be a matter of course, without the slightest vain and unstable. Liu Sheng came out of the bottom of the sea every 7 days to meet Dong Qingxiu and contact his family and the military by the way. During this period, Liu Sheng's strength improved by leaps and bounds, as if he had returned to the days when he was dormant on Golden Ring Island. The stars in his body are growing stronger and stronger, constantly approaching the true 8th level limit. During the process of skyrocketing strength, Liu Sheng was also thinking about a problem. His martial arts brand, his martial arts method. What should it look like? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.